World Championship starts right now. Casters, take it away.
Już zaczęli, dobra, drugi dzień już został rozpoczęty. No, jeśli chodzi o nasze wyniki, to możemy powiedzieć, że Poland Strong, jakby to ująć, no bo Jerzek oczywiście jest na prowadzeniu, no podobny wynik uzyskał tylko on Wirsfilm, no ale no ja nie umiem i tak tego imienia i nazwiska wyczytać, no fiński gracz, tak? Grający Charizarda, którego widzieliśmy już wczoraj. No i oni już automatycznie zostali tak zeskrobani. O, jakie cute, może pasyneczka. Ty, ale serio, to jest cute. Taka pacynka zmiała. No, kamera też za chwilę będzie, tylko... Tak, ja już jestem świeży oczywiście po dniu świętowania na śnie Mistrzostw Świata. Raczej były to gry bardziej luźne niż jeżeli takie competitive, więc ja też nie chciałem jakiegoś, nie wiadomo jakiego przestrzelonego wyniku. Swoją drogą już w pierwszym pricebacku serii 7 gruby drop, Terapagos ze znaczkiem, więc naprawdę jest osoba. Tak, ja już się zgodziłem. To nie kocham. Moja sobie trzeba mieć budewa. Tak, no też w Worldsach mamy, w Daytu mamy m.in. Johna Enga, Conora, Calvina Conora, mamy jeszcze Jamesa Kowalskiego o pseudonimie All Blitzken.
Let's get into, talk about what our players are playing for here.
Okej. Tutaj jest to przypomnienie, jak to wygląda.
That we had going into this event, and this has been one of, like I said, the fiercest competitions we've ever had in Pokemon, and it has just gotten more and more intense as we go on every single year.
Yeah, so many players trying to find those spots in their region, 125 for US, Canada, Europe as well, Latin America with 100 spots, and a few others in some other regions. It all culminated with plenty of players joining our day one, and it's down to 127, I believe, if my math is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, tutaj jest ta tabela.
A lot of players who are finding that final spot, trying to make it into the finals so they can be in the arena to try to win the World Championships tomorrow.
The stakes are high here, and it is going to have an absolutely incredible conclusion. But on top of that conclusion comes our prize support as well. Look at this. I mean, this is worth it for these players. They have been, spending this entire season investing so much into this game, and we are rewarding them for that. So
Very
this is just
here.
very handsomely, and this is just one portion of the rewards that they get. They get the swag, promo cards, play mats, the Pikachu trophy. But of course, this is also a huge boost to the future career that they have in Pokemon, because they can use this toward the rest of their events that they play, or just, for a little spending money as well.
Yeah, I might buy a house.
College fund, Imagine paying for college off playing Pokemon. That is so cool.
Yeah, there's so much at stake for these players. We're also thinking about that World Championship card that they receive at the end of the event for the #1 player in the world. So much prestige that comes along with this event. It's so exciting for them to just be a few matches away, honestly, at this point.
Right.
We're gonna play out the rest of Swiss here in day #2, and also move all the way through our top 8 and top 4 here.
Yeah, well, speaking of Swiss rounds here, Kyle, we have some updated standings for y'all. This has been an incredible event, but it's also had some surprises here. As you see, a lot of our players, only 2 of them at the top, sitting at 701 records.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of surprised by that. What about you, Kyle?
It speaks to the gauntlet that was at hand yesterday. Right. The tie rate was pretty absurd, honestly. I don't. We see very few players that were able to avoid.
No i oczywiście mamy
like just a
Poland
players on
Strong.
the left side of your screen. Other than that, everyone was dealing with a couple of issues there with you have 50 minutes to play 3 games, and you have to play quickly, and your deck has
Więc
to
tak,
work the right
Mateusz,
way. And
Onwinen z
for
Finflu.
Oyvind and Matus, it looks like it worked out fairly well with that 7-0-1
Trzecia jest
record.
oczywiście
Piper
Paper Lepin.
Lepin
Nie mamy czym gra.
and Billinger as well with
Mamy
the
Benny
7-1
Binger, Just
records. There's some
New
great
Fall,
names on this list. And,
Neres Falus,
a few surprises that we
Trevor
see
Red,
at the bottom of
Jesse,
our pairings here
Spencer,
too. The 5-2-1 that squeaked in. that really
Julian
needed to go on
Gordbary,
Right, and I mean, it's like you said, Kyle, that just
Diago
shows the level of
Yoshihara,
competition that is out there. At our
Relay
regional
Railroy,
championships, we
Relay
often see
McKay,
a
który
player
był już
going
wczoraj,
undefeated,
tak samo jak
70
Johnny,
rounds, or even at NAIC
Asenin
as
Sim,
well, undefeated
Matt
players.
Battis i Bodin
And here,
Robinson.
you know, same thing. Haven't taken a loss for 2 of our players, but still not purely undefeated, having taken those ties. So it is just absolutely outstanding out there with the skill level in this room, and it's going to be shown on our stream today because we've gotten through our day 1. This is our day 2, where our players truly get to prove why they're here, why they have made it on our stage, because the skill that they have in the Pokemon trading card game is bar none.
Well, let's see if we deserve to be at the caster desk, because we made some predictions going into this tournament, and they might be all over the place, to be honest. I think we have a pretty good range, but do we want to give a nod to Ethan for the Golden Go? Because that is all over the place right now.
Yeah, absolutely. 22% of our, almost really 23% yesterday of our meta share in day 1. And it's not just your traditional Golden Go. We saw all sorts of this deck. I mean, it was just pick a card out of your binder, throw it in, and somehow it works in this deck. And it's kind of incredible to see that too, because Golden Go, like, it was on the map. It's always been on the map, but it kind of got put on the back burner. And then you see Genesect come out, and it feels like it almost unlocked so many possibilities. Genesect, Air Balloon, those 2 things have just like exploded this deck into all different potentials that you see. And I mean, I also think people want to beat Gardevoir as well.
Yeah.
That's a big factor of that. Everybody has had their sights on Gardevoir for so long now. It has been reigning supreme on our format forever here. Kyle, I know you still have some fierce Gardevoir warriors out in the field that are trying to.
They're hanging on. They're hanging on. There's a couple names. I see a 7-1. I see plenty of 602 and 611 records for the Gardevoir players. They're hanging in there. There's a couple different variants. You see the straight lines. You see the Jellicent that's been added as well in a few of these lists. You have to decide which way you want to go. Are you going for these big one-hit knockouts, or is there a little bit of a control aspect?
Mam nadzieję, że tym razem bez
The big
dziwnych
surprise,
ludzi
we've all missed it. Charizard
innych troli.
is
Right.
really prominent here, which is a huge surprise. They must have had
No,
the best
synchronizujemy
turnaround
se
from
to.
day 1 into day 2 with that conversion.
Trofki.
I know, that is very surprising. I feel like going into this, so many people were underestimating Charizard, but Charizard is the deck that I feel like is a global deck. I feel like very much outside of any
Yeah,
regions that we see, it's way more popular. And I love to see it being brought here to the World Championships, and you know, our players trusting it and piloting it to success. It's very, very cool. And of course, Charizard's
No, no,
always a fan
8%.
favorites in Pokemon, so that's awesome. So I'm sure we have a lot of supporters out there. But, you know, we also have some notable matchups that are going out in our field. We get to stream one of our matchups here on the stream, but there's a lot of fierce competitors out there that are going to be matching up against.
Okej,
as well.
zaczynamy z
Yeah,
wysokiego
my eyes
C,
on
czyli
Riley
będziemy
McKay and
widzieli
John A.
ponownie
John
Onwira
maybe
z
trying
Finurda
to find
z
some,
naszym Mateuszem
few
Łaszkiewiczem.
extra match points that
No, John
we saw
Enk,
Isaiah
oczywiście
Bradner
Riley
unable
McKay,
to
Benny
accomplish earlier in the tournament off of Riley in that NAIC,
Boridon ze Suzuki na
rematch.
Gawanie.
Great to see. Trevor Reed,
Więc zobaczymy, jak tym razem pójdzie Mateuszu i w końcu może się dowiemy, czym gra Jerzyk.
great matchups, but I am eyeing up the big one at table 1.
Więc będzie
That is
grubo. No,
phenomenal.
Łaszkiewicz ma
And there are
oczywiście
two
na koncie
decks that
oczywiście
maybe weren't on your
zwycięstwo
radar
w
going into this, at least in the top
Sztrugarcie
3.
2022 oraz top 8
Well, they're going to be
w
playing
Gdańsku
up
tego
against
sezonu.
each other. Let's give you a quick
I
introduction
Dortmund
in
top
the
16,
format
ile
that
moja
these
pamięć się nie
players are
myli.
playing in right now at the World Championships.
Onwirt z Finwurt ma natomiast na koncie chociażby no, zwycięstwo oczywiście w Birmingham, no i finalista w Sztrugarcie.
Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $2 million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
2 miliony,
The
dobra.
competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their
To czyli
division
jeszcze
threshold.
więcej, kuźwa.
When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 32 trainers
No
tied
chociaż
in
te
place
zabycie w
advance
tobosie też
into
są
an
dobre.
asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2
No i oczywiście
finalists
finały
remain.
wiadomo w top 3.
These 2 trainers will compete in the Anaheim Arena on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy.
No to jest Jan
and
Palewski,
title
on
of
teraz jest w
World
Mastersach.
Champion.
Taka
Let's
ciekawska.
get
No tu
this
mamy
tournament
Chłopantesa.
started.
No i chyba jego brat chyba tam jest. W Day 2. Jego samego
Well,
tam nie.
we're ready to go
No i
here,
mamy
and our players are geared up as
dumę
well. They've
narodową.
brought out the
Kurde,
swag,
te
they're
dwa
ready to
Genkary
jump
są
into
takie
this.
urocze.
I'm sure they're
No
nervous
przynajmniej się dowiemy,
here
czym
on
gra
our
Jerzy.
stage for the very first stream match of day 2 here at the World Championships. Of course, we see the
Więc tak,
shuffling of the
ponownie
Gengar there.
widzimy.
Have to have him put up there,
O,
but
zaskoczył
one.
nas.
gotta have two. They're
Enzorak.
buttons here.
Tego się nie spodziewałem.
So we see over here from Oivan,
Ty,
the
no
regional
powiem
champion
szczerze,
this
że
year of
Enzorak
Berlin and
zdecydowanie nie
Stockholm.
dostał.
Stuttgart, Lille,
No więc oboje mają tutaj bogatą trochę historię, można by powiedzieć. No i tym razem oczywiście Łaszkiewicz, a.k.a. Jerzyk, zdecydował się na granie Enzorakiem. No, czyli deck, który powiem szczerze, no też chciałem składać, no i chyba faktycznie można byłoby do tego wrócić, no bo w zasadzie Enzorak zdecydowanie jest trochę deckiem niedocenianym w mecie i rzeczywiście Łaszkiewicz pokazał moc oczywiście Enzorak. Onsfield oczywiście gra Charizardem z Mezagozą. Ja naprawdę, ja dawno nie widziałem tego stadionu tak swoją drogą. No tutaj jest Resharem. Co ciekawe, tutaj sprajzowany został Turbo Energizer, czego ja się oczywiście też nie spodziewałem.
So breathe easy. This is not gonna be a repeat of day 1.
Yesterday.
We can attack.
We can attack. Hey, that is exactly what you need to do with this deck. You need to be able to attack, and we're gonna get there this time around for Mateusz. So we're excited for this matchup. All the pressure's on the line.
takie
Like I said, these players are gonna prove to us why they're here. It's
No
gonna
raczej
be
wiecie,
fierce, it's gonna be
pan,
epic,
jeżeli się
and
nie wiecie i
potentially
nie
one of these
orientujecie, to
players will
Enzorak
rise. One of
akurat
them
bardzo
will fall,
zaskoczył,
both
no bo
sitting
jakby
at
na to nie
701
patrzeć,
records.
on zdobył
It's
nawet
all on
top
the line
8.
here. We have the fist bump.
Jiminka
Let's kick
mają
things off.
Shane
What do you
Moroi.
see, Kyle?
What a way to start things off here when you are in the World Championships on the biggest stage. Top deck secret box. When you're going first.
Okej, mamy Secret
Oh,
Box.
that is so
Tak,
premium
czaruś na
here.
Secret Box.
Box,
Może
it's got
koncept nie
all of
nowy,
the
bo
answers
już
that you
widzieliśmy
need. You can throw some stuff
kanadyjskiego
away, but then
gracza
you get
Jackson Forda
everything
właśnie
that's
z takim
out
podobnym
of the
buildem,
deck.
choć teraz
Buddy
jest to
Buddy
pod nową
Poppin
metę.
as well. Here for Oivan is awesome.
Kurde, czujecie już
Poland
Poland Stonk!
here as well to make sure we're going through this.
Arwen,
But, I mean,
chyba
yeah,
będzie
this is
Evolution.
great here for
Chodź
Oivan
ten
already.
Enzorak.
Just from a Buddy Buddy Poppin,
No,
I mean,
mi
that's
brakuje
already
chyba
kicked
tylko
off
2 do złożenia.
amazingly, but what
Kto
does
wie,
this
czy
mean?
się nie
If Charizard
pokuszę o
can
niego
get a
jednak.
very fierce and very
To jest
consistent
Klefa.
starting
No, jak
and
dobrze wiemy,
starting
Klefa to
setup,
najlepszy
how is
przyjaciel.
that gonna continue
Jeżeli
throughout the
twój
game?
Jarenka jest do
It
dupy,
just
to
leads
zawsze
to that
Klefa to jest
consistency
best
that you're
friend.
looking for of in the early
Jakby
stages
na
of
to
the
nie
game,
patrzeć.
you're kind of left wondering how you're supposed to attack into this deck. Because if you just attack with Charizard
No,
straight
oczywiście
into
tak. On gra
a-
oczywiście
an
klasyczną
Enz-
wersję
Zoroark,
Czar
you're gonna
z
run into
Pidgeotem.
some problems. There's an attack waiting for you on the other side from Enz Reshiram, and it hurts a lot. Powerful Rage will take you out as soon as you attack in for 180.
Reshiram
It's coming
trochę
right back
boli
twice as hard.
faktycznie.
So you instead, in the early stages of the game, you need to be using those copies of Boss's orders, or potentially eyeing up a way to disrupt your
pass.
opponent, force them to take prizes in the beginning.
No, jak na
Yeah,
razie
I mean, that's
ręka
what
do
we need to see.
dupy, chociaż
Charizard
nie taka do
is known
dupy,
for
bo
being a
widzę, że
comeback deck
Artasor,
as well. So if you
2
pair
turbo.
great
O!
comeback deck
Wow,
with great
wow!
setup, I
Czy
mean,
tam
it's
jest
just gonna be
Cornerstone?
epic conclusion here.
No, ma to trochę
So,
sens,
we'll see
biorąc
how
pod
things
uwagę
go
to, że
in this
Cornerstone
match. As we
akurat
said,
jest
Mateusz chose to
dość
go second here,
dobrym
and this is
atakiem,
playing out
no i
pretty well.
oczywiście
Arwen, as we see, is the supporter. Going
przykrzaniem
second allows you to play
Charizardowi
the
życia,
supporter, you can
zresztą
switch
nie
out
tylko.
item card and a
No
Pokemon
wiecie, no
tool
teraz
as
widzę, że
well.
meta jest
And
pełna
this is what
Cornerstone
the strategy
Ogerponów,
comes in
no już
with this
widzieliśmy
technical
to u
machine,
Reklewa,
Turbo Energize.
a teraz
It
zobaczyliśmy
adds
to
so
u
much
Jerzyka.
consistency that we could potentially miss in these End Zoroark decks. And so, I mean, both of these players are displaying that they have, you know, built these decks to exactly what they want them to do and be, and that's why they've seen success so far in the World Championships.
Yeah, and you leave yourself that opportunity of, this is a spot where maybe I can go for a Turbo Energize and accelerate some energies, or if you don't trust the setup, if you don't see the evolutions in hand, just accelerate those Pokemon onto the board with the TM Evolution.
No dobra, no tutaj klasyk szwedzki, zapisujemy w notatniku, co mamy. No tak, oczywiście u Łaszkiewicza też ace'packiem jest Secret Box, chociaż w Zaurakach się on bardzo dobrze przyjął. Więc mamy oczywiście sekretne pudło, no i zobaczymy, jakie tu mamy rzeczy w sekretnym pudełku. Artazo, chyba będzie Iono na następną turę. Więc balona. A nie, research na następną turę, okej. Nestball. Estienevo. Albo balon. Balon jednak. Artazo po Zoraczka i chyba od razu będzie używany Nestball. Nestball będzie po Cornerstone'a, okej. Turbo Energize.
Do you think there's a strategy at hand here? When Buddy Poffin isn't found and you go for Nest Ball, it means you're eyeing up an EX. Cornerstone Mass Ogre Pond here with the one copy of Fighting Energy. This is how you accelerate this into the matchup.
No ten Cornerstone jest trochę delikatnie rzecz ujmując, trochę takim threadem, jakby na to nie patrzeć. No bo my tu mówimy tutaj o właściwie, no, potworku, który oczywiście chroni się przed abilitkowymi Pokemonami. Nie we wszystkich matchupach jest to potrzebne. Okej. Mamy Secret Boxa też używanego po stronie Onwirda. TM Evolution. Artazo, no, chociaż jak dobrze wiedzę, no, nasz Spilvar lubi grać dziwnymi rzeczami, więc no, mega go zawiadomo jest Price. A wiecie, był już Pokesto, to czemu?
You can use the Mega Fire of Envy following a knockout that you're likely willing to give up at some points. Attack in for a lot of damage, and if you can combine this with perhaps a Dusknoir, there's a way that you can just remove this Pokemon in one play, avoid this hassle ever again. And then some prize cards were taken, and that leads to Charizard knocking out some other Pokemon.
I know, yes, exactly. The Charizard gets stronger as it goes on. And what else is getting stronger is the search potential here.
Czyli tak, zagadka rozwiązana.
Evolution, the Pidgeot EX with the quick search ability, that's going to put together these combo pieces needed here for Oyvind to go through these turns, get those things that he needs for these combinations, and just continue on with the pressure in this matchup. As well as that, the Artisan's in play from Matouche, and Oyvind can use that as well. It's very helpful over on the counter side as these stadiums are shared between our players. So you see how both these players have access to all of the tricks in their book at the moment in time, and now we get to just watch how these decks function at their full capabilities, which is what you love to see here at the World Championships. Charizard coming out infernal ring of its ability being used to seek out these fire energy and accelerate him straight to the board.
This is aggressive. I was not expecting this from Oyvind, but sure enough, uses the Charizard early on. The energy acceleration is the piece that I was really considering, as that's a way to surprise your opponent with the Chi-Yu and combo this with pieces of the Dusknoir. Instead, brings the Charizard into play. It's a pretty big threat, but doesn't want to use the attack. It doesn't benefit you to take this knockout.
Okej, no chyba zaraz będzie tutaj Enzork.
But with that Charmeleon, I suppose you could always go and accelerate more energies on the following turn.
Yeah, maybe it's just a play into stability at this point here. The Technical Machine Evolution. All the CDs are coming out for both of these players, and the tracks are hot, Kyle.
We got some
fire.
fire.
We got some fire
here, including in that Charmeleon. and
Artazol.
the Dusclops for those evolution.
O,
Pokemon
Resharam!
targeted out of the
Widzę,
deck.
że
That's gonna end
Łaszkiewicz
the
jednak gra
turn there
2.
for Oiven as we go onto Matush's side now for this turn. But how is Oiven probably going to incorporate this Dusknoir, Dusclops line here, Kyle? What do you think is the best way he could utilize this in this specific matchup, especially when you saw
Research.
Cornerstone come out to for Matush?
Yeah, this.
Okej,
I mean, if you see
rozchodzimy
the
research.
cornerstone, you know that you likely need to lead some of
mamy
these damage
Resharama,
counters from the Curse
na
Blast
przykład-
over to that Pokemon.
To
and
chyba
try
jest
to
to
take
druga
it out
z
in
Darmaka,
one
ale nie
swing.
widzieliśmy go jeszcze w
But you
ogóle.
also like using the
Czyżby to
Dusknoir
była
pieces
lista,
to try
która
to clean up the Zoroark. You just can't leave damage on
nie
board
zawiera?
because you
No
know
dobra, jest
that
trade.
Vince Reshiram is waiting for you with powerful rage.
Yeah, I love that card. It's
Mamy
just a
drugiego
threat that is
Zoraka
always there.
kolejnego
and it makes your
trade'a.
opponent play around it, which is always
Tak.
cool to see. As we see Mateusz going through the deck so heavily right now. These players have just been flying here. You know, the technical machine just being thrown down as a card to get out of there for now. We see that ends PP up. Such a great card in this deck. It's really made for this deck to get that dark energy accelerated out of the
No i
discard
tutaj
pile
mamy
onto that
sprytną
bench and
zagrywkę.
Zoroark. And now you see how much Mateusz has been able to set up
No,
in this
Victorious
match
Flame
here so
za
far. He's got all of
170.
these energy on the board. The air balloon is there from the secret box. We have the attackers here too, and just putting Oiven into, hey, here's my strategy here. Now where are you going to go from there as we see the damage has come down onto this Charizard EX. What position now is Oiven sitting in now that we have almost a half HP Charizard here, Kyle? Where do we go?
I
No
mean,
cóż,
the math
no dobra,
works
no
out
to
so
co
well
tam będzie
for
tutaj
Matusz on his side,
wyszukiwane z
where
Quicksearch?
Oiven pretty
Chyba
struggling
większy
at
duch,
this point. He's
czy
just working
gorzej?
on this
Nie wiem,
initial
stoi-
setup. If you can have
No
the
właśnie chyba
answers
widać, że też
following
największym
the
wrogiem
Dusknoir
może
technique,
być
then
ten
you feel a little more
Cornerstone,
comfortable.
który oczywiście
But how
może być
comfortable
tutaj
can you be? Is this a spot where you want to take a knockout,
niemałą
remove,
przeszkodą w
a
zasadzie.
Zoroark from play, or do you have the
I
resources
niemałym
to
też w
try to
sumie
target
problemem.
something else later down the line? It might just be that giving up 2 prize cards early on is the only way Charizard becomes a beneficial attacker.
Yeah, no, that's
No cóż, jeszcze
100%
duszki
true.
można
We're
sobie
gonna
pobawiać.
see, though.
Oho, Curse
Here
Blast.
we go. It is our
I
first
knockoucik
Curse
będzie, tak.
Blast, not from the Dusclops. This is the Dusknoir, the full potential of that Curse Blast going down here.
No
That's
i
gonna
tutaj
be,
robimy
prize
rolda
cards,
po,
there
po
for
wszystkie
Mateusz as
linie
well,
ewolucyjne
as
ducha
that goes down.
i Artazol.
And that's going to put damage on the board here for Oiven. And that's what we need to see. You know, you put this damage down so that you can take these knockouts. But that's one Dusknoir down here now for Oiven. What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, Super Rod, such a great card to have in that spot. It just leads to you wanting to be aggressive,
No.
take the line that you have in front of you, which is put the damage on this Pokemon,
A i ono.
at their hand size with Iono, and now you have the potential to draw right back into more of those Dusclops, Dusknoir pieces. And
Love it.
there's still a Charizard waiting for you with that Charmeleon.
Jest
So
klepa.
GU into Cornerstone,
Mistka w tym
still very
matchupie
viable
nie
on
jest
Poly.
no za
Yeah,
specjalnie
you're connecting your
potrzebna.
math, you're
Kolejna
resupplying
Jono.
your
Dwa.
resources, you're adding
No
that
jest
destruction
Chiyu.
to your opponent. It's beautiful here. We see the Chiyu in the hand now from this Iono for Oiven.
Znaczy
Ultra
widać,
Ball
że
discarding a
no,
couple of those
nie
cards not
poznana.
needed here to get another Dusclops out. This is just beautiful, Kyle. I
Fajnie,
mean,
bo
this
jestem
is
zaznaczona,
Pokemon
że gra
TCG
tego.
being played at its highest potential here.
Yeah, and the benefit of using this
Ten
Charizard
balon też
and
jest spoko,
absorbing
jakby nie
that
było
first
tego
initial
wstawione,
shot
to
is
rzeczywiście
that
można by
it's
sobie
so
tak
tempting to
podpiąć
try to
tego
knock
balonu.
this Pokemon
No i
out,
knockout,
Right.
tak?
from Mateos on the
Tak,
other
tak,
side.
knockout.
So it
Ten no,
gives you plenty of time to
spokojnie.
just continue to build up and find
No
Dusclops,
tutaj można
Dusknoir.
zauważyć, że Onwirt
These
bierze
pieces
z
are
góry
real
prizy.
threat. If they're removed, Cornerstone is going to
W ogóle,
run
tak
over
swoją
the
drogą.
rest of this deck.
Yeah, that's scary here. Mateusz
No
deciding
Zoraka
to
straszna
promote
jest Iono?
in that end Zoroark EX coming up now.
Chyba nie.
And
Balloons help.
balloons do help. They absolutely do help. Giving that pivots there from Mateusz. Free pivot so you can have some options here in what you go into throughout this next turn. Or even now, we see heavily damaged Charizard EX, but is only sitting at 4 prize cards left to take. This has been a clean and concise game so far. We've just been flying through this, and Mateusz seems to be kind of eyeing up, okay, what do I do next? Looking at
no dobra,
Oiven's discard pile,
To,
what do you think he's
tak, pyta
contemplating
się
here in his head
ile
right
masz
now?
kart?
As nice as the Cornerstone is, the math doesn't line up very well against a Charizard. So
No to co,
drawing for some
trade'ik.
additional resources, maybe try to find boss's orders could be the ticket. Knock out
Okej,
a
jest
Dusclops
boss, no
and
to też
avoid
zagrany
some
Palpat
of these
jest.
cursed blasts with every passing prize card.
Właśnie ten...
ability becomes that much weaker, so
No
you have a
niestety
chance to
nieszczęsny.
potentially leave your opponent in the track, in the dust there, but with Pidgeot on the other side, it just always starts to come back.
Exactly. Pidgeot EX, it's just one of those cards. You don't want to target it down because, I mean, unless you really have to, because you have other threats on board that you need to target down, but then you're just letting your opponent get those pieces together, and it's really difficult for players sometimes to be stuck in that position as they're still trying to stabilize their own board as well. Arvin going back into the deck here
A
now
nie, idziemy
for
po countercatchera.
We're seeing a counter catcher
To
come
jest...
out onto the field. It is active.
Kurwa, czy to jest tam...
Mateusz,
Co ja widzę?
he
Czy
currently
ja
has
widzę
4 prize
jeszcze...
cards in Oiben.
Yeah, that is not the play, however. Wants to hold on to this resource
ciekawe.
for another turn. And this is where you really need to start taking a look at these prize card counts because it is dangerous for both players.
No wziąłem countercatchera i go nie
blast
użył.
from one side, and similarly the ability of this Charizard to take one-hit KOs, it is almost online.
Right. We have the Pidgeot EX to Quick Search, the
jest
Charmeleon
też
that's
Turo
already
chyba
been
w
down,
grze.
ready to turn into a Charizard.
No,
Dusclops
tutaj na
that was
ręce
sought
Łaszkiewicza
out
jest
well before.
Turo scenario.
Mateusz has put himself into 3 prize cards left, but Oiben is sitting at that even 4 to take. Ultra Ball going in now, discarding that Fire Energy and the Chi-Yu into the deck. Whoa!
I don't know if this hand gets much better. He has Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Defiance Band, and Iono.
What?
Like, what are we
you
doing
Okej.
here?
Czy ma Defiance Band?
Well, I guess we see why Charizard's at the top.
Yeah.
Oiben just has the hands, the aura of the Charizard behind
Coś
him.
tam
This
wziął
is
z
so
tego
wild here.
Trampola,
Look
czyli
at
co,
this
Candy
rare
Ducha?
candy coming into play. That Dusknoir straight from a
Iono,
Duskull.
okej.
We see the Defiance Band come down onto that Charmeleon into an Iono that's gonna.
Boo, we're almost at endgame here
Yeah,
with a Night
100%.
Stretcher for the Dusknoir and a Charizard, along with a Pidgeot Quick Search involved.
Right.
There is a knockout on the active Pokemon and enough Cursed Blast
Okej,
damage
czyli kolejny
to take
Iono
out this
weszło po
cornerstone
stronie od
Ogrepon.
Mira.
We see the Charizard
Jest i Charizard.
EX. Quick Search is still around. If Night Stretcher's there, we have all the pieces. This has to be one of the best feelings. It's in the hands.
No i pierwsza wygrała
He
Onward.
shows it to Mateusz, and Mateusz is scooping it up now. That is the conclusion here. Kyle Oiben has just piloted this to perfection in this game.
No
and is
niestety
gonna take the
no
win
mówię,
for
że
us.
fińscy gracze są trochę tacy sprytni, mówię, tak.
To
To musi być umysł ścisły, tak swoją drogą.
Because that, even with a cornerstone Ogrepon, you know you have a great answer in this matchup. But if
Aż
your
szkoda, że nie
opponent
dostał
draws
go
this well and has
spawna,
all the
chociaż
Dusknoir pieces, what can you
z tej
do?
strony nigdy nie wiesz, czy nie
I mean, that
poleci
truly
boss.
is the question. What can you do? You saw Mateusz set everything up, but it was just the Charizard power was too much here, and it just outpaced this deck completely. And really, the key to unlock that was that Dusknoir. I mean, you saw it. It was not just the Dusclops. It was Dusknoir every time it was utilized. Full potential of those damage counters being
Okej, jakaś przerwa, tak? Tak, Onward wygrywa
spread
pierwszą.
out. Let's take a quick look at what just happened here. Speaking of Dusknoir, here you see it pop off with the Curse Blast, put the damage onto that end Zoroark, and then you saw it paired with the Super Rod, paired with the Iono as well. The
zobaczymy, co to
disruption was
będzie.
going the whole time here for Oiben.
Yeah, it makes you wonder for Mateusz on the other side, do you need to really line up more and Zorua at the beginning of the game to draw more? Because it just leads to these
Na
situations.
Stretchera.
You're seeing the
Jaki
Iono on
sad.
one side, you're only drawing 2 cards with trade, and your board is completely depleted. And it just, how do you move forward with that?
Insane.
You want to have this nice big setup so that you can use these counter catchers, bosses' orders, target down pieces of the Dusclops line. But if you don't have that, you're just running into a Charizard that is
Right.
waiting to take you out.
Exactly, and it's only getting stronger as the game goes on. These players are ready to hop into this next game between us. Oiben taking the first win in our Swiss round 9 as we
No i
get...
co dalej?
Oh,
Aha,
He's
Monkey
got rare
Dory.
candy.
O,
Pidgeot
czyżby
and
po
hand.
stronie
That's
Onwirda
over
wszedł
right now.
pas?
You know what? We'll just be fine. This hand isn't that great. Those prize
Oh.
cards are not great.
Po stronie Onwirda są 2 Charmandery. Jeszcze Rare Candy. Pidgeot 1.
I
Oj.
did not love that either. That is a lot
Ja
of
wiem, że
Pokemon that
jest
we're seeing in the prize
Pidgeotek.
cards. One of the Charizard EX, the Pidgeot EX, 2 Charmander, at least at the bottom, one of the rare candy and Ultra Ball.
That is the only Charmander in play now with the 3.
Okay, but they're both at the bottom here,
Sure.
right?
Doesn't make
So-
me feel
Pełna
that
budowa.
much better. This is still a problem, as you'd love to have.
You want it
multiple
early.
ways. If you have this early Charmander to lean on, and then the follow-up that you need
No
to use
tutaj
the
UPS
Chi-Yu,
po stronie
that
łaszki
would be
widzia,
great.
no tu mamy 2 bossy, co
Draws
też może
prizes from the
boleć.
top.
Aczkolwiek te bossy nie są jakoś
Is this
koszmarnie
just something that you
przyrząd...
could do over in Finland?
gdzieś umieszczone.
Is that how the globe works? On that side, you just draw that way?
Oh my gosh. On Mateusz's
Więc no
side
jest
though,
jakoś gites.
lots of supporters in the prize cards here. We were talking about counter catcher, countering up different
Jeden
plays.
research,
Boss's orders
balon.
is another way to do that as a pivot here.
Puffy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore because they're both in the prize cards, but we also saw just like heavy Arvin in the last game between these players. I feel like he kind of needed that Arvin for a lot of his setup there. Maybe it was just the only supporter he found. I don't know. So
The
we're
whisk-
starting, of course, with
co
Arvin, which is
nazywa
always great
i co
on your
jeszcze?
first turn to get this
I
tool
Turbo
card, get
Energizer.
the nest ball as we saw before. Do you think Mateusz is going to go same exact strategy here?
Well-
Get that cornerstone and turbo energize.
Yeah, I mean that sounds great. What we do see is a little bit differently here is the secret box is not being used this time around. Wants to go with this consistent approach,
Ja jestem
smaller
pornostą.
setup, and then save those resources so that maybe when the Ionos do come, when your opponent curse blasts, and
Yeah,
starts taking
mamy
things off the board and prize cards are falling,
Secze.
you have something to draw into instead.
Well, also it's a little different as well. Started the Monkey Dory, now has that dark energy attached, unlocking the Adrenabrain. Do you think that's going to make much of an impact here for Mateusz?
That card might as
No,
well
tylko
just
właśnie,
say
coś
mind
tutaj
bet
cały-
at this point. There's no way Oyvind leaves damage on board. We've seen it. He just does not want to do that. It can lead to so many issues in this matchup, and unless
Derek.
of course you're just working away slowly at the cornerstone, you're trying to take big one-hit KOs.
Yeah, I mean that's
No,
what this
tutaj
deck
się
does,
pojawia
and it
trud
does it
w
well.
postaci.
And another thing is Oyvind out here making a name for himself, and it's Charizard King as we see the rare candy into the Pidgeot EX, and the quick search is unlocked here for this turn. We're also
Dobra,
seeing
no to co tam będzie z
starting couple cards to
ptaszurem?
go in first to the deck. We're gonna see another
Dwa
Dust Bowl.
duszki.
This is where Oyvind now is seeing, oh, my prize card's a little tricky here.
I'm a Dusknor deck
I'm in
now.
trouble.
O, nasi grają, tak.
Yeah,
Trzech
I mean, like you said,
odważnych,
Kyle,
jeden już jest na streamie,
this
no i Siemka
Charizard
Walczak.
deck needs the safety net. You put multiple Dust Bowl down,
No i
multiple
mamy
Charmander.
duszki. Jednego
You
trzeba
did
by
that
skasować
Charmeleon
w
out
sumie.
that we saw from Oyvind from the TM evolution last time because you need that consistency to carry you out in later game, but if both
Ale
your
dobra,
other
jest
Charmander
boss na
second
ręce.
prize cards,
Więc
I
chyba
mean, how
jeden
does
z
he even
duszków
navigate that going into
może chyba już skończyć z żywota.
You need to evolve this Pokemon and
No i tam
preserve
Drake
the
jest
survive.
jeszcze.
then
No.
just slowly start to incorporate energies onto other Pokemon. If you have the Chi-Yu, maybe this is a spot where you manually attach to it and
Right.
have it set up for following turns
Właśnie ten
because
Chiyo.
you know you are susceptible
Kolejny
to
taki
boss
thread.
orders onto Duskulls, Dusclops. If those Pokemon were to be
Okej,
knocked out,
to co,
you want to have a
Charizard.
response.
Yeah, was that the professor's research with the Pogo code?
Te zagrożenia
If
są
anybody
faktycznie w tych
zooms in real
duszkach,
quick, you
bo te
might be
duszki
able to
chyba raczej
unlock
są
that card.
kłopotem.
We'll see if he's
przepraszam.
actually
There
taking
you
advantage of
go.
that.
Yeah, the professor's research with the Pogo code. I
O
mean,
Boże,
I
no
know.
ty granie
Come
pokój...
on.
Jezus, serio, to
Rewind
profesor
that.
research z
Well, here
kodem?
we go. Oyvind
To
has
Pokémon Go?
found the pieces
Boże,
here
no
now
takie...
into this rare candy.
Ale ja bym... Nie wiem,
for
czy bym
this
używała.
Infernal Rain off the Charizard EX. Now
Okej,
we have a
mamy
giant
Infernal.
330 HP Charizard
Przeze mnie
sitting in that
umarł jako deck?
position, but
No,
like you said,
chyba
Kyle,
jak
we gotta
widać
survive.
nie
We gotta
umarł.
maintain the
No bo
health of
on
this
wier...
Charizard and
Ty,
try
no właśnie
to-
już pokazał,
to
że
reign
nie
supreme
umarł.
on this
Jeszcze
matchup
Gavi
some other
Fernandez
way
pokazał,
to
że nie
apply some
umarł.
pressure. So it's definitely
Żyje! Ma się dobrze, jak się
due
okazuje.
primarily to the prize cards here for
No,
Oyvind.
tak jak mówię, no,
And
bierze z
only
góry,
the
tak.
Charizard EX dropped from the top.
No,
we
co
need
też
those
jest troszkę
basics, not the
złamał
evolutions here, but
Okej, wchodzi
unfortunate,
tutaj
as the
Gerpon.
Charmander sit on the bottom.
Czy na
Mateusz
pewno
here
chcemy
going
się
into the deck to
pozbyć,
get some
no
energy
właśnie,
out with this
duszków?
Earthen Vessel after
No
a
właśnie,
quick
żeby
discard.
nasz
This time
Ogerpon
around,
nie dostał.
Cornerstone Mask, Ogerpon EX. It's up here,
Zorak,
it's in
jest
active position
trade!
now, and it's,
Ja
it
dodam
only needs
jakiś
one more
counter
energy, I
catcher
think, for
albo
its attack, so
boss.
here we go, and
Czy
that
chyba
energy has
boss
been
leci.
applied
Tak,
from Mateusz.
boss
We're gonna see
duszka,
that
tak,
paired
właśnie o
with
to
the
chodzi.
boss's orders this time, and that is what we needed
No
to
i
see in the last
nokaucik.
game.
Pozbywamy
Taking
się
out
problemów.
these pieces forcing Oyvind to have to put more together, and he's
No i
already
tu się
on the
zaczynają
back foot,
troszeczkę
too.
ciekawe
Yep,
schodki.
and this is where the prize cards, as sad as they were, they end up in your favor. When you draw from the bottom,
No teraz on
you
Wirt ma
find
takie
bosses'
nie najlepsze.
orders, and it's waiting right there for him.
Znaczy,
As
dobra,
Oyvind
tak,
will
i
continue this
widzę,
setup.
że
With
Łaszkiewicz
Quick
wziął
Search,
chyba
you
kolejnego
know
bossa,
you have
chyba
the
już
ability to
widzę.
bring this Dust Bowl right back into play. There's always
Znaczy wiecie, jeden
options of this
Charizard
card.
y,
Super
kontra...
Night Stretcher, you can bring all of these
No właśnie,
pieces back.
pozbycie się tych duchów to jest
Typically, it's
takie
gonna be one
najracjonalniejsze.
and that means that
Aha,
if
tu
there's
będzie
no
chyba
response
zagrywana
from
klefa.
Mateus on the other side to
Wiecie, najlepszy przyjaciel
he
człowieka
needs the
to
answer
klefa,
to
tak
bring
naprawdę.
up a card every single turn,
Mm.
or else
Małe,
he's
ale
walking into
pomocne, jak
double
to się
Dust
mówi.
Bowl pop.
Tak, widzę, że już budewów się nie gra. Przynajmniej
Yeah, it's
mniej
that
wojen
slim
budewowych.
of a margin here in this game. I mean, the pressure is on here, and it's getting intense. But
No i mamy
you know, we love
Chiyu.
to see it. The Chiyu finally coming out here. Oh my gosh, it does sound like a sneeze. Chiyu here coming out. It's got
No
a
to jest
defiance, man. It's got
porozmawianiem.
energy attached as well. This is the way that Oyvind adapts in this situation with this Chiyu. I mean, how important is this
O właśnie,
card
jak
here,
meta.
Kyle, for
No,
this,
w
for
pierwszym
this
dniu
specific
było
scenario?
23% Goldego,
The main
potem był
piece that we
Charizard
need to
Draga
see
pod
right now to
spultami
go
i
on
potem
with
była
this is the
Gardevoir.
second Dust Bowl,
Zmniejszyła się
because
populacja
this is
oczywiście Grinsnali,
similarly the
aż
other
jeden
first
dostał
class that you're trying to set
ubu-dubu,
up. If you
jak to
have
się
this
mówi.
resource, then
No właśnie,
you can attack
Chiyu,
with the
duszki,
Chiyu, use the
no
first
tu
class,
jest
that
troszkę
will
trudno.
Cornerstone. If you don't
Co
have the
gorsze
Chiyu,
w zasadzie.
then you go with the double Dust Nor. It takes a
Swoją
little more
drogą.
pieces with the rare candies, but ultimately you still get to the same conclusion. So now you're forcing the hand of Mateus to have the resource right here and now, and you just used Iono.
No,
It
dużo
seems
już
like
deków gra
you could have a spot
Cornerstone'a,
where there's just a
albo
wasted
na
attack
przykład
with
Ort
Cleffa.
Cruella,
Yeah,
wchodzimy
there
teraz
we
w
go.
Grasping
Cleffa being
Draw.
put into the active here for that grasping draw. We're going to see the hand refilled for Oyvind. Up to 7 cards now in the hand. So we see the
No
refill.
chyba, że zepsuje
Trying
Iono.
to stabilize here and take the reins in this match. Mateusz now on the other side after that Cleffa grasp.
Też za chwilę
draw.
zobaczę
This hand
statystyki
is
date'u.
Absurd. It's just all the
In a
ways
good way
to
or a
find
bad way?
it
No,
bad.
wczoraj
All the
też
ways
to
to
były
find
śmieszniejsze
basic
deczki,
Pokemon are
jak
in
na
this
przykład
hand. I think we saw multiple
połączmy
Articuno,
Joltik
Fastball,
Boxa z Goldego.
Buddy,
Oh no.
Just
Okej, Tradezior.
things you don't need right
Let's
now.
trade. Let's trade.
Well,
Did that
especially
not?
No
when
czemu
you're
by nie?
sitting
No,
there
no,
thinking you
trade'a
don't wanna
robimy.
extend into
I
this
tam...
board state, you wanna
Oj,
force
tam jest
the attacks
Whispering
into the
Ogerpon.
cornerstone.
Okej,
You don't have the resources.
tu jestem zaskoczona.
Thankfully, Arvin's found secret boxes available, but
To
you
jest
can't move
właściwie
Pokemon this far.
Zorak
You used your
pomieszany
supporter. You
z...
can't incorporate a counter catcher here. This is
Ogerponami?
That is rough here for
Okay.
Mateusz. To see at least the secret
Whispering.
box going in.
Nie wiem,
just
czy jest
choosing,
ślepa, czy
what
co.
to discard there, or sorry,
That's a
gonna choose.
pass.
O,
Oh, it
pas!
was just a pass.
Yeah.
So the
A,
Arvin's got-
już widzę,
got
co
that
się będzie
tool,
działo.
Got that secret box, passed over back to Oyvind.
Okay, I mean, obvious. This is correct. From Mateus, you cannot play into the Chi-Yu, walk into a Fire Energy, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and lose your only Pokemon. However,
No i boksik
Oyvind
jest
has an
zagrywany.
opportunity to just
No, tutaj
find
widzę
both
już
the other
kolejne
copies
sprytne
of Rare
tredy.
Candy
O
and it's
Jezus,
done.
ta Mezagoza w
However, we run into a
czarku to
spot
jest,
where
kurde...
one is in the prize cards.
O, kiedy ostatnio
So
widzieliście
double Rare Candy
Mezagozę tak
is
swoją
not
drogą?
available here.
Okej, co to?
Yeah, that is, yeah, as you
Tak,
see
ja już
there,
sama nie wiem.
double rare candy unavailable. The prize cards are just being punishing here for Oyvind, but having to discard a couple things that secret box to get out these pieces. The deck is slimming here for Oyvind, but now he knows that.
No dobra, Mezagoza. Odpali?
Mezagoza coming out.
Już były też te sytuacje z Pokestopem. Czas odpalić Mezagozę teraz. Że to działa. Tylko teraz 3 zdrowaśki, żeby mi nie odpaliła. Nie odpaliła mu Mezagoza.
You just see that, oh, well, no matter what, these two Pokemon could result in 5 prizes either way for me, so uh-oh.
I mean, I guess it's also a
Okay,
Charizard deck. I
Russia
feel
is quick
we
search,
always
prawda?
there, honestly. That has just been a staple for a while now in Charizard, and it is probably the best deck to
Ładnie, mamy
utilize
tu.
it as well. Take that extra prize card right at the late game
A,
and just win games
zagrożenie
with it.
trzeba
I mean,
zneutralizować. Chyba
as
duszki
well.
wchodzą,
Not as
dobra,
many boss
duchy,
disorders,
duchy.
but still standing on its own 2 feet. Dusknoir here throwing that Curse Blast damage at this Cornerstone Mask
Iono.
Ogerpon. As we see, paired with the Iono, this has been the consistent strategy every single time here for Oyvind. The Ionos do
Mezagoza,
not
ja nie
stop.
mogę.
They're just continuing
To
to shuffle
jest
the hand
beka
back to the
stuleci.
bottom of the deck here from Mateusz. And now he's drawing less and less cards for each prize card that he takes.
well, trying to come up with a way to knock out this Pokemon. The Defiance ban does line this up now as Mega Fire of Envy deals 50 up to 80 now. It's perfect math for the KO. It's not going to be a game-ending situation, whereas this Pidgeot could have found the rare candy in the Night Stretcher to close out. Prize cards don't let that happen. However, still a devastating blow
mamy
here.
stretcher jeszcze.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gorgeous. The math is literally perfect. That Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pontiacs and at 80 HP left.
Ale
and
bażanta
it's
też
gonna be taken out by just a
ursalone,
cute
mamma
little fish. I
mia.
mean, he's just a friendly little guy, you know?
How's he on fire in the water? He must be hot.
Stretcher sobie tego
It's
deszka.
like a volcanic fish.
Ah.
I don't know. Either way, it's working for him. That is for sure. This cute little one prize Chi-Yu coming in with the mega fire of envy. What a name.
Ciekawe, czy
Paired
to
with
tak
that
działa.
Defiance band. They're now gonna take two
Cokolwiek.
prize cards
Okej.
or even in this matchup. And Mateusz losing that cornerstone
Okej.
upon.
Nie wiedziałam, że tak można.
Saw block. That's where I'm at. This is a list that does
Okay,
incorporate
there's a
another mask of Ogre Pond there with the Wellspring, so
No,
potentially
wiedziałam, że gdzieś tam jest
where you could
Whispering.
use a counter catcher,
Okej.
boss's orders,
Na pewno nie
something
możemy
to
zostawić
lock up a
pustej łeb.
Pokemon
Okej,
as well as
Mezagoza.
see more
Czy
energy
odpali?
on the board.
Okej, odpaliła.
Help!
Maybe. I mean, it's
Kurde,
one of the
zawsze
options
ta
here. That might be
Mezagoza
the only
lubi
thing.
albo dymać, albo
Mezagoza
nie.
is looking at a water guy. I mean, you gotta look at your resources here. This Charizard has so many different ways to attack in and deal extra damage and manipulate prize cards. One thing that it's terrible at is switching. So
Yes,
if
that's
you
true.
include these conditions, maybe just saw blocking, Monkey Dory coming back, there may be a world where you can just keep a
Okay.
Pokemon like Pidgeot of all
Sobik
Pokemon in
jest?
the active
Dobra,
spot.
no.
Two energies, if the
Wejdzie.
energies aren't there to attack, maybe you keep it around.
Barza.
Just try to hold on here. That is what Mateusz is
Tak,
doing. We
countercatcher.
see
No,
this
mamy Fezana
trade
do
here on
ładowania.
the Zoroark, discarding a card, drawing into two, but it just doesn't look like Mateusz is happy with what's going on right now. And I mean, how could he be, really? He's eyeing down such a difficult board, and even with the difficult prize cards, he is once again showing the power of his deck.
Wędka,
That has
okej.
just brought him to this fierce position. The board states are just polar opposites here. Super Rod is going to help Mateusz out here to get some of these energy back into the deck and these three dark
Okej,
energy
wędeczka
out of the
wchodzi.
discard pile now. But
Wędka po co idzie?
yeah, it's a tough game so far here.
Yep, of course,
Żeby
Mateus,
dać
he's grasping
tego
at straws,
zawsze
trying
tyle.
to find a way
Okej,
to
level.
stay in this game, understandably so. You know that a lot of Charizard lists will have that Professor Turos. That is in the discard pile. However, there is a copy of Palpad. If it is in the prize cards, Mateus feels great, because then you know that you can lock this Pokemon up for the remainder of the game,
Right.
move on to game 3. There's a quick search. If it finds Palpad, brings the Turo back, you're going to walk right into a problem here with a quick KO.
Well, here we see there's a lot of draw happening here from Mateusz. Flip the script, drawing into 3 additional cards. Now we have this Wellspring Ogre Pawn EX in the active position. Energy has been attached to unlock that Sob attack, as we've been talking about. It's 20 damage, but it
Biedny
also
ptaszek.
locks your opponent's defending Pokemon
No i Sob.
because it can't retreat anymore.
Yeah, if the hand was a little better, maybe the lock would have gone onto the Cleffa, as you know that there is no relevant attack to help out later on. But you're not going to find Monkey Dory Dark Energy with it already being in the discard pile in this hand, so go after the Pidgeot. We know the Palpad is probably
Okej,
on
jest
its way.
palpad. Znaczy,
Yep. Or
w ogóle to...
roll there.
Skec?
That was for the
Czy teraz
Mezagoza
wyszedł?
here. But yeah, we see the Palpad. It's coming
Aha,
out straight
odzyskujemy
away.
Turo.
Professor Turo's scenario, the key to these pieces you've been talking about. Once again, you just pick up a Pokemon back into your hand and reset your board here. So that saw block can be worked around by these supporter cards, by the item cards that can kind of get out of those scenarios.
Znaczy widać, że
With
Łaszkiewicz
so little pivot, I
kupuje
feel like
czas.
in our format too. I mean, this is truly where you see this happening in these supporter cards like Turo.
Yeah, there's an inevitability of this card where
Duszek,
you're
okay.
going to be in trouble very soon. Oivan is setting up a little more here with the Dusclops. The Curse Blast available potentially could target down Pokemon like the Zorua. If you find multiple copies of it, you could remove that from play on the following turn. And then you have the quick search for
Okay,
the
jest
Turo to
Arwen
get out of
zagrywany.
Softlock, win the game with Charizard. It's all right
Jezus,
there, but
jakie
it might just be
odchudzanie,
a turn.
proszę,
Yeah,
blij,
you're almost like, okay, just taking a step back here a little bit, Arvin, coming out to seek out these pieces here
A,
for
mocny
Oiven as
torrential
well.
pump.
I mean, it's clean. It's been clean gameplay
No
this
wpis
entire
bym
time.
wzięła te...
Tars RDX somehow is just a deck that has so many pieces.
Grać jutro w
Part
redrafcie,
of
potem
that
jakaś
is
bramka jest do
so
zgarnięcia.
much disruption.
O,
that has
no
been
niestety
troubling
nie.
Mateusz this whole time as well. Dustclops coming out here. Now we're back over to the other
No
side.
dobra, widzę, że Łaszkiewicz
Goza has been
ma
going
duży
back and forth between our players this entire time. You gotta
zoraczek.
roll for it, and that determines which type of Pokemon.
Znaczy bramkę już mam, to jest ta bramka z
And
Pikachu.
Zoroark EX is gonna be the pick here
No
for
niestety nie
Mateusz.
tym razem, no.
You can see the lines. If the
Dopiero
resources
za
aren't
tydzień.
there, the end Zoroark builds up. You see multiple trades this turn. You can find Pokemon like Monkey Dory, play
To
down
jest
that
takie
dark energy,
seduwa.
and start to move this damage all across the board. Eventually, you just win with 20 damage over and over and over again. But the inevitability of Turo waiting their quick search and its endless power that it's able to provide this deck of consistency. It is so much to overcome.
So much, I know, and you kind of see it there on Mateusz's face. I mean, he's fighting here in this game, Kyle. We see the Zorua being set up.
Mhm,
We already
palpadzik.
had that flip the script come out on the earlier turn for Mateusz to help kind of put some things
Turo?
together before Palpad being used now for Mateusz's own supporters to be shuffled back.
And
But it's really like, do you have enough pieces
No i
to
Bosik,
get
dobra.
around this scenario at this point?
yeah,
Turo i
I
Bosik
think the
wstosowywany jest.
way that you try to come back here, you need to move Pokemon off the board. If you draw into the Turo, maybe
Że
you
no
can
wiesz co, on
protect
ma
this,
szansę na top 8.
Saw block and try it one more time. But
Right.
how do you force the Turo to come out this turn if not for Sob sitting there?
Well, we're going to see some trades first, discarding into some
Okay.
additional cards here from Mateusz.
I mean, we're close to seeing
What?
Blood Moon Ursa Luna situation here, but it's still just a little bit off in the damage count, and I don't think we have a way to amplify that here too.
Yeah, 240 damage from that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Late game card.
One more Sob into this Pidgeot, then comboing the Blood Moon Ursa Luna with an Iono with no Pidgeot in play, that would have been devastating. It's just all the pieces are just a little short.
Okej, a touch Speza?
Well, we're seeing here, I think
Czy będzie
Mateusz
Sob?
is working through this in his head, like, no! Is it gonna come down to this? Everything on the line here between these players. Mateusz is trying to fight, do whatever he can in this match.
Did a great.
Like he was about to sob.
This is exactly what you need to do. Just all the hit points are in play. 3 prize cards remaining for
No i
Illumin
chyba
to
Sob.
close this out. Going
Sobik.
to lose your Wellspring Ogerpon here, but is it possible for the Pheasantipity to be removed in combination? It takes Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dusknoir to get that done. We haven't seen the Rare Candy just yet to do that, so could be another turn here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the turn we need. We
No,
just
będzie
need to
to
buy
ciężkie.
those couple extra turns, but it's really going to be on both these players. Who is going to be
Nie, czy
able
to mi
to
się wydaje,
capitalize
że
on
Finowie
these
to są
extra
sprytni
turns
ludzie?
and take it, but they
Nie
have to
wiadomo.
put the resources together first, and we've just been missing a couple of those key components from both sides. So it's truly like the anticipation and the intensity has
A,
built
Mezagoza
here.
tym razem się
Mezagoza
udała, ta
does get
Mezagoza.
ahead, so we're getting a Pokemon out here for Oiven.
Right, and this is just thinning purposes. You have a few more resources you'd like to draw into, and
Znaczy no,
if you can
ja
find
się
them
to
at
chyba
a good
ten
spot, you'll be
problem
okay. We know they're
z
probably
postawieniem
the
właśnie
most
Pidgeota z
important one is
powrotem.
that last top prize card, which is beneficial for Oiven.
No właśnie,
We've been
Turo
drawing up.
chodzi...
But this is the Professor Turo. This
Here
is
we
the
go.
last time that we can see this Pokemon moved again. The lock has to be perfect from this point forward. Mateus
No.
has the energy on the Pheasantipity. He can retreat this Pokemon if he draws well. Trades need to line up into the counter catcher.
Nazwisko koleś ma jak
the night
to hasło
stretcher,
do
and
Wi-Fi.
eventually the energy
No,
for
no on jest z
Monkey Dory.
Finlandii,
To lock in
więc
on a
no...
Cleffa or a Chi-Yu of
No,
a
on
Pokemon,
wyciężył
one of
w
these
tym
Pokemon
s-
has to be stuck.
On, to jest...
Well, this is Mateusz's turn here to
Okej,
try to
kolejny
put this
trzeci
together
udany
and
już,
make it happen.
Mezagoza.
Is going to start us off with the heads, going into the deck to get a
O,
Pokemon
małpę.
out in that Monkey Dory, and he's looking at the deck. He knows that it's potentially there. We haven't seen what the hand is yet. It's pretty slim, but we do have the ability to draw into more cards. It's just going to be, what are those cards? This is going to be crucial here for Mateusz.
Yeah, plenty of draws here, multiple trades.
Flip the
Also
script first.
Tak, musi być jeszcze ten Gast, Iono. No to będziemy się jeszcze tutaj przekopywać. Sorry, Sharon.
You certainly have the nest ball to bring this Pokemon out, but you could find the Night Stretcher and get there. But do you have the energy to go along with it?
Well, we saw a bunch of energy traded back into the deck from the Super Rod, recycled in there.
Look at this massive hand as he wants to go for the final trade.
No.
What? He's already
it's ciężko.
card he wants
Yeah,
to
he's doing
draw.
it. Just deciding what to discard. It's going to be the nest ball draw into these two cards here.
Help! Is
What was
there
it?
not
What was
enough
it?
energy to go along with this? The saw block just can't happen. Ends PB up. Is there an energy switch to go along with this?
I mean, that would be wild. That'd be very cool.
There's one copy of energy switch.
No way.
Turbo energize.
Oh no,
do
are we
you just have to
missing?
fish with Iono? Like,
Oh my gosh, that is so scary though. I mean, it could potentially come down to that. We're just not seeing it. Blood Moon Ursaluna being put down. We're
So Iono?
seeing Mateusz
No to ryzykujemy.
hand here before this Iono, but it is coming down to this Iono here.
you're over trying to find out how you even lock in from this point. Monkey Dory just pushed the damage from your side. You have to find a Pokemon that can lock in for a long time with the
No,
soft
nadzieć się
buttons.
na
I don't.
takiego
You
przeciwnika
can buy
też.
a lot of time, but how much do you need to find 4 prize cards?
Czyli jest to,
Yeah,
jest
it's
counter
just
catcher.
so rough here for Mateusz. I mean, brutal. We're stuck with the Pheasantipity in the active position. Both trades have been used here. Blood Moon Ursaluna just stuck
No
on the
niestety
bench, and he
Mateusz
knows
poddał
it.
grę
He
i
sees
on
it.
Wirt
He cannot
wygrywa.
make this happen, and that
No
means
zabrakło
he's
tu
scooping
czegoś
up.
faktycznie.
Oiven here is taking the win in this Swiss round, and he is now the
No,
Charizard
niestety
King of the
musiało
World
czegoś
Championships
zabraknąć.
of 2025.
Maybe the Dusknor King. Without Charmanders,
Kurde, to jednak wiecie.
managed
Charizard prawie jak komunizm. Niby umarł, a jednak dalej żyje. Może Finowie mają takie wysokie IQ, że aczkolwiek oczywiście Łaszkiewicz dalej gra i może jeszcze odbić.
And I'm sure feeling very happy about it. That means he's moving up 8-0-1 here at the World Championships. Probably feeling good. And to see it with Charizard EX. So
Raczej warto zaznaczyć, że była to ciekawa pierwsza przegrana.
just unlocked with that Dusknor line as well. And all of the tricks with those supporters too. You see the pressure has been put on to Mateusz here with this Enzorark deck.
Ale chyba musiało czegoś zabraknąć. Counter catchera.
Oiven was able to just swing back in, and then we saw just time after time the Dusknor was used to take those
Ja wiem
crucial
też czasami, jak
knockouts. The stability
co
was
po
there
niektórzy
with
to
the
robią,
quick
że
surge,
mają wszystko.
For Oiven, he was able to just set up and maintain more than Mateusz was.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much working against Mateusz from the very beginning. Oiven's hands just flying through, finding the pitch up,
Dominacja
building these great
genetyczna
boards.
Finów.
When you can put the
No.
pressure on like this, incorporate that Dusknor with the Chi-Yu to take care of
Jest też tak, że nordyckie kraje no, są dosyć mądre.
build up, buy more time. Wellspring Overcome tried its best to power of Oiven.
Top 8 dzisiaj jest akurat.
Exactly, we see that was the concession there, just the fist bump. Oiven looking so
A chyba Mateuszowi musiało czy coś zabraknąć.
victory in that Swiss round. I mean, so cool to see with Charizard EX. What an epic match.
Yeah, you have to give it up to Oiven. This deck choice.
Top 8 będzie właśnie
not on
w
all
tym.
players' radar. This is
Day one.
something that's a little surprising here.
Oho.
It runs into issues. The
Mamy
amount of
jeszcze
hit points that
challenge.
we've seen
Let's
on the
go.
other side of the board with Marnie's Grimmsnarls and Dragapulse 320.
Jest tak, no w tym roku, w tym dniu zawsze jest top 8, finał jest dopiero w day 3. I to jeszcze ze wszystkich kategorii. No jeszcze będzie tam Pokémon United, Pokémon Go jeszcze przed tym.
Really great spot.
I have a quick question too, Kyle.
Shoot.
How does it fare against Gardevoir?
Yeah, we like being a dark Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh no,
some curse blast, taking out some areas here and there. It can be a pretty dicey game for a Guardian player.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I know you. You're that dude from
that is
Santa
another.
Barcelona.
That's
Oh, man,
one of
we
the
should get a
reasons we
game
saw
going.
so many people lead with a lot of these decks in our format right now. But Charizard is looking like
All
with
right,
the matches
class
out in
is
the
now in
field and
session.
how well it is performing here in Oyvind's hands, that it could have the potential to take it all here at the World Championships, and that is so exciting. Because we're starting here our very first Swiss round of day 2, and where are we gonna go from here? But if the story is gonna continue like that, I mean, it's gonna be one epic conclusion.
Yeah, Mike Carroll taught me that one at the
down
grill
to
party.
0 over
Might
and
be that one
over
day.
again from this man. I'd like to hear what he has to say as we sit down with Kyle Sugovic.
I did that.
Let's take it to the
And you're
table,
gonna do
or
what?
let's take it over to the stage and see what Oyvind has to say.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Kyle. I am here with our
Hey, I'm
winner
gonna go use the
from
phone
the
and call
previous
somebody from
round,
the couch.
Oyvind, and 8-0-1 at this point. How are you feeling?
Very good. The only tie was because I misplayed. I didn't price check how many Charizards there were, and
One up
I
this.
super rode one back in just for sure, and then I
Uh-huh.
ran out of energy.
Easy to make
Ah,
mistakes. It's a
crunch!
very complicated deck to play sometimes.
Uh-huh.
You have very few energy cards. You have to keep track of all your
All right.
resources.
So
You've
when
been
do you
able
wanna
to
start?
manage it very well. I noticed you've been
A, swoją drogą
getting
Finowie
matched
też
up
bardzo
with,
dobrze
Crustle
operują
yesterday. Now the
językiem
Full Force,
angielskim.
Storm Mask, Overpawn, these kinds of cards. Have you had to face through a lot of these so far?
Only on the stream. Not like off stream, but I think it's fine. Like I have played a long time. Like in Stuttgart, I played the 100 HP
Bite.
Sarpneon, and it's a good when you can just Dusknoir and then
A dobra,
find
dobra,
these
set.
perfect mad.
Yeah, you've been able to use the Dust Mops and the Dusknoir very well. Are you just
Ah.
versed with that at this point? Being able to figure out exactly how much
Alright, here we go.
damage you
Check out
need
this
to knock
magic.
out
A, i fińskie kraje to są te kraje, które najczęściej...
Easy to know. I have played the deck a lot. Like the whole season, I have been playing Charizard, or I have tested Charizard for
Widzę,
the
że
event
przeciwnik
and
się nie
changed
rusza.
last night. And funny story about that, like before this event, we tested with the Philips group.
No chyba się nie ruszy
Every
przeciwnik.
single
Oh, this can't be right.
we
I
played
gotta
8
win.
or 9 sets. I lost all the sets. All the sets. Then I just
See what you
decided the
got.
best thing to
Jakie fajne fińskie kapele polecasz oprócz korpolinki? Z fińskich kapel to mamy jeszcze takie cuda jak Blind Channel. Jeszcze mamy oczywiście Imsuliona, też jest z Finlandii. Akopalityka, to jest też specyficzna kapela. Też jest z Finlandii. No i jeszcze jest Rordi, ale to już jest dla mocny, dla takiego significant.
It's all just practice, right? You get the practice, you lose, get it out of the way.
Chyba króluje tu jednak Finlandia w tym roku. No na pewno Onwirt ma realne szanse na top 8, jeżeli coś tam nie spartacz.
Are you just comfortable playing this deck? I mean, you said you played it a lot. You won a regional championship with Charizard EX. Is this just something you know how to play?
Ja wygrywam.
Yeah, it is pretty much. I
A
have
ja wina robię.
the prior game.
Ah,
I
you're
was
killing
like,
it these days.
I have
I give
only
you 2
been
thumbs
playing
up.
that, and then if I didn't feel comfortable enough, I changed the last night. But I only brought it to my third tournament with it.
All right. You know, you're off to an excellent
Sick,
start.
man. Congrats,
You have
dude.
to start
Love
thinking
the
about,
audio.
you know, other decks that are at the top tables. Is there anything you're concerned about facing at this stage? Are there any matchups you maybe don't want to run into?
Gleba. No niektóre są trochę niemożliwe do wykonania. Rordi z Eurowizji, Metal Polo. No,
Golden go out there, maybe you run into
no najlepsze, że wygrało wtedy Eurowizję. Jeszcze tak jest, jeszcze Blind Channel na Eurowizję.
avoid Dragon Ball.
Yeah, I have avoided Ichipolen altogether. In this whole tournament, I have been Ichipolen once, only one time. And even then I had the 100 HP Charmeleon to KO
Możemy
with the
zrobić
way-
Teams
the
promo.
things now.
Easy enough, okay. I mean, what is your goal at this point? I don't know what your expectations were.
Jeden?
Obviously, you're doing extremely well. Have you thought about it all? Like, what's your goal now?
It's the same that
working very well for you. Are there any shout-outs? Anybody want to say hi to? Any other closing thoughts you have?
The regular, I want to shout out our testing group, my fiance and my family back home.
All right, well,
To jest człowiek, który dostał invite.
We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon TCG action here at the World Championships.
I've heard about this spot. I say we check it out.
What a fantastic interview there with Oisin. I mean, yeah, honestly, new favorite player here.
Listen to your fiance. Regardless of their
Lesson
Pokemon
learned.
knowledge, they know what's best for you.
That is so cute. And also, who knew that the downfall of this
Szybko poszło.
powerful Charizard EX would be a cute little Badoo.
Or the power of Finland, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they've just got it figured out, so
True.
don't play against any of the players from your region and you're all right.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Oh, szybki szpil.
Badoo one time though, this whole
That might be a record.
I know. It's absolutely incredible here with how popular, Dragon Ball is. It's so awesome to see. But, speaking of our decks, we saw our meta share in day 1. I want to take a look at our meta share for day 2. What has converted over into day 2? What
To
is
o,
the
dobra, mamy analizę day 2
Wow.
i wciąż Goldengo jest Hell of the
How
King.
long since what? Lugia Archeops? Like this is
Potem mamy
unheard
oczywiście
of
Dragapulty
territory,
z duchami
but
16.
Goldengo's
Znaczy tak, Goldengo ma już tym razem 30%. Potem mamy pulty z duchami 16,5. Potem mamy Raging Bolty i Gardevoiry po 12, no z czego Gard niby mniej procent, ale...
I know, yeah, Raging Bolt.
No i Charizard, którego przed chwilą widzieliśmy. No Execo oczywiście z Straight Pultem. Więc tak, dalej króluje Goldengo. Więc widać, że meta znowu is change o 180 stopni.
Top 10 tables are looking a little differently there. That's where the Charizard
Ja akurat Goldengo jest w zasadzie to jest chyba jedyny liniowy deck, którego faktycznie lubię. Choć uwielbiam wersję z pultami, no to muszę I te listy też się jakoś specjalnie różnią. Ale tak, solo Goldengo. Sorry, to Sunday.
Dude, this place looks so sick to skate. You gotta find something.
Więc tak, znowu Goldie. No i teraz to wzorek.
If you had to choose, Kyle, what are you putting it on? I'm just gonna say, for me, I feel like it's gonna be Charizard and
Okay.
let's go.
I see a trend here with all of these decks,
Okay,
except
no.
for one, which is that they have an inherent built-in consistency to them. With Golden Go Drawing, Genesect helping find the evolutions, for Cloak, finding some additional resources, Recon Directive, Noctowl's included in the Raging. But what do we not see? Gardevoir has no help, no friends, it's always counted out. It's still gonna find its way to the final.
Oh,
Come on.
no,
Gardevoir Golden Go, I will
please,
say.
no, please, no. I saw so many players online threatening that if we had a Gardevoir mirror in our finals or anything of the sort, that they would just not play anymore.
Well, they're not here and they're not on my radar.
Let's go. I mean, we love to see Gardevoir EX as far as on the stream, because this is truly a deck that has so much potential for our players to make the coolest plays you've ever seen. It is the pesky deck to deal with because it has just every trick in the world. And I think it has been heavily encountered here at the World Championships.
Oh, okay, let's
And
go.
that's honestly sometimes even cooler to think about, because think about, okay, how are people countering Gardevoir? How's Gardevoir gonna respond to those counters, or is it just gonna outpace it? And that is where the cool stuff happens. Pro
Krzaki z
players,
betonu.
like counter plays that we
I
get to
love
see.
it.
That's where the excitement is truly.
I mean, it just runs on the power of friendship. It has no reason to
Henry
do as well as
Henry
it does.
Chow.
Yes. We've just been feeding the beast. And it
Henry Dahl.
pours out everything. Every turn
Master of Garda.
supporter to keep on going. And it just will not go away. We know this is something we've come to expect here at major events and World Championships. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
this is the major event for sure. The highest of the potential here from our players being played out in the field. As we speak, we saw our very first Swiss round, but now we're going to head into Swiss round 10 very soon. We've talked about what is on the line here and how epic these plays are going to be. You're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned. We'll be back very soon, y'all.
Welcome back to the World Championships. Ethan Hecky here with Freya Pierce. How y'all doing? We are
Freya
here
jest.
to do a little bit of Beat the Casters.
Okej, mamy
Get to know us a little
wesołe
bit
koło
better.
fortuny.
Questions plus a spin or two on the wild, so let's just go ahead and jump into things here. First question, Freya. What is your favorite Pokemon? So there would have been a time where, if you asked me this, I would have said if we want to break, it would have been either Lugia or Natuzatu, Psychic Flyers. You know, I played a lot of Pokemon Silver growing up, so like that was like probably the game that I got most into Pokemon-wise. But now I've played Scarlet, and I am absolutely enjoying it. So now it's got me right on. I love that bike.
A no.
Right on screen. Speaking of bikes, electronics, close enough. Give me Rotom, that's my boy right there. Mo Rotom, the GOAT, absolute lawnmower guy. Anyways, World Championships. We're here in Anaheim. There have been World Championships now. Coming up on plus years of Pokemon action. I haven't gone to 20 World Championships. I'm sure you haven't gone to 20 World Championships, but you've gone to a lot, Freya. What's your favorite memory here at Worlds? As much as it was a bittersweet memory, probably the time I followed out top 8 in 9th place at the 2016 World Championships. I remember like everyone was behind me, they were watching my game. I was like one of the last ones there because we went to overtime for 3 years. I managed to win and I was so hyped up when I made it, but then I saw the numbers, the result sheet, and I was unfortunately the one bubble, but everyone commiserated with me, and that was when I knew that I was at least good enough as a player to get that far, so I'll cherish that memory forever. Yeah, similar moment at Worlds. On that win and it was just
Zaś się kolejna runda zacznie?
Be senior in 2018. I was more than happy to win that.
Ja już też za nim, no.
Question number 3. We're going to the third question. We've got lots of questions here. I don't know about you, but I've opened a lot of packs of Pokemon cards from all the years over. X and Y, Sun and Moon, Black, White, you name it. What's your most memorable pull out of the Pokemon TCG you have? It's relatively recent-ish, I'd say. So, Silver Tempest. In general, I've a bit okay with locking patches, but not crazy. Still Tempest, of course, one of the big case cards is that beautiful alternative Lugia Z. I was opening a third pack into a box of Tempest. I pulled it. I was there with my husband Tyler, and I think I just stared at it like, open my face for about 3 minutes, not believing that I actually pulled that. One of my favorite Pokemon, arguably the most chased after card in the set. So yeah, definitely that. I didn't know what I pulled when I was young. I was very, very naive. Out of 5 random loose booster packs, I pulled the Rainbow Rare Charizard GX from Burning Shadows. If you guys watch any YouTube content, you guys will know this is not an easy card to pull. Some of your favorites, Leonhardt, all those players, they just spent thousands of dollars trying to buy a bunch of Pokemon TCG booster packs to make stuff work. I was very privileged, and I did not realize what I had. One of my collectors did it before it was cool, basically.
Bloczki.
What can I say? I'm just built different. We've got some more questions coming up, but I think it's time to spin the wheel. We got to spin this wheel here. Let's see what we got on this question. Leave things up to chance sometimes, and give this wheel a good spin. Leave things up to chance. All right, this is a skill game, not a luck game. All right, let's see what we've got here. Are you an early Pidgey or a Noctowl? That's a great question, Freya. What do you got? For me, it can vary sometimes. It depends on. No, that's a tough one for me. I'd say I'm probably more of a Noctowl overall, but I can be an early Pidgey if life necessitates. I'll put it that way. I'm a Noctowl. No questions asked. Let's go for number 2 here. Give me a third one on the spin. Let's see what we got. There's some good questions.
Koło fortuny się tam dzieje.
Our previous casters have hit a couple of these, but I'm hoping to get a new one right here. What type of gym leader would you be? What type of gym would you lead? Psychic. I've always thought Psychic. So many of my favorites are Psychic. Like Gardevoir, Espeon, every evolution. So Psychic, easy peasy. I would be an electric type trainer, I think. I'm back and forth about it, but it's a lot of chill electric type Pokemon, right? I think I'm rocking with that. All right.
Okay.
Again, I'm a trendsetter out here. Come back in like a year or 2, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Rotom, that guy's so cool, right? That guy is the awesome. That guy's the goat." All right.
Mamy coś?
We're going one more here. We're going one more. We gotta hit it off on a good one. Let's see what we got. No. Okay,
No, dobra, to już jest coś.
Okay, here we go. Pokemon
Blisko.
Snap at Pokemon Stadium. This is going to be a controversial one. I can already tell. Right, what do you got?
I'd say Pokemon Snap, and purely because I played that one more growing up. I would say that I hadn't growing up. I never played Pokemon Snap and I always enjoyed
Ah!
the new one as well on the Switch.
Gleba.
Pokemon Snap.
While I hate to admit that I was bored after both games and they're a little bit past my time, I will say I have gone back on the Switch and played the Pokemon Stadium mini games, and they are peak. They are top tier. Speaking of top tier, we've got lots of trainers out there this weekend trying to prove themselves and immortalize themselves in Pokemon TCG history. Ready to wrap it up? Who you got winning Worlds? Who's taking it?
I think Todd's time has finally come. He's gone for like the top 4. He's got second. Surely it's got to be now. Like it's if not now, then when? You know what I mean? Like yeah, I'll put my money on it.
I think this is Ian's year. I think Ian's going all the way. I think it's a lock, and I think nothing can stop this guy. Is going to have a final to his season. He is back. Let's see what happens here at the World Championships. Hopefully, you learned a little bit from us and then the casters. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon, and make sure you guys enjoy the rest of this World's Division.
No dobra, to mam przyspieszoną rozgrywkę. Au! Au! No zawsze się muszę potknąć o tę koparkę, no.
Welcome back in. We're here at Anaheim for our World Championships 2025. I think I saw a couple Psyducks surfing in the ocean there on the beaches. Now I'm seeing a lot of trainers get some epic swag. Whoa! There he was! It's like I knew that was going on. That's crazy. Welcome back to the caster desk. Of course, I'm Shelby Booth here with Kyle Safehouse. Have you gone by any other nicknames in this game?
Unfortunately, yeah. One or two. I was a K-Psycho for a minute. That wasn't a good one. So, I had people call me Nooble House for a while. That one wasn't fun either.
Gotcha.
Eventually, my last name just stuck. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness indeed. Well, it's great to be back here with you. But right now, in our World Championships, it's crunch time for these players. It is so fierce out there with the competition, so much pressure. And I want to hear all about it. What are these players going through here at the World Championships? And we've got the best sideline reporter around in town, Kyle Puka Sukovic. Let's bring him in and hear what's going on with these players.
Yeah, thanks, Boo, and thanks, K-Psycho.
I'm never telling you this ever again. You get nothing from me.
Thank
I
you,
do remember
Puka.
that screen name, actually.
There we go. See, I made an impression.
There you go.
Not a good one, but an impression.
Yeah, it's, day number 2 here at the World Championships, and, players have to wake up bright and early. It's a new day, but you gotta stay focused. Right now, just Oyvind is leading the pack at 25 match points, but it's really not a safe lead. There's only a couple rounds left, and you really gotta lock up those final match points to make it to that top cut. So, yeah, there's still pressure, even though he's gotten off to such a crazy start. He's probably still got to win one more.
Nie, to strasznie jeszcze nad Crysisa, choć to trochę by nie brzmiałoby tak chyba raczej spoko. Ten Crysis byłby ogrywany w momencie, kiedy są Pox.
I mean, there's not much else we can say. With the initial run that she had from the seniors into the Masters division, she was immediately on our radar. We knew that she was capable of some great things. Won 2 regionals, basically back-to-back while still working on school, and then anytime she has time for Pokemon, she just dominates. It's wild to see.
Yeah, I mean, she grew up in this game, and it shows the time and dedication that she puts in. And I want to point out the uniqueness as well of her decks.
Ano.
She's not just picking up any deck
Muszę zawsze przyglądać
from other players. She innovates
glebę.
her decks, and she brings those cool aspects into it and just meta games so well. What is she going to go against, and how can I counter that? And that is something she does flawlessly.
Yeah, I'm also curious on her deck list. She wrote "time is money," and I have no idea what that really is referring to.
Znaczy też dobrze idzie Piper.
Figure out what that's all about.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I think I've got an idea. I'll elaborate. I'll probably be wrong.
Yes! No dobra. Za którymś razem, ale jest.
Riley McKay, who just got second place at NAIC, making a good run here at the World Championships as well at 23 match points. There's a lot of players still in the running. I know, are either of you keeping your eye on any particular players, any decks or strategies at this point?
Well, I mean, that matchup in particular for Riley against John Ang was something I really wanted to watch, and taking down John after that great game 2 we saw from Isaiah that they had on stream.
Jeszcze
earlier
zobaczę,
on.
czekaj.
If
Early
you're gonna work
game,
through
no
that
to tam,
play
no,
group,
no tak.
you're probably going to have a pretty great World Championship. So Riley, I'm certainly looking out to see if you can run it all the way up to the top with Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, that's so exciting. Following these
Czasami brakuje mi
storylines
jakichś
is great, and,
statystyk.
I mean, so many of our incredible players were not even converted into day 2. Like, it's going to be an epic finale here at the World Championships because maybe it gives us an opportunity to form some of those storylines we aren't so familiar with. And we've seen that time and time again at the World Championships, and potentially it's going to happen again here in 2025. It's just, who's it going to be?
You got it?
That's going to take
you got what it
crown
takes.
here.
This
Of
one's
course,
crazy.
Kyle,
Thread the needle air,
incredible
the
job
serrated
you're doing this
gnarliness
weekend. Thank you so
hill
much
bomb.
for the updates. But I think
Straight
we're
to
going to take things
survive
back
in
here
the
on the
gap
desk.
at the end.
To,
You
yes.
got it?
And we are back. We've been talking about these players, but let's take a
All
hard
right,
look
let's
at
get
the
this
standings
party started,
where
man.
they're standing right now so far in our Swiss rounds in day 2. You can still see
Ja!
trying to get these points. I think they're saying like
Dobra,
around
jeszcze raz trzeba to zrobić, bo...
27 is a
Okej.
safe point here. 26 is
No,
sort of
Łaszkiewicz
a
jest
question
7
mark
teraz,
for these
no,
points
czyli on
for
Wirt
our
Swingur
players.
prowadzi.
Now you're seeing where
Nie
we're
wiem, co
at
tu mówić.
currently headed into
Genialny,
Swiss
ścisły
round
umysł
10.
I drugie miejsce też zajęła Piper Lepiny, więc... No, czyli Piper z Enwirdem będzie.
Yeah, Yerko Valencia, Benny Billing.
Co tam mamy Gabriela Smarta, który idzie by też bardzo dobrze.
Riley McKay, this is
Gabrielowi
a
idzie.
wild lineup that we have
I na
here
Valenciaga
just for
też.
the top 16, and these are not
Ile my co
all
tam
the
gramy?
players that we have that potentially could make it into the top 8. Still plenty, still eyeing up contention, trying to find those final victories to have a great chance at becoming a world
Ma
champion,
realną
especially
szansę.
a top 8 player at the world championship, which would be
Ja.
incredible to see.
Yeah, it's huge, huge. And I mean, they still get like so much for that as well. Of course, this is our World Championships,
No.
the culmination of the whole season. We have the highest rewards here because it is the highest skill of players that you have to get through the field. So you got to earn that. And yeah, like you said, even top 8, top 4, it only gets bigger from there. So all these players, of course, should be going for that number 1 spot, though. They want the Pikachu trophy. They want the crown. They want to write their names in the history books. This is our 20th World Championship. So, I mean, the amount of people that we even have that title is so slim in comparison to how many players are in the trading card game. And to be able to say that you are a world champion
First
is
key,
truly
no
the most
mulligans. Let's do
prestigious.
this.
Boo, these are our players that we have right teams right now.
Udało się!
Yeah, this is the one. Definitely
Dobra,
happening.
wylądowaliśmy miękko. Okej, tak...
Yeah, you got it. You picked the
A,
best
tak
one.
propos. Będziemy oglądali Piper Lepin vs Diago Yoshihara. Orwid zmierzy się oczywiście z Justinem Newflowem, a Łaszkiewicz z Anderem Miradą.
No, I'm loving that. I am loving
No tak swoją drogą. Kento Ari, czyli kolega Yuki Okady z Yuta Tanake. Czy Japończyk na Japończyka, tak swoją drogą. Tak, Kento Ari to jest... No, on gra... Ari chyba gra tym samym, co Ryuki, tak podejrzewam. Smart gra z Augusto Beringerem, Riley McKay. Chyba Riley'emu poszło lepiej niż Isai. Z Francuzem Vieną Leroy. Vinea Leroy.
Yoshihara as well, and this is going to be incredible. A US player against a Japanese player, and they're going to bring the heat with their decks. And maybe we'll figure out what time is money means.
I 100% know what this means, but I don't want to spoil anything.
Looking
at this matchup, it is going to be so fun.
Take a guess in the chat.
Pierdyknąć się na tą glebę.
You're participating on the fun. Yeah, money.
What deck likes money?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it's time. You know, we don't have Dialga, you know, in the format anymore, manipulating time.
No co tam Piper gra? No Piper gra tu różnymi rzeczami, więc... Znaczy też Piper podobnie troszkę, no... Też Stasiek, którzy... Znaczy są gracze, którzy nie ograniczają się tylko do jednego buildu. John Eng teraz gra tym Goldengo. Zaraz chyba będzie zacznie się gra. Ale że Piper to jest chyba ta graczka, która gra, nie ogranicza się chyba do jednego archetypu raczej. My ją widzieliśmy w różnych dekach, że Piper ma zajebisty sezon, tak sobie drogą.
That's wild, but of course Daigo representing Japan. You know, Japanese players are some of the best here, and Daigo is gonna bring that to our table here for our stream match. I'm excited, Kyle.
Yeah, no comments, no gimmicks. Daigo is here to win a world championship, and we are here to watch what will happen.
No i mamy naszą Piper Lepin, mającą na koncie chociażby top 8 tegorocznego NACA. Osoba, która grała już wszystkim, Banetą, grała już Grinsnallem. No i poszła oczywiście w standard, czyli oczywiście Goldengo. No i mamy jeszcze oczywiście Dango Yokishare, który gra oczywiście pultem z duchami. No Straightpultów jest mniej, ale jednak z drugiej strony też się dobrze radzą, tak. Niektóre są też bardzo mocno oparte o supportery. No właśnie, no ten Goldengo.
Do whatever you want when you use coin bonus as much as she does, and it works out so well. The combination with Genesect searching out
jaki dobry matchup na tego.
accelerating these Pokemon onto the board and having
Na pewno dzięki temu Genesectowi mamy.
It is very frustrating to play against sometimes. It's hard to Iono against this deck. You will see your resources. Just will you see them at the right time.
To jest spacerowerka, widzę też ten Grinsnall, bo go nie było nigdzie.
A new addition to this deck thanks to the Black Bolt White Flare expansion. I believe Genesect was from the Black Bolt one. They were like, it was like a split set if you're not aware, Kyle. But yeah, it's come and it's bringing the consistency here for Goldengo with that ability that it has to seek out those evolution Pokemon. It has added so much to this deck. The faster you can get into coin bonus and draw those cards, the
Naszej Goldengo przecież chce do Regidrago, akurat on już był w mecie, no. I radził sobie nie najgorzej. A to już wcześniej dostał zabawki takie dobre jak Energy Search Pro. I miał sukcesy, tak? Nie powiedzieć, że Goldengo ma swoje 5 minut. Goldengo po prostu czekało na to. Coraz więcej będzie tych serowych książunic.
This is a nod to old school deck building with the pyramid lines of a 3-2-1 Dusknoir line, and then a 4-4-2 of the Dragapult. Very consistent.
Dwa superiory mogą boleć.
Have a chance to set up a very massive board.
To jeszcze takie mega stare. Jeden golden go, jeden gimme, jedna energia i turą.
Should still see a fair amount of
Wiecie, te prizy też nie najgorsze, ustawione na to
Alright, well yeah,
problem.
looking at these prize cards, there's nothing too crazy in there, too superior energy retrieval sitting at the bottom there for Piper,
No, tutaj
but
gra
you
się
know,
4.
that's kind of a later
Zawsze.
game card as well that we're going to draw into and have potentially at the right moments for Piper, so
No, ciekawe, no
pretty
też
cool. Love to
z
see that
broku
jumbo Blood Moon Ursaluna on the notebook there. I mean, that is just so cute. Both these players, they seem focused, they're locked in, the pressure is on, they're on stream.
Oczywiście zawsze musi być tłumacz japońskiego.
Round 10 here at the World Championships.
No bo to też trochę wynika z tego, że w zasadzie trzeba mieć też na uwadze, że no Japończycy też mają słabą znajomość. Attach Pass, no to mamy Attach Pass. Już na dzień dobry. No i co teraz?
How much time you have here? 50 minutes to get the job done. This is not the greatest hand to do it. And we did see an interesting card in that hand. There's a rare candy.
Rare candy. All right. Well,
no to
let's
jeszcze
see
go
what Daigo's going to have on this other side. Buddy Poppin'.
No mogę być liczny, nie aktualizować niektórych deków.
These Pokemon. This is Dragapult EX. You have lots of basics, especially in this deck too. I mean, you see the usual suspects here as I'm looking through the list. Is there anything in there that you see that is different, I guess, Kyle, from normal Dragapult builds, or that is a little spicy?
I don't know what to call normal anymore, as we've seen players really eyeing up a bunch of different cards that can slow down matchups. The Maractus, the Ethan Sudowoodo, anything that could maybe be thrown in to buy some time. Those cards aren't here this time
No
around.
dobra, no
Daigo
też widać
really honed in
Yuki
on
Shara
consistency.
zapisuje.
2 copies of Badu, as you typically see.
No, Japończycy to tak nie za dobrze znają angielski, dlatego też często są te translatory.
Build up, recon directive, and use one of the best attacks in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's truly all you need with Dragapult EX sometimes. Keeping it simple might be the key to unlock its full potential here. Dracloak, of course, a big part of that with its recon directive, that you can, you know, get these cards, supply them to your hands, and get rolling with your strategy as you try to kind of stall your opponent a little bit with some Badu locking and setup, because Phantom Dive, like you said, Kyle, one of the most powerful moves in the game.
No jest oczywiście tutaj Badiu, redny czy zielony terrorysta. Tak, mamy Drippy'ego, mamy Badiu.
And that could be pretty tricky for the Golden Go player, because a lot of Pokemon come out on that side of the field too. I mean, the Monkey Dory is already there with the Dark Energy attached on Piper's
Brock
side.
Scouting.
This is a lovely setup here from Daigo as well. Has
Znaczy
the
widzę,
Brock
że to jest
Scouting to
Cypher
search out a
Maniac,
few more of
ale
these Pokemon, add
nie
them
wiem, jak jest top
to
deck
what you're
Goldego,
looking
to
for.
będzie
Have
Gufa.
that consistency of
No i
Latias,
oczywiście wchodzi
moving
Latias,
Pokemon
który oczywiście
around,
powoduje, że
lock in
ten
that
Duskull
Badu early
ma
and
darmowego
often so
retweeta.
that you can buy some time here. It leads to drawing into some more of
No
these
właśnie,
resources.
to cały tej
We
polega na tym, że
see
zaraz będzie
2
budew.
copies of Jamming Tower in this list, which is an excellent card, as we know Air Balloon is one of the most prominent resources on the other side from
I
Piper.
zaraz, ona ma
Yeah,
Candy?
huge inclusion for the Golden Go deck.
Cypher
allowing for that
Maniac?
retreat on the other side for Daigo. Latias
No tak,
EX
to
with
dopiero
that
teraz.
Skyliner ability,
A,
allowing for the retreat
widzę
of
co
basic
tam jest.
Pokemon.
Togekiss!
It's kind of the
Już
opposite
chyba
here.
widzieliśmy
Dan
tego
and Kiara, I know it's one
Togekissa.
of your favorites as well.
No ja
Kyle,
już
with
omawiałam ten deck.
into play
Togekiss
over on the
powoduje,
other
że
side. The
no
items
właśnie
are locked.
jeżeli
Makes
będzie
sense.
hecik, to
Call in
zabieramy
here
dodatkowego
from Badu
prize'a.
and Piper.
Więc
Gonna have to
tutaj
take
mamy
with that
bardzo
your
ciekawego
Cypher
decha w
Maniacs
postaci
Codebreaking.
Togekissa,
Choosing these cards out of the deck and
który
are gonna
właśnie
be placed
robi
to
coś
the
takiego,
top of
że
the deck.
no
This
jak
is great
uda nam
for
się
this-
headsa
for this deck
wyrzucić,
to draw into those
to
cards off your
mamy
point
właśnie
bonus,
tego
either in
dodatkowego.
acquisition or on
No
the
właśnie,
bench.
to się pojawia, no co
Right now,
chcemy wziąć z
I
tego.
haven't really seen the rest of the hand here from Piper.
You
Itemów
know,
nie możemy za bardzo
you start
używać.
to get a little nervous when you see the Cypher Maniacs code breaking and nothing else. If the Golden Go is
Golden
not
Go
already
yet.
there, this is just stacking and trying to move on to the next turn.
Well, I mean, I feel
No,
like I would
faktycznie
assume
jest to
Golden
takie...
Go's in hand, right? And then we just draw into that, or you, yeah, I mean, you could
Would really hope.
you just gear up for the next turn. Oh my gosh!
Boom.
Oh no!
Boom.
Oh no!
Yeah, this hand is not great. There's not much else happening.
No właśnie,
here.
też
It is
chyba
a
widzę,
Golden
że
Go
tutaj
to the
jest
top.
przygotowany kolejny
Thankfully,
Cypher
you
Maniac
see
na
Badu there,
następną
so
turę
there's a
i
chance that
pas.
you aren't threatened, but there's There's an attack on the
A
other side.
tymczasem Daigo.
An attack for 70 with the dragon headbutt. You're just knocking out the lone Gideon.
Hilda!
We see a Hilda for the energy.
Okay.
Oh boy, this is bad news. This is the one time you can just be aggressive.
Może być tak, że po prostu wejdzie Dreadlock i znokautuje tego Gimigula. I wtedy nie będzie wtedy dupa. Powiem tak, okej, itemy mogę użyć, ale już golnego nie postawię. Jest duża szansa. Hilda oczywiście powoduje, że no, wyszukujemy ewolucję oraz supportera. Zresztą no, atak Drakolaka i tak wystarcza, żeby jebnąć tego biednego Gimigula. Ale kopnąć go w kalendarz, dosłownie. Chyba, że Recon Directive. Let's go! Recon Directive. No może punktów mało, ale z drugiej strony, tak jak mówię, o właśnie widzę to, co teraz właśnie mówiłam przed chwilą, czyli właśnie robi coś takiego, że nokautuje będego Gimigula i jest dupa właśnie. Ale przynajmniej a tyle dobrego, że mogę w końcu użyć itemów. Itemki. Hurra! A Energy Search Pro to akurat nie wiedział, jaki to aspekt, to wszyscy wiemy, w jaki aspekt gra w Goldengo. O, inny pomysł mi nie wpada do głowy. Wow! Piper spadły karty, chyba prawie. Zdarza się, czasami niektóre koszulki potrafią być tak śliskie.
Strong and fast here to see where we can get with this game. Trying to stabilize these Gimmighoul on the field.
I mean, from Daigo, not much else of a setup. It was try to set up Recon Directive, take this knockout, have some draw for a future turn, but this is a powerful
Ale widzę, że też Tool Scarper chyba. Ja nie wiem, czy ta lista gra. Może nie grać w zasadzie. I tak już jest problem niemałych. Aha, bo zaraz jeszcze wyjdzie, że Boss Order leci. I Boss! No, Piper ma kiepski start. Japończyk rozgrywa. Właśnie w ten sposób. Recon Directive. Co no mam? No niestety też tam releje zasłaniają. Czasami tak mocno, że w zasadzie to nic nie widać. No, tam chyba było jakaś Monkey Dory. Chociaż Monkey Dory nie za bardzo przydatny. Ale chyba jest Ultra Ball. No, nie, on ma tu Dragapult. Pewno jest tutaj w ręce Dragapult, tak. Jest Dragapult. Okej, Monkey Dory, okej. Profesor Research. 3 researche poleciały. Let's go. I chyba jeszcze może dojść duszek. Co, biedna małpa zostaje. Małpa przeciwko światu. Monkey Dory, okej, to jest dobre. 30, no ale już wiem po co ta małpa, tutaj ma trochę sens. 30 przenosimy z Bidewa na tego Gimigula i nokautujemy. No i został jeden mały Gimigul. Kuźwa. No nareszcie. A jedyny Gimigul. No właśnie tutaj jest problem, bo trzeba stabilizować boarda.
But is it too little too late, Kyle? What do you think?
Well, pink cards do a lot of wonder here. We know the Golden Go is waiting in the hand to evolve. Cypher Maniac's code breaking to search out a few more resources. Now you just have to make sure that the math all lines up. As you find one of each copy of basic energy remaining in your deck, 2 others are still in the hand. The resources are there. You can find the key number 7 to take a knockout.
No szkoda tylko, że Daigona rozłożył chyba tylko jednego pulta i niestety nie ma drugiego Dreadlocka. To jest trochę sydła.
And look, it requires not only an Energy Search Pro, but also an Earthen Vessel, because she needs to search out the metal energy to have it to draw to attack with, and then the other metal energy to get the full effect of the Energy Surge Pro.
Yeah, which is, I mean, a little bit difficult. We're losing a rare candy to that, but you have to get this. You need to make this step to get all of these energy out to be able to take a big knockout. So we're seeing that happen here. Earthen Vessel discarding that rare candy, Energy Surge Pro as the ace spec, only pretty much used in Golden Go at this point. It's got the rainbow of energy, the giant array
mamy wszystkie energie,
and it
będą
is
zwanshotować.
being used to take some massive knockouts here. I'm wondering what else
Jestem
though
ciekawy,
can we
jaki
even
ace
do. Are we
spec i
gonna
czy
get some
grany
more
jest
Pokemon? What's
candy?
going on here, Kyle?
All right,
Is that it?
Stop being greedy, okay? We just knocked out a Dragapult on the other side in one fell swoop.
No dobra, udało
Can't
się.
set up anything else from here, but it's okay. Double superior energy retrieval found.
Ale chyba będzie grany
Another
Budew.
knockout of a major target is online for the following turn. Maybe Boss's orders could take out a Latias, or even target down a Pokemon like a Longer Cloak here if you want to change the pace, go for the single prize, and limit
dużo
your
tych kart
opponent's
musiało
attacks.
wjechać.
You're back in the game here for if you're Piper Lapine, but there's still some more work to be done. And Daigo on the other hand, I think why I'm just like, yo, we need to prepare, we need to set up, because Dragon Ball is so scary. It has so much potential to do these things. I mean, we already have that Dreepy out. Depending on what's in Daigo's hand, this could be also a crazy turn potentially as well. Duskull is out, the Monkey Dory.
No tak, i mamy tutaj oczywiście Goldengo przeciwko
I
światu.
mean, yeah.
Puffin, okej.
3 prize cards for Daigo left to take, and Piper at 4.
But what do you think about Mind Bend in a situation like this?
Yo, just some confusion. I mean, honestly,
it doesn't feel great to attach
Fez?
anywhere else other than Dreepy,
No
but
dobra,
honestly,
Dreepy
with your ace spec of choice of the Neo Upper Energy, there's always a chance to
Aha,
bring
czyli
that
tutaj
attack
Neo
up.
Amper jest tutaj
One fell
wspomniany.
swoop.
Stretcher chyba pod Drecklocka.
So you can continue to draw, and maybe that confusion buys you the additional turns that Badoo was
No mamy
unable to do.
Superiory, tylko problem
It just
polega na
depends,
tym,
though,
no
because
jest Neo
confusion
Amper.
would be nice, however, Badoo blocks out a bunch of energies, and you know the only way those come back is the superior energy.
No Jezus.
yes, exactly.
Znaczy
Which, I mean, should have been drawn already for Piper off those prize cards as well. So,
No
yeah,
tutaj
that's a tricky one. We're gonna have to see where Daigo goes with it. Ultra Ball discarding a Dracloak as well as a counter catcher into
No
this.
chyba
flip
widzę, że już
script
Candysów
as
się nie gra za
well.
często.
Or we already flipped the
Bo
script.
taka
for
wredna
Ultra Ball,
moda
bringing
ta
out
na
this
tym
Dust
budowie.
Box onto the field 2 for Daigo.
Yeah, and this helps
No
lean
i...
more towards a Badoo play. It's safer to have an
No,
opportunity
no
to
dobra,
slow
jeśli
down,
nie zostanie
even though you're
zbity,
not dealing
to
the
pójdzie
damage
wszystko
into
jak
the Golden Go due to the
słatka, tak?
resistance. You have a Dust
No aczkolwiek
Storm
tak,
to
i tak
follow
jest
up.
Ishi
Dust Storm
Polen.
in combination with the Dragon
Czy
Ball
ma
would be
energię,
enough
czy
to
innego
remove this lone
mocno?
Pokemon. And without items, how
Tak,
do you find
zero
the
item
additional
lock.
help?
Tak,
It is cards like
ja.
Artisan, but is that enough?
Czy jest?
Oh, here's the
Oj, nie,
surprise. It's not
jest
great
wodna.
right now, though. There's
A taka
Togepi in
soduwa
hand.
trochę, że...
Oh my gosh.
No i okazuje się, że Yoshiarara ma już wszystko. Czyli tak, ma już Ursalunę, Curse Blast, no i pierwszą rundę wygrywa.
Yeah, there it is. There's a Blood Moon Ursaluna in combination with the Dusclops. That
Tak,
would
no i Yoshiara wygrała pierwszą, zagrywając oczywiście Ursalunę. Energia, Attach, Ursaluna. No ma to sens, tak. Tak, bo duszek daje minus prize'a przeciwnikowi, co pozwala Ursalunie zaatakować za jednego. No niestety start Lepinu jest dosyć, był bardzo kiepski. Może będzie lepszy.
Let's go! Yeah, Daigo, I mean, played that just flawlessly. It looked effortless from Daigo's position there. You know, we saw some potential for some funky plays here, but Daigo just stayed focused. I got Blood Moon Ursaluna to close things out for that game,
No.
and I'm just gonna keep up with
Wiesz,
my
fakt
position.
wykorzystania w ogóle Monkey Dory został dobrze wykorzystany. No zresztą też to by chyba nawet tak samo bym zrobił, jakby była ta sytuacja, że o, walnę tego Kimikula.
We barely got into Golden Go. It was epic to see all of this energy lined up with the Earthen Vessel, the Energy Surge Pro to get that huge knockout on the 320 HP
I to ten
Dragon Ball EX.
Catcher. No, widać, że wszystko on tak rozprasował pięknie Ursaluna i Curse Blast, tak. Curse Blast i Ursaluna, tak. No bo jeszcze będzie strzał mały. No i ciekawe, jakie tym razem rączki.
a much stronger setup for our golden goal player.
Właśnie,
Well,
wesel
that is the benefit of choosing who goes first and second after a loss. We saw that Daigo selected to go second, and that led to a phenomenal setup. That opening Ichi Colin, accelerating those energy
zabytki, powiem tak.
multiple Dreepy
Już niedługo.
in combination with and draw more resources for Piper. It was
Nie,
just
znaczy,
a touch pass,
bardzo
and you
dobrze
can't do much with that. So now
Nie najgorzej się odnajduje w tym meczu, tak sobie. Gdzie mam sinusoidę w tej chwili?
You have that opening buddy puffin.
Czy mi pójdzie lepiej, raz mi pójdzie gorzej.
We're talking about coin bonus. We're talking about fortunes, Kyle. What about the fortune taking some extra prize cards, huh?
You know, that was the tricky thing. Time is money, and this is how you recoup in this situation.
Yes.
You can steal some additional prize cards.
Nie
if
ma,
things work
okej.
out. You know that
Czy jest
that's in the back of
mulligan?
your
Nie wiem,
mind.
czy
If
który,
you
czy
have
to
a
pierwszy,
full
czy drugi?
setup,
Chyba drugi
it's very
mulligan.
easy to burn all of your resources. Well, at least bring them out of the deck. Pull them with the Energy Surge Pro. You see Genesect pull all of the Golden Go. You're just drawing all your cards, and then what's left
Właśnie
in your
więcej
deck?
muszę jeszcze
Might as well just be
dopakować.
Togepi, Rare Candy Togekiss. And you can help steal free prize cards if luck is on your side.
If luck is on your side, will the light shine down here on Piper in this match coming up? Or
widzę, że
will
miły
Daigo be
Japończyk
able
pomaga
to close things
oczywiście.
out with a 2-0 victory in our Swiss round 10? Get those championship points here and churn toward our top cut. That is going to be the question in this match going forward here between these players. Two young guns ready to face off once again. Two powerful decks, Golden Go, Dragonbolt EX. It's going to be epic. Don't go anywhere because we are starting right now. Swiss round 10, game 2 between
No i
these
mamy
players. It's gonna
oczywiście
start a little
rundę
differently this
drugą,
time.
10.
Over
rundy.
on Piper's side,
No i zobaczymy,
Genesect
co tym
EX
razem
are
my
starting
mamy.
Pokemon. Daigo
Okej,
with
zaczynamy z
Pistol.
Genesecta. Chyba widać, że już tym razem Daigo poszedł pierwszy. Aj, pas.
Oh, yes, that's where you want to be. We saw Arvin in the opening hand, which is nice. Air Balloon, Buddy Poffin. You'll have some help, but when you top deck, another Buddy. Oh yeah, that is a full setup.
No dobra, to są aż dwa Buddy Puffin dla odmiany po stronie Piper. Oczywiście sprajzowany też jest Fest, Balon, Stretcher i jeden Gimmigul. No i oczywiście start z Genesecta, ale na szczęście na łapie mamy drugi balonik. To jest ten mały piesek.
I mean, you know what that means. If Arvin did want to go for another Buddy, we could see Togepi early. And Togekiss is in hand. I mean, I'm just saying, we're not that far off.
Czyli co, jeszcze Puffin po Gimmigula i oczywiście Tech, pani Piper, czyli właśnie...
Where's our little buddy?
Yeah, where's our little buddy? But it's just gonna be some people down. Right now, Air Balloon's gonna aid in getting that free retreat for this Genesect EX to jump out of this position now. As this Gimmighoul is gonna search out 2 energy from the deck with its minor errand running. It's just going on a little errand run.
Yeah, I must have broken a cardinal rule. I wore pink on Friday.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's tragic.
Z czego co widzę, to też chyba niektórzy nie grają w Scizora, chociaż z drugiej strony
After that minor errand running there.
Krastle potrafią być irytujące. No, czyli grany jest oczywiście pierwszy jeden Major Edging Running, który pozwala nam na wyszukanie 2 podstawowych energii. Okej, jest na pewno Dracloak. Na pewno Puffin, oczywiście, że Puffin. Co on ma tam na research? Co ja
Oh yeah, love that stadium here. It's coming in clutch for more than just lightning decks there.
No i w końcu mamy pierwszy deck search po stronie oczywiście Yoshi i Harry. No dobra, no już tym razem widzę para duszków się sprajzowała. No, znowu mamy Ursalunę w prizach, tak swoją drogą. Again. Tyle jest możliwe sprajzować tą samą kartę. Ja się dziwię, że mi się zmysł.
Suppose with the Blood Moon, the positioning of it could work out fairly well in the prize exchange. Find it at the last second.
Przynajmniej miałem jedną umęczoną wygraną.
Final Golden Go from play, but Dusknoir could be a pretty important piece.
Well, I mean, what I don't see in there, I guess, is these cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least establish these initial turns here. Get your Badoo out, get your
Znaczy tak, no
Pokemon
nie,
out,
na tym
and
turnieju
start going
oczywiście
with that.
z okazji
As much
Worldsów
as you
to
can
raczej było
slow
casualowo
down
niż tak
Golden Go,
jakby
you want to do
spocenie.
so. I mean, I guess this time is money thing. It's coming up in all sorts of ways, Kyle.
There's a lot of ways that you can see this. As this
Piper's writing the script for us, honestly.
Well, Togepi did not find its way onto the board, but you know, you don't need to show that off here. This is a spot where the consistency will probably get you far in taking these early knockouts, putting the pressure on Daigo that he did not feel previously. You have an answer to the Badoo. It's just that metal energy, discard the lightning, and play down the Golden Go. From there, it's on Daigo to have response after response while still building up a board state.
What do you think about this Genesect EX being in play? You know, this is a card that aids Golden Go so much here, but does also have the potential to be taken advantage of by Daigo. Wow, we see a lot of cards going down.
Well, this would have been a play that you need to lean on if you see aggression on the other side. You could include the counter catcher along with the jamming tower, lock this Pokemon out, and buy yourself a little time. Piper does have some resources, the Artisan, Lavincia, even a copy of Tool Scrapper. If you want to remove some other things, we've seen a lot of interesting ways to tech out your deck and have answers.
Well,
No,
the
widać,
answers are
łobuzi mała.
definitely here for Daigo. So many Pokemon hit the field here. We saw a huge Professor's Research,
No,
a lot of
SEG
resources
Polen.
went down, but it got us this board now. We have 2 Duskull, 2 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak that was already out, and the Badoo is now Itchy Pollen into this item lock for Piper.
O
Piper,
matko,
on the other
iż.
hand, using that Genesect.
Pollen.
We didn't see it in the last game. It's here now with the metallic signal to metallic call out these metal golden
No
gems
jest,
onto the
metal
field.
signal odpalony.
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I was trying to think like, I don't. What else would it sound like?
I don't know. Toot, 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 toot. It could be
Okej,
anything.
mamy jednego, mamy drugiego.
Sound
Za
the
trzeci
dong
też jest,
and
tak,
sound the
trzeci,
alarm.
I
ja.
guess I'm just like imagining.
Wszystko
Yeah,
jest.
yeah, that's true. I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel.
Either way,
Co
it
jeszcze
leads
Bosik?
to a pretty
Tak,
great
tak, oczywiście,
setup.
Bosik się
Launches
znalazł.
orders onto the Dracloak. There's 2 energies there to go.
No nie,
Look
Dracloak.
at that! Oh my gosh, the
Kibicowanie
tide
pultą.
turned. I guess the metallic signal, it opened the fridge. It brought out the Swiss cheese here. The
Jamming
Golden Go
Tower.
EX are on the field. They're drawing cards and
A
they're taking
Jono.
knockouts. That Dracloak has gone
Bo nie
down.
było tak
There's a prize
łatwo.
card there for Piper, Daigo, re-promoting this Badoo now into an Iono. So adding some new cards to the hand after that shuffle up and put to the bottom of the last hand.
Yeah, Recon Directive found again. Is there a way to move this Pokemon? If you have the counter catcher, that would be a great way to bring up that Genesect, lock it out, and buy some more time. We don't see that. Still, there is pressure on Piper to draw into the basic energies. We know there's so many copies of items that can help out here, but you just see those over and over again. You're not going to have the answer to attack.
Yeah, true. I guess you're just stacking them up in hand for later.
Kolejny.
Yeah,
Dracolok?
eventually you
Dracolok?
will clear out your allergies. This will go away and you'll be fine.
Yes, yeah, we just need the allergy meds to kick in, I suppose. But yeah, the jamming tower now in play here as well from Daigo's side. Recon Directive, our second one for the turn here off the second Dracloak. Drawn to some additional cards, and that's going to be it for the turn. Itchy Pollen into another 10 damage onto this Golden Go. Moving up.
No
Że tak, już widzę, Piper ma
We've
lepszy
got
start.
resistance.
You're right, there is no 10, yeah. Yo, resisting the grass? That's wild. No 10 here, just coin bonus all day long for Piper. Drawing into these cards. The coin bonus on the active position gets you an extra card too, so that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 cards now.
You know,
plus
Boo,
an top deck, 5.
No,
I was getting
kolejny
nervous.
boss.
I see it again. The play is in
O
hand. You
nie.
can boss's
No,
orders
teraz to
and
Piper ma
use
lepszy
2 more
start.
energies to slow things down on Daigo's side. But when is enough? When do you feel comfortable doing another boss for another 2 energies?
Kurde, no tak
Start
widać, że
worrying about
Piper
the 11
czaruje te
copies of basic
bossy.
have in deck, because you have to still clear out Badoos, and if there's just 3 of these back to back with Night Stretchers, you may not have energies to attack for the remainder of the game. So Piper will consider that as we move forward.
Yeah, That's the question, and that's exactly what we're looking at here. Taking these Pokemon out, but also not sticking yourself in an unwinnable position. And Daigo also has to analyze that. We see Pheasantipity come down here, as well as the Dragapult EX, the Fire Energy attached, the Professor's Research first, discarding another Badoo into a fresh 7 cards. I mean, woo! This is a lot of cards that Daigo's going to see on this turn.
And a nod from Daigo understands Piper's a great player and probably will not play into that situation. So second Badoo does not come into play. Is not ready to give up on the attacking strategy just yet, as we see the Dragapult evolved this turn.
Yeah, can have that aggression come back in here. So far only has that Fire Energy attached for Daigo. Had a fresh 7 cards to work with as we're going back into this turn here.
Stretcher po Dripiego.
Right, another Dreepy coming down.
This is the target from Piper time and time again. Remove the draw engine, and the pressure was on. Daigo had to evolve into a Dragapult.
No i tu trzeba się kopać.
He had no attacks for a long time. So if you have a chance to bring back the Dreepy and establish Recon Directive for the remainder of the game, maybe you're not reliant on Pheasantipity over and over again to see a hand.
Gotcha, yeah, you need some hit points on the board, just a single energy that can lead to something in the future, but there's just one Dreepy in the prize card still as well for Daigo, and this is kind of an intricate matchup that this has turned into, Kyle. The Itchy Pollen with the lockdown on the item cards, Piper taking those opportunities now, but where do you think she goes from here? We're seeing the Cypher Maniacs code breaking line up some additional cards in that stadium.
Cypher Maniac, Levisa.
But what are we building up in the hands? Like, what's going to be the pivotal turn to kind of turn the tides here in Piper's favor?
This is my favorite part of the Cypher Maniacs code breaking, is this specific situation. You've already used all of your abilities. This was on purpose because you want to stack the deck to be Iono proof here. As you top deck into the right card, you'll have a Cypher Maniac for whatever you may need.
Kolejny Dreklock.
It's exactly where you need to be when you're eyeing up just 3 more prize cards to go to game 3.
The safety net has been established here, but there's really never a safety net. I feel like when you're playing against Dragapult, the Luminous Energy coming down on the Dragapult EX. We see that Dusclops coming into play. Flip the script into 3 additional cards. Recon Directive for another one here. Daigo's flying through these cards. Now we have a fully charged up Dragapult EX.
Yeah, and that 10 damage that was onto the Gimme Ghoul actually paying off massive dividends here.
So Countercatcher w Genesecta?
On the active that has the only energies in play. However, we see the pivot, the Countercatcher over onto the Genesect. Is there some other cards here to help
out? Widać, że Piper i tak się zabezpieczyła.
Hold this Pokemon in check for a little while.
Iono boli.
Yeah, I mean, that could be exactly what we're looking for. Just hold it in the active position, shut down its air balloon. But we did see the stadium as well was with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking from Piper too.
Yep, that's why you think of everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's almost like they're pro players, pal. So wild here. Daigo, of course, analyzing all of this right now in his head as he goes through these turns. I don't know. Happet here, Dragapult EX. He's gonna use this Phantom Dive. It's only 200 and then 6 damage to the field over on Piper's side as well.
Okej, czy to będą 2... Okej, widzę, że tutaj niezłe przygotowańsko. Okej, widzę, że ona nawet ma Energy Search po chłopie.
Yeah, that is what we need to see here, but Piper is going to draw into these cards now. Coin bonus for 2 after the top deck as well. We see the Energy Search Pro, the A-Spec coming out. Fighting Energy, Grass Energy, Metal Energy. Looks like that's all that's left even in the deck.
Yeah, that's Energy Search mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's so late in the game now. So many of them are in the discard pile as we saw those knockouts.
Mamy Energy Search Pro zagrywane, oczywiście tylko po 3 energie.
Well, still a turn where you could find some helpful resources, superior energy retrieval, pull the rest of those energies back and take a massive KO in this spot.
Oh, here we go again. I mean, this card is so cool. Lining up once again with these
Można, idziemy ambitnie, idziemy po 6
doing
prizów.
all the right things once more. The Cypher Maniac, but you do this combination specifically. You only have 1 coin bonus remaining on the bench. You draw into the
Strony
superior,
na
and
nas
then your
starą
top deck
taktyką
is another
czasami
Cypher.
jest Iono.
This is the cleanest play, and it leads to
Look at that.
a knockout, an Iono-proof setup, and you just need to find 1 remaining KO to move into game 3. This is everything you want.
I know, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's not only helping your top deck, you still have those coin bonus to be able to utilize on the same turn here, and it's playing well as we see Piper carry out this turn.
No dobra,
We see the
kolejna
damage
noś, ta
moved
Piper
over
faktycznie
onto
leci
that
jak burza, czyli
Dragapult
kolejny
EX.
knockout.
Enough energy to
No
take
niestety
the
Daigo
knockout
miał
there
gorszy
on
start.
the Dragapult. That's 2 prize
A
cards,
tym
1
samym
prize
też
card left
trochę
remaining for Piper to
pokrzeniły
take
się
to tie
plany.
this up and go into a game
3
3
duchy?
between these players. And
Grubo.
Daigo left with his Dracloak in
No
the
niestety
active
plany
position here.
zostały
We talked about the
pokrzenione,
base
no
bet
bo
in the
niestety
Neo
sobie
upper, but
odpalić duszka nie za
I
bardzo
mean,
mogę.
this is just rough spot to be in. Look at the difference in the prize card.
You haven't solved
Oh,
the
kolejny
problem.
Iono.
There's not a knockout anymore because the Dark Energy, instead of using it to discard and deal more damage, it goes to Monkey Dory and heals you and brings this Pokemon down to 290, taking the KO with
Stretcher
only
po
the 6
ulta.
energies.
Chyba
Like,
będzie
still
zagrywana Iono,
trying
żeby
to
tak
amount a
jakoś
comeback here. He's
zdysraptować
still at
jeszcze
320
to
hit points. It
awogę
seemingly
absurdów.
would be hard to reach those numbers if it weren't for the top card waiting
No.
on the deck.
Yes, exactly. The superior energy retrieval to just get a bunch of energy back right when you need it and take big knockouts. That's how Golden Go works, you know?
No,
it
będzie
takes
grana
down
Iono?
these big
Powinna
monster
chyba być.
Pokemon like Dragapult EX. So Daigo trying everything, of course, possible to make this happen. You know, we're just under 20 minutes in our Swiss round 10 between these players, and it truly, if this goes to a game 3, it could go either way. So Daigo still churning through this turn. We're gonna see
Dobra,
Daigo
Iono, tak? Dobra,
come in.
tak,
Let's
właśnie
go
o to
into
chodziło.
bring
Będzie grana
Piper
Iono.
to just 1 card in hand. Limit her as much as possible.
Yeah, and holding on to Cypher Maniac's code breaking as the last piece there. And also to add on to that, with the Monkey Dory moving over the damage, taking that knockout, going down to a singular prize, there are no more first class to incorporate here. So no knockout for this Pokemon. Just going to try to find the answers here with the code breaking. You can draw a few more
Moja.
resources.
Moja
Is there
słodzina.
another golden go
No
to
właśnie,
grab
no
onto?
tutaj
That'd be
zaczęły
great
się
fodder.
jazdy.
Yeah,
Chyba
great
mówiłem, że
call,
idziemy
great
ambitnie, nikt mi nie wierzy w
Well,
sumie.
we see. Yep, there's a couple golden go in there, I
Bye.
suppose. Yeah, see you later. We just need some discards here.
No
Cypher
dobra, ale
Maniac
chyba i tak
code
się nie
breaking. Here's
uda,
the two
bo
cards
niestety
being put at
Piper
the top, drawn into
dobrała
superior
chyba
energy
wszystko.
retrieval, discarding these cards, getting these energy back out.
Time is money.
Time
Gotta
is
move
money.
quick.
So yeah, make sure we do this all good and it's
Ona
enough
ma
energy
to?
here.
Yep.
Czy
And
ona to
we
ma?
see
Ma
that there's
te 6
3
energii?
energy. That is enough with the Monkey Dory. Move the damage over.
Znaczy
down
widać,
to
że już
290,
poszliśmy ambitnie, no
300
to
for the
Piper
KO,
Lepin wygrywa
and
drugą.
Piper will see a
I będzie
game
trzecia.
3 here with a fair amount of time to get the job done.
Huge
No
game
kiepski
win
start
here
psuje
for
Argonę, no
Lepin,
tutaj Piper
bringing
się
us to
tutaj
a
co
game
bardziej
3
ogarnęła.
against
Czyli Maja,
Daigo.
ale lepszy.
And put it together there in the end. I mean, you could just see
Jak
the
chcesz.
nerves are there. I
No
mean,
cóż,
you're
no Piper już
taking
widać,
flashing these
skill
energy
poprawiła.
in this match, but I mean, it's amounting to a win here. Like I said, it could truly go either
No
way
i
in
lecimy
this
chyba.
game 3 between these players. But you love to see it happened out the best way here for Piper. I think she stuck to a fantastic strategy. Let's take a look at that strategy right now. She was just removing those Dracloak back to back to back with these short-term energies, kind of just avoiding the fact that she's being locked by Badoo with these items the whole time, but didn't
O, no
overextend.
tutaj faktycznie widać, że tutaj Daigo poszło dużo gorzej i się gorzej rozstaje.
Walk into the KO on the Badoo, and you're not worried about Pollen from that point forward. It's too slow for Daigo. Has to start to move onto the aggressive spots. Play into this. You take a risk. You try to find the jamming tower, slow down, force resources from Piper, attack into Genesect. It's weak to Turo. It's weak to missing out on resources. But maybe you can incorporate a strategy that takes these 6 prizes off the board in a matter of 3 turns. If that's possible through those hit points, you're going to be up 2-0, moving on to round 11. Instead, Piper plays out of her mind flawlessly with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, always making sure she had an answer, and that leads you to game 3.
I I mean, this is one of the most
Ale jest
difficult
dużo do
decks to
poprawy.
play as far as resource tracking and
Z tym
resource
snack
management
scriptem.
and sequencing. But she did it flawlessly.
Aha,
We're
coś
going
tu się
into our next
zacięło.
game between these players.
Dobra,
We're
jest.
starting off
No
with
mamy
the
jeden.
Genesect EX.
No to jest ten
Again,
Baby Goldengo, ale on
for
jest
Piper,
strasznie
gonna start using that
sytuacyjny.
ability. Nice and
2
easy
Nesbolet,
here. Look at
2
the
fin,
prize
2
break, a
energię
lot of
i
ways to
stretcher.
search out basic
Ała.
Pokemon.
That's like the best opening hand, but
Nie najgorzej, ale...
not awesome prize cards. Pretty useless when you're drawing into what resources you need to continue to deal 320 damage.
Zobaczymy ile
over
czasu,
and
jeszcze
over
trochę
again,
jest.
so, and also not seeing those cards in the opener would be tough. However, we do see the Buddy Buddy on turn 1. The one thing that Tycho was hoping to avoid.
Yeah, but we found it once again. The odds here were limited because of those basic
Ja
searches,
zagram
but
tu
Buddy Buddy
patapony,
is going to
dobra?
do just that for Piper. And we see
No,
those guinea
siedzieli go
pools come
sobie
down
też
here
tak.
onto the bench. The air balloon once again applied to
Fajnie
that
by było
Genesect
jeszcze znaleźć
X
patapony
to allow
3,
it to
których
pivot out
nigdy
of
nie
that
grałem.
active position, but continue to metallic signal for more golden
Ja się
go.
znajduję
And that's,
coś.
we're just a couple steps away now here for Piper, leading into those coin bonuses and that really dangerous board state that she kind of just mounts against Daigo. And then let's see on this side if Daigo even has a little bit of a falter in this initial setup. It could be truly rough.
This might be the biggest
Okay.
one. This is your opening supporter on turn 1, going second. You're searching out an energy and an evolution with a Dust Bolt in play.
Is it just because the hand is so stacked? What do you think?
I'm a little nervous. I don't think it works that way typically.
Yeah, it doesn't usually. I'm hoping for the best.
Aha,
Here,
bardzo
looking at the prize
surprise.
cards, a lot of Pokemon stuck in there for Daigo, but yeah, I mean, this evolution Pokemon and an energy, and Daigo is looking through the prize cards, or sorry, not the prize cards, looking through the deck to map out what is in the prize cards as well.
Piper left her options open with the Genesis search, finding the non-EX version of Golden
O,
Go.
już widać.
Wreck It Rich, as long as you
Dobra,
find a
no.
metal energy, could knock out the
Mamy się
lone
skupić
basic
na
Pokemon
graniu, grać
here
tu
without
patapony.
having to search out those additional
Dobra, chwila.
resources. We didn't
No,
see,
czas
I
tyka.
think we only saw one basic energy in hand to work with, and
O,
it's
to
not
też
metal yet.
dalej daj.
But just having an immediate response to a Badoo or
No,
even knocking
robi,
out the
no.
Duskull if it's that evolution, that
I
turn
sobie to
would
szukam.
be great to see.
Yeah, that would be
Hej,
awesome
jo,
for
papier.
sure. Daigo's still
Nice.
working through this deck
Przynajmniej
search
jest
here
start
off of this
to jest
Hilda,
odpalacz.
going through, and I mean,
Mhm,
there's a lot of
energia
stakes
i
on the line here for
dragapult.
both of these players. So
Okej.
everything has to be
Czyżby tam
thought
jest
about
Candy?
10 times as much
Searching out
as before.
Mhm.
What is his hand? yo? Like,
Mam nadzieję,
what's
że ma
going on
coś,
here?
żeby właśnie nie
Jackal
zostać,
reacts
no,
to the
delikatnie
fire
rzecz ujmując,
Saw out of the deck
donkowany.
from Daigo.
Bo
It's
jeżeli
any
dojdzie do
evolution
donka, to o, nie będzie ciekawie.
But, does that mean we just are stacked with Jacloaks? Like,
until I see a Dreepy.
I'm scared.
Mam nadzieję, że chyba do donka nie dojdzie, bo chyba ma jakiegoś pafinka, prawda? Dobra, jest Ultra Ball.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess discarding those two evolutions. The Dust
Okej, jest, dobra, nie będzie donka.
Just to be able to Ultra Ball here. I mean, that is rough, but you need it. You need this Dreepy out. It is so important. You saw how Piper was able to just boss's orders, knockout, boss's orders, knockout, and then you're kind of stuck in this position where, well, what resources do I have left? Oh no.
Yep. Yeah, when your only draw engine
No,
and
tak,
attacking
Drippy
line
jest,
is being
ale donga
knocked
nie
out in
będzie.
the same exact card,
Mam
boss's
taką
orders.
królewską nadzieję, że nie będzie,
prize
bo
cards
będzie
and
trochę to
one of the
kiepsko.
Badoo as well too in the prizes for
Słuchaj.
Daigo. So it's like just the same as it was before with one of those Dreepies stuck in the prizes. At least it's at the bottom now for Daigo, but
I
I mean this is
energia,
just so
i
risky.
pas.
Just this
O,
poor little
wow.
Dreepy gets the fire energy, but now Piper can really walk away with this turn here as we're gonna see these golden
Niedobrze.
fly out of the deck thanks to that metallic signal from Genesect.
Boo, there's
Oh, wow.
already a boss's orders in hand.
Let's go.
Basic energy to go along with this. If a Golden Go finds Energy Search Pro or Earthen Vessel, that is a bye-bye Dreepy situation. You have a few ways to draw into this.
Jest,
Use
są
the point
wszystkie
bonus
3
on
Goldenga.
the bench and try to find
Drugie,
it, and then
a
retreat into
lecimy
your
jak
other
burza.
one, find
Cypher
some more
Maniac.
resources. Cypher Maniac's code breaking is going to be used to take this, so won't see the knockout on the Dreepy this turn, but honestly, the pressure of taking out Duskull and taking prize cards should be enough when you only have 11 minutes remaining.
Exactly. The time is ticking down here. The vessel to just throw away that little golden go there to get these energy out of the deck.
Mamy dwie
I
energie.
mean, it's just, you kind of see how fun this deck is to play. Of course, Piper's so focused right now. It's, so much is on the
Okej,
line.
no już
It
mamy
is truly fun.
Cyphermaniac,
You know, you
wywalamy
are,
tego
like you
Baby
said,
Goldego,
legally
Wasamion.
stacking your deck here to draw into whatever cards you need. It's like kind of a quick search, but better in some ways, as you just draw into these cards and you're able
Mam nadzieję, że
to
ta...
take the knockouts
Nie
where
wiem,
you
ona jest
need.
troszkę
This time
źle.
it is going to be on the
Czy jest jakiś Puffin?
which is gonna
A,
at least
oglądajcie
give Daigo
Puffina,
the
3
chance to
zdrowaści.
evolve
Dobra, jest
into
Puffin.
this Dracloak now.
Chyba to, co
Here,
jest
Recon Directive,
najważniejsze.
that could be our saving
Jest.
grace here for Daigo. Set something up, it's the buddy poppin'.
Yeah, if you wanted to
No
slow
tak,
down
nie
and
będzie
try
na
to
pewno
stall,
dongę, bo
Jamie
widzę,
Tower was the
że
other option, but I think you need
Daigo
to set up
znalazł.
at this point, buddy, to see those basic Pokemon that were so sorely missed on the opening turn here for Daigo. Now they start to come up to the top. We see Badoo, could buy you a little bit of time. We know there is a metal energy, but that's a precious resource. If
Dobra,
that's
mamy tutaj
discarded, and the
Badewa
Badoo
i...
line stays doing its job with the Itchy Pollens, you could see Counter Catcher on
Chyba
the
dużo
go,
bym się
and maybe it
odnalazłabym
doesn't
sobie w
attack
tym.
for a few turns.
I was just getting nervous, just relying that Badoo can hold, though
No,
it
trzeba
is
niestety
nerve-wracking here, but
spalić
you gotta do
energię.
what you gotta do, and that Badoo
Niestety
is
niektóre
doing it
rzeczy
well.
wymagają
It's
poświęcenia
calling,
i
unlock those
Itchy
item cards, the
Pollen.
resistance to stop that grass attack into the
Właśnie.
Golden Go EX, but still, item lock is online now. Here, Piper still has access to the supporter we've seen time and time again, the Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
And look at that, sees that you only need to draw into one resource here, so wait until you have one coin bonus remaining. Cypher Maniacs, find whatever basic energy is your flavor of the week, and then the other one is your Cypher Maniac for the following turn. You take the knockout along with the energy.
Okej, tutaj wchodzi już Cyphermaniac po balonik oraz Cyphermaniaka.
Oh, it looks like you could even do that with the air balloon if you want to keep some energies out of play.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also are able to pivot in the future as
Balonik
well with the air
1.
balloon as the tool card. We see that energy discarded, taking out that Badoo. Now that's another prize card down here for Piper. The first two, and Daigo
Mamy
is
9
put in
minut
this
jeszcze,
position
dobra.
again, just having to struggle to maintain here in this Swiss round 10.
Yeah, this is a lot to come back from. Only 9 minutes remaining. You're staring down a Golden Go that could likely knock you out if you don't have any item locking in place. Down already a Badoo in the prize cards and in the discard pile. It is a
Pass? O nie, no to niestety chyba Piper wygra.
The hands flying, the cards flying, the coin bonus once again here. And that's, I mean, look at this. Superior energy retrieval, discarding these buddy poppin', getting this energy back out. And this is all you need.
Oj,
Take
boss.
these knockouts, boss.
Chyba można już skupnąć grę.
Cloak as well, that's putting even more resistance in the way for Daigo to have
No niestety chyba ja bym skupowała.
get into any sort of
No chyba trzeba skupnąć je, a nie. Widać, że dzielny Japończyk się nie poddaje. Kolejny Puffin wchodzi w grę.
And Daigo, on the other hand, still once again just trying to stabilize here with a buddy poppin', but I'm telling you, Kyle, it just feels rough right now.
Yeah, I mean, how do you come back from this? You've already given up so many prize cards. Half of your deck is based around giving prize cards to your opponents to make the math work out perfectly in your favor. Dealing these Curse Blasts, using Iono, slowing them down, and you can't do any of that here. She's got a perfect engine to draw out of any of those situations, and
No jest w takiej nieciekawej sytuacji.
and even if you do deal a relevant amount of damage, Monkey Dory is a dark energy away from pushing that back over to the other side.
Yeah, that's the other scary part too. There's like every trick in the book here and all the access given to
I
Piper. We
Iono.
haven't even seen the Togekiss either. Like, no need for it, at least at this point, with the dominance Piper is showing it so far here. We are going to see the Iono from Daigo. That's an option here to try to limit as much as possible. Also get some fresh cards to the hand too. Of course, sitting still at full price cards.
Mamy Iono.
I mean, 7 minutes. Season Night Stretcher. Is there time for Badoo? You also would need an energy to move this Pokemon from the active spot. You're just asking so much, but all the resources are flying through. Itchy Pollen, back in place. It's got to be some incredible draws here from Daigo over the next few turns.
Incredible indeed. That's what's needed at this point in time. We see the Itchy Paw unlocking the item cards, the coin bonus already utilized, another metallic signal to bring out this gold to go back from the deck here after that Iono that happened for Piper. So yeah, we're still flying here. Daigo trying to put up as much of a wall as possible, locking these items and trying to slow things down. But Piper still has so much to do here with these coin bonus turns.
Yep, see plenty of resources. Try to draw into the right supporter to line yourself up, and there is a Cypher Maniac found. Are
The
you
perfect
kidding
one!
me?
The perfect one! The chain of the Cypher Maniacs. It's like there's more than 4 of them in the deck, I swear,
No tak się
but
widać
no,
zabezpieczać
they're
tymi
just coming
Cypher Maniakami.
back again to line up these cards for Piper. Exactly what you need every turn. Doesn't that sound great, Kyle?
It lines up so beautifully. We see the Energy Search Pro also found there. The energies exist as we know they do. You'll have plenty to try to take the remaining 2 prize cards here, which may be one as we see Duskull promoted. And this is the risk you have to take to bring this Pokemon into the mix, use a Curse Blast, try to sneak in something like Blood Moon Ursaluna in this spot, and just clear this Pokemon and hope to not see anything else soon.
Yeah, hope that your opponent hasn't managed things well enough, that maybe they slipped up here and you can somehow capitalize on that, make a comeback. Daigo's going to do everything possible, starting off with directives to get some cards into the hand.
To było takie
Force the 7 prize game, put a massive Pokemon in the active spot. If the cards are there, surely you have to try something at this point. Genesect, Jamming Tower, Air Balloon. You see what we're going for as Daigo.
Yeah, I mean, the Jamming Tower shutting off that Air Balloon, allowing for the Genesect EX to usually retreat, but nope, not this time around, unless that stadium, of course, can be
research,
research as well from Daigo, drawn to these fresh 7 cards, discarding a couple Pokemon there.
That's up, but you see immediately as soon as supporters played that isn't named Iono.
No to zagrywany research, żeby spalić.
Are they enough?
Yes, exactly. Are they enough? And can I get there? That is the question. But Daigo also trying to just hold on here as well.
No widać, walczy.
Also, for every resource that's played, that's a resource gone for Daigo too. There's a big discard pile over there that these resources are usually you're trying to use them on the aggressive angle. You don't want to have playing defensively where each resource that you lose is just more that you have to set up in the later game when you're already on the back foot. But now Daigo's put into this position. We do now have Tudra Cloak here. We have the Luminous Energy. You can see what's going on.
Kolejny Cypher Maniac.
But Piper Lapine once again slamming down that Cypher Maniac's code breaking. That's a fresh 2 cards here for her. Whatever she wants out of the deck.
Tak, znowu kolejny Cypher Maniac.
As far as the clock in Piper's mind, she knows she's only 2 prize cards away, but you'd love to be down to just 1 prize remaining before time is called. Gives you a little more wiggle room if you aren't able to establish that big knockout, if you don't have boss's orders and have to work through 320 hit points. So understandably flying through here. We see the Levencia.
No właśnie, troszkę retreats.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we need to see. The stadium bump, the air balloon unlocked once again. The Golden Go promoted into the active. Energy discarded to take the knockout on that
widać, no niestety, w ogóle Piper idzie agresji.
Left to take here for Piper Lapine to take the win in Swiss
mocno,
round 10.
Więc
And Daigo unfortunately is just left with these 2 Jet Cloak, 1 Luminous Energy on the board, and it looks like it's Piper's game to take at this point.
The promotion happens, still plenty of time. 2.5 minutes here, so Piper likely will still see a few more turns to take that single prize.
Dobra.
For Daigo, you need to have the highest hit points in the active spot. Try to just attack in. The math is in your favor if you don't have to deal with Monkey Dory dealing 200 damage and 60.
No jest jeden prize.
Or Counter Catcher and remove both those Pokemon at the same time. If you target down where both of the metal energies are, then maybe there's a situation where Piper doesn't have all of the resources, but you think under item lock, it would be pretty hard to stop her.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's what this deck is built for, just pulling out all the stops right at the correct moments, and that's a tough position to be in when you're facing off against it in this late game. So, yeah, I mean, Daigo's gonna do everything here, you know, trying to think through all the possibilities, taking a look through the discard pile. Dragapult EX being eyed up in there, already been discarded before.
Need to consider, is this a spot where you can attack through and
Myśli
take these
zaś.
prize cards, or with a minute remaining, are you
Chociaż nie wiem, czy
sticking
jest
to
ta
the pace? Are you
sytuacja.
going
Okej.
over to a
Neo
Bidoof strategy,
Amper.
locking Pokemon, maybe bringing up Monkey Dory, or if you have another jamming tower, you can try again on the Genesect.
Czy tak można?
When is enough enough? When do you have to just start attacking?
Yeah, I mean, it's
To chyba
tough
nie
here.
wiem,
The
czy
Night
tak
Stretcher
można.
bringing
Znaczy jak
back
na razie
that
są to
Dragapult
dwa.
EX. We saw the A-Spec
Ale chyba
energy come down
o,
onto that
Dragapult się...
active. Now Dragapult EX after that evolution from it coming back.
Dwa
And
Korolesy,
the hit points
Iono.
needed. Here's the Iono as well to limit as much as possible. You see
No
Daigo's
też widać,
watching
że
here.
przeciwnik stara się jak
Let's just
tylko
hope for
może.
the best
No
and
widać,
see
że
if
przeciwnik
Piper is
stara się
able
jak
to
tylko
come up
się
with
da.
answers, or if we're able to buy enough time,
Dać,
enough
no,
turns
walczy
to
chłop
maybe
dzielnie.
make a comeback
Boo.
here.
I mean, the attack has to happen right now at this point. 25 seconds
scared.
remaining.
Dwa
You
Johnny
need to attack
Tory.
in, deal the other damage to the Golden Go, then take both those Pokemon out at the same time.
20
And
seconds.
with the final turn
No i
3,
chyba jest
you
gdzieś
use
za
the
chwilę
Blood
terminacja.
Luna to take out a Genesect. It has to happen right now, though. You need to see Piper drawing that remaining card. But that's all for naught if she has the resources to close things out.
Exactly. I mean, that's where we need it to be, but now it's on Piper to see what we have here.
Energy Search Pro?
Searching out the
No
remaining
chyba chodzi
energies.
Energy.
Just a boss's orders away from closing things out,
Na
or
4.
if you can find enough energies to actually knock out the Dragapult, that will do it here too.
Well, it's 320 HP for that Dragapult EX to have to be battled through to take it down and take a win here for Piper. Can we get there, Kyle?
And the math says you can use the dark energy on
No,
Dory,
chyba jeszcze
protect the
sobie
hit
coś
points
tam
of the
dokopię.
Golden Go. It won't matter. It's all
Chyba
about
może
top
jest
decks
szansa, że
from here on
Piper
out.
to wygra
Point bonus for
akurat.
2, along with 2 more coin bonuses. At any point, if you see
I
the
plany się
superior,
skrzanią.
a way to search it out, or the boss's orders, you get there, and there's the Arven
Dobra,
for the
Arwen
superior
po
energy
superior,
retrieval.
no i
That will
chyba
do
Piper
just
Lepin
fine.
wygrywa 2-1.
Arven, superior energy
No.
retrieval. Discard these two. Get these energy
No
back
jakby
out
nie
of the
miał
discard.
chujowego
That's
startu,
enough
to
for the
może by
battle.
wygrał, ale
Dragapult
byłby remis, ale
EX.
tak to jest.
Piper
No lipa, no.
Lepin is now the winner of our Swiss round 10 in that incredible matchup. Insane game here, but she played it flawlessly. She managed her resources. She sequenced it well. She had back-to-back Cypher Maniacs code breakings, and she did it here. She's now your winner in our Swiss round 10.
Another one for Piper as she moves forward. And with the results that we saw at the North American International Championships with Marnie's Grimmsnarl of all decks, she found her way into the top 8, and she may have just done it again at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, we're still crunching the numbers here, but that is, yeah, a lock potentially for our cut here. And to do it again right after NIC into the World Championships proves what an incredible player Piper Lepin is. And what else proves it is this gameplay here. Even,
Not
you know,
this gameplay.
No, so not, well, still fighting back as best as possible,
Yes.
right? The cards were against her in this game, but this game,
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, this is when she really got to show what she's made of. Oh, so many plays back to back, finding the results that you need, and just being preventative is the greatest way to combat what the Dragon Ball player can do to you. Is they have ways to slow things down, buy additional time. You just don't let that happen. With a top deck of Cypher Maniac over and over and over again, it's just waiting for you as we moved into this game 3, where cards were flying, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, this really has shown the power behind Golden Go facing off against Dragapult EX. It's one of the best decks in our format, and it is just being taken out here. Daigo could not find a way in this third game between these players to just stabilize the board. I mean, he was always working on the back foot here, just trying to get something out. Threw up a bunch of hit points, tried his best here when he could, but Piper was able to put everything together with those energy retrieval cards and, of course, that beautiful ace spec. And that's going to get enough damage to knock out one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing as fast as she had to, given what happened in the opening game, and to still line up the plays as perfectly as they were, it's just something to watch. Go back and see at every point she found the right line, even with the potential for Daigo to switch over to a final Badu lock. She, on that turn, sneaks in Lavencia with the lightning, so that she has that backup plan too. Just everything culminated into perfect play to have an answer and force more responses out of a guy who has no recon directive.
Exactly. What do you do at that point? Yeah, so many intricate decisions, and one of the best players in the Pokemon TCG making those decisions, piloting that deck to expert level completion there, taking the win in Swiss round 10, potentially locking up into the top cut after NAC into the World Championship. I want to hear from her, and Chip is down at the stage. Piper, how you feeling?
Thanks, Boo and Kyle. That's right, I'm here with our newest member of the World Championships top cut, Piper Lapine. Let's hear it for her, folks. Piper, as long as we've been standing up here, you have not been able to wipe the smile off your face. Talk to me about what you're feeling right now in this moment.
Yeah, this is my 10th World, so I'm really excited to be in top cut. This is my 3rd cut in a row, so that all feels really good. Yeah, really making up for a kind of lackluster season otherwise, but yeah, feels amazing.
Finishing strong for sure. Let's talk about that set real quick. You know, you get to this point, 8-1, an incredible start at the World Championships. You get called up to the stream stage. You sit down, game 1, things are very slow for you. It doesn't go very well. You lose pretty handily. As you're sitting there shuffling up for the second game, what's in your head?
I really don't know. I was feeling pretty bad about game 1. I mean, I drew pretty unfortunately. Prize like my Call for Family Gimme Goal, which really limited like the plays I could make. So I just had a really weak board. Yeah, that all felt pretty bad, but I'm like, you know, my luck's got to even out. So then it did in the next 2 sets or next 2 games, and yeah, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Yeah, so those 2 games went much better into your favor. I actually want to talk to you about your deck list a little bit and just kind of Golden Go in general. Most popular deck in the room, day 1 and day 2, but it seems like everyone's got a little bit of flair in there. We've seen the Chansey, we've seen the Ceruledge EX be played by some players. You've gone a different route. We didn't see it in that game, Togekiss. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Togekiss is amazing. It's won me so many games against like Crustle, the Mirror Match, like so many random games. It just wins me Armor Rouge box yesterday. It's like you never set it up against Poltnor pretty intuitively. Like they're itchy pawning you, so you don't get a candy it. So yeah, you can't really set up against Poltnor, but it's a fun card, and yeah, kind of like in a field of like all really good players, you can't count on them misplaying, so better to be lucky than good.
Sometimes those coin flips have to go in your favor, and it sounds like it's paid off for you thus far.
Yeah.
Great run, 9-1 right now, should be locked in for top cut like we mentioned. What is going to prevent you from becoming the world champion?
I don't know, I'm feeling great. The list is broken, thanks to Bodhi for building it, and yeah, I'm really excited for cut.
You mentioned Bodhi. I know there's many other people out here supporting you. Anyone you want to say thanks to?
Shout out Julian for also playing the 60 and Guinea, I guess. I mean, he's 404 into day 2, which is a little, but yeah, also my family and friends and everyone else who's supporting me. It's been an amazing run the last few months, and yeah.
Congratulations again, Piper. Let's hear it for her one more time, folks. Piper Lapine making it into World's Top Cut. We're going to take a quick little break, but we'll be back very soon with our final Swiss round. Don't go anywhere. Here, and I'm extremely excited to get to talk now to Wancho, Ira, and Aiden, a full family of competitors this weekend at the Pokemon World Championships. Wancho, tell us about this experience. Your whole family has qualified for Worlds. What did that take?
It hurts 3 times as much in the Pokemon Center, that's for sure, but no, it's 3 times more exciting. 3 times more, I'm 3 times more nervous. There's so many emotions all together, but the fact that I get to experience the World Championships here in Anaheim with my family, I don't know, I can't explain this feeling, Chip. I'm over the moon.
A special moment for sure. So you and Ira will both be competing in Masters, and Aiden here will be competing in Juniors. Aiden, talk to us about what you have done to prepare for the World Championships this year.
Lots of very fun training. It has been a great way to... It has all led up here.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice. And a lot of excitement as well because the tournament is about to get underway. Ira, tell us about the journey this year. What have been some of your favorite moments traveling to tournaments as a family?
It's been, it's been fun because it's our family bonding. League cups and tournaments are usually in the weekend, so we spend our weekends together. Sometimes we even stay in a hotel overnight because it's a 2-day tournament. So it's vacation and also competition. But it's fun. It's fun. It's a good way to spend family time for sure.
And I have to ask, I'll start here with you, Aiden. Who do you think of the three of you is going to have the higher finish this weekend?
My dad.
Dad, what do you think?
Aiden, 100%.
Yeah, Wancha.
A lot of support here for the father figure in the family. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, it's such a cool story. I'm very much looking forward to following your journey throughout the tournament weekend. Aiden, I hear you have some friends you want to say hello to?
Yes, my classmates.
Classmates from who?
From the Philippines.
A long journey to get here, and hopefully it will all pay off for all of you, and I hope you enjoy your tournament weekend. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspired to, but it's really a dream.
Chip Ritchie here, and I've got a chance to catch up with none other than Gabriel Fernandez, the 2023 Senior Division World Champion, a 5-time Senior Division International Champion, and now you're competing at your final event as a seniors player. Gabriel, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling good. Hopefully I'll get to win my
Swoją
last
drogą,
tournament
Gabi
as a
Fernandez
senior.
chyba jest dość daleko
Just good
zaszedł.
luck to every player out there, but I'm
Zobaczę, co to się dzieje, no
I wouldn't
okej.
expect anything less. And I do feel like most of the time when we get to talk to you, it's after you've won a big tournament. You've done plenty of that throughout your career. Let's just have a chance now to get
Znaczy,
to know
za
you
to się
about
dziwić,
the
Gabriel
people out there, talk
Fernandez
to us
is
on
so
Twitter
power?
about how
Ty,
long
Gabi
you've been playing
Fernandez?
trading card games.
Spokojnie.
How long have you been playing, and what do you think has led to all this success you've had the last couple of seasons?
So I think the biggest part of my success is
w ogóle
just having a
Rayleigh gra
that
z
in
Łaszkiewiczem,
the family
bo
when you're just at home doing nothing, and then let's play a game of Pokemon. And I started doing that 8 years ago when he went to
wygrano.
All-Star. And it's
O,
always those
jeśli
locals,
chodzi o
right, where we get
seniorów.
to first play Pokemon and the
Tak,
journey
Gabriel
begins. So
Fernandez
he really
jest.
liked the game and then started to teaching me, and it just went from there.
Powiem szczerze,
Really
że
cool to be
Gabriel
able to share a
Fernandez
hobby like
radzi
that
sobie
with
lepiej
your
niż...
brother. And you guys have both had your fair share of success. You know, Vinny as well has won tons of tournaments. You know, won the Charlotte Regional Championships in America last season. Do you guys feel like you've prepared well for this event?
I think we have done a good job on preparing ourselves for the deck. We've practiced a
Widzę,
lot,
że tutaj
wasted a lot of our
Fernandez
times.
Hem-
So I think we will have
hem
our success
daleko.
we're hoping for.
Co teraz co?
This season you
11.
have compiled what
Okay.
many would call the perfect
To
season.
będzie jeszcze nie
5 best finish limit. You were able to win 3 internationals and 2 regionals. You were able to complete all of your locals, getting the maximum amount of championship points. You have already won the World Championships. but winning it this year would mean you truly completed the perfect Pokemon season. What would that mean to you?
I would have no words, to be honest. It's just probably the best feeling ever. Just winning the 3 international championships and then winning Worlds just to close the season like that. I don't know really how to express it.
One of the things that I admire about you as well is that you seem to bounce around with what deck you play. You've played some Terapagos this season, you've played some Dragapult, but you won 2 ICs and a Regionals with Charizard EX. What do you think it is that kept drawing you back to that card?
To be honest, I just really liked how the engine of Charizard works, and I'm not really a person who usually sticks to a deck. I rather play the best deck than the one I feel most comfortable or the one I really like playing. I want to play the best deck at the tournament and try to win with it. So I think the Charizard was the best deck for most of the tournaments I played, so that's what kept me with it. And maybe at Worlds too, you know.
We'll have to see what you end up going with this tournament weekend. Now, this is your last tournament as a senior, as we've mentioned. You've already played your first tournament as a master. You know, I saw you posting online that you've played in a couple of League Cups. Talk to us about that experience playing against some of the older players.
It's really fun after some time, like 3 or 4 years just playing in the seniors, and there's always people talking how you're gonna age up to masters and then you get to play in those events. So I also really enjoy playing Pokemon, so it's pretty fun. I really like playing against every player.
Absolutely. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, you've got your tournament weekend to come here this weekend at Worlds. But what are you looking forward to about next season? Next season competing for Worlds as a master. What do you think we could expect from you?
So my brother won a regional in his first season, and I definitely want to win one too, so I can tie at least him. Yeah, I think I'm just looking for the one major win, and maybe in the future more too.
Congratulations on all your success, Gabrielle. We'll be rooting for you throughout the entire weekend. Best of luck this weekend at Worlds.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We are here in beautiful Anaheim, California, in the Convention Center, and it's crunch time. It is the last Swiss round here for the TCG competition before we move on to the top cut phase. Things are heating up for sure. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and what an event it has been so far, but there's still so much left to play. As we head into this final Swiss round, we have 2 players who are locked in. We just saw Piper Lapine win on stream and make it to the top cut. We also have Justin Newdorf at 27 match points. Will be safe for the top cut as well. We are projecting a 27 point is safe and 26 match points also probably safe, but uncertain. We'll have to see how the matches play out. Riley McKay is currently at 26 match points and might be in the top cut as well. For a lot of players,
no to tak chyba
this is a
ktoś
big
wspomina
round.
coś o Top Cutie, więc chyba się zbliżamy do niego powoli.
Ethan and Freya, how you two doing?
Kielfarf też ma dobry wynik, 8-2.
We're doing great. I'm sure we're as excited as you are to see how things are going to transpire in this last match. And as you said, it's crunch time. You know, a lot of solid players on this win-and-in match. This is a World Championships. This is world-level talent. What are some names that have stuck out to you? Some players, you know, maybe at that 24-25 match point records where they have a chance to make top cut.
Yeah, obviously we have Oyvind, who started out 8-0-1, is stuck at 25 match points. May be able to intentional draw into the top cut. Maybe we'll see him. That'll be a name to follow. But there's a lot of great names still out there. One I want to call out is Marco Cifuentes at 23 match points, the brother of Fernando Cifuentes, who won last year at the World Championships. Could we see brothers win back-to-back World Championships?
That would be absolutely incredible to see. Fernando is also in the field in day 2, as far as I recall. How is he doing, as a matter of fact?
I think he's at 22 match points, so he would just be one short even if he won this round. So unfortunately, doesn't look like he'll be able to reach it back to the top cut here. But hey, there's still lots of great players out here, and what a great run still. It's difficult to make it to the second day of competition, phase 2 of the event, and he's shown that last year was no fluke. He's a great player, and you love to see a great follow-up from a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. No shame in winning Worlds and then having a deep run at the Worlds afterwards. Yeah, absolutely proving it wasn't a fluke.
Last question for you, Kyle. We're getting towards the end game, getting down to, as many as a large asymmetric cut. We're starting to see those names of players who are in the running to become a world champion. It's a little early. You got any favorites to take down this event this time?
It's so hard to pick at this point. We don't even know who's all going to make it. I mean, if you asked me last year, I don't think Fernando was on the top of everybody's list of players who are going to win the event. That's what's so exciting about the World Championships. You have excellent pro players who you know the name of, you have great name recognition, but you also have players who are excellent but haven't had their breakout moment yet. So we'll see.
Thanks so much, Kyle. We'll be hearing from you the rest of the day as we get into the end game of this event at the World Championships. Anaheim is our home for the next day and a half, all building up tomorrow to Championship Sunday, where we will be crowning a world champion.
Crowning a world champion, of course, crowning it in our very own arena. We've talked about it a few times already. We can't show too much about how that's going to go yet, but honestly, I am so excited. You are not going to want to miss Championship Sunday, I'm telling you, folks.
So as Kyle mentioned, this is it. The last Swiss round, round number 11. Players getting those last match points they can to lock up their top 32, get some cash, and for the players at the top echelon of performance here, secure themselves a spot into that asymmetric top cut. 27 match points, 100% save, 26. Looks like it will be on that asymmetric bubble. So you got to lock in for this last round, but depending on how high up you are on those standings, could determine how much more Pokemon is needed to be played today.
And speaking of making the top cut, Kyle did mention it briefly, of course, the option of maybe taking an intentional draw just to lock up that one extra match point to guarantee your slot. As far as we're aware, only Table 1 has taken that intentional draw option this round.
It makes sense. They're both locked. Putting themselves to 28 match points means that it's a little bit more likely that they could potentially dodge that asymmetrical top cut match. But it really just depends on how many players are in. If there's, 10, 12 players in there, yeah, absolutely, taking an intentional draw is good. However, if it becomes a huge asymmetric top cut, everybody most likely is going to have to play, and it's treated a bit more like a top 16. Let's take a look at our standings and see how everything is shaped out so far here in terms of placement. So you're really looking at these players at 24, 25 match points, still in the running, still in the potential to make this top cut. While Piper and Justin have intentionally drawn, putting themselves to 28. They can take a bit of a sigh of relief this round, grab some food, get ready for that top cut. Not so much of the same can be said for a lot of these other competitors.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle already mentioned Oyvind, of course. It's got to feel so rough knowing you went 7-0-1 on day 1. You've only taken your first loss now, but you're still having to have this debate in your mind as to whether you want to play or to take the intentional tie, because if you take the intentional tie, chances are you will make the top cut, but it might be in the asymmetrical bracket. And so it sounds like, from what we can tell at least, Oyvind is deciding to play it out. But then if you lose, after that insane run, you might not make top cut, depending on how the numbers play out.
And I wonder, if these players at this point know their field, know what the matchups look like at this point. That has to always be a consideration. Do you, if you believe you have a better matchup in the field, play it out compared to, if Oyvind finally starts hitting decks like Dragon Ball, are you okay to take your chance and take a draw? I feel like that has to be a consideration for these players when the stakes are just so tremendously high.
Yeah, they are. And a lot of other names to mention as well. Benny Billinger, who we've seen so many times on stream before, one of those aged-up seniors that has started doing very well in the Masters Division, that comes to mind. Kiana Meany, who I know for a fact got top 16 at the last World Championships here in Anaheim because I was sat across from him waiting to pick up my prizes at that same table last time. So another great performance from him.
Kian, a longtime player, 3-time regional champion in the Pokemon TCG, and a California native. So a little bit close to home, made the trek out, and he had quite a big match ahead of him last round. Gardevoir mirror match versus Henry Chow. Ooh. Many would consider the best Gardevoir player in the entire world. Kian was able to best it with the help of some of his conclusions, or rather inclusions, in his deck. He's now on that win and in. He'll be playing up against a lot of other players, and that's going to be great matches we have to feature. We'll get into those feature matches as well. What matches are taking out in the place again? Very curious to see what those down pairs look like. It looks like it is actually going to be clean in terms of how the pairings have worked out this round. So there are no 24 point players being paired up against 23-point players, meaning that if all these rounds play out, we'll be in a very interesting situation on what that point bubble looks like.
Yeah, because the difference between a small asymmetrical cut and a big one is whether just one person sneaks in 8th place on 25 match points. If we get that, then as you mentioned, we can have a huge asymmetrical top cut, and all of a sudden, like, everything changes up drastically.
Just so many talented names. As we were kind of talking about this before, the shift has began to start. At the end of day one, a lot of this top leaderboard filled with players from the US and Europe. It seems that Japan has slowly started to sneak their way into the top standings. We'll have to see if they can clutch up in these win-and-ins and how diverse this top cut will look like.
Yeah, we have Shizuki and Junya and Shoichi from Japan coming in, and also a little bit of Latin American representation. Aaron from Mexico and Andres from Peru as well coming in, perhaps trying to usurp Fabrizio as like the best Peruvian player. That's cool to see as well.
Truly a world championship diversity roster here. So many top-level players, all different ages as well. The youngest players on this list, Benny Billinger, first-year master this time around, having a really solid season. Didn't get to make it into any of the top cuts, but a lot of solid top 32 placements. A little bit reminiscent of somebody like Michael Davidson the previous year. Had a good first year's Masters season, qualified for Worlds. No outstanding finishes, but had a breakthrough performance at last year's World Championships. Benny could very likely follow in that footstep.
Yeah, and we're talking about Canadian players. We have to, of course, mention, Kieran Farrer, very decorated player, no stranger to the top tables in any way. No surprise to see him in 14th. And Riley McKay passed to win against Tord Reklev in the top 4 of NAIC, looking in very, very good contention to make top cut here as well. So Riley on an absolute tear right now.
It kind of proved himself to the world with that high-level pass instead of taking a knockout in that top 4 match at NAIC. Coming off a second-place finish, a top cut at Worlds or even more would be a really good way to continue show people this was not a fluke. I didn't just get second because I was lucky. I deserve to be here at the top tables. Wants to make that known this weekend. All of these players, cannot put it into words. This is every Pokemon player's dream to be in this exact spot, playing on a win-in to top cut of Worlds, where you get that chance to cement yourself in history, that Pikachu card, the Pikachu trophy, and now for the first time ever, the chance to play on a live stage in an arena. So much on the line for these players.
So much on the line, but to get there, they're going to have to play through one last round of Swiss, and I don't know about you, even I would like to have a look and see what some of the most notable matches are going to be from this last round of Swiss as we approach the conclusion of our Swiss round. So we do see that, again, no surprise to see that it's going to be a lot of Titan against Titan matches as we scroll down this list of notables here.
Battle of Canada, I believe both players actually close to local with each other. Trevor Reed and Landon Kettler, champion in Landon. Trevor having a very solid finish so far, top 8 in Vancouver earlier on this year, and there is just so much star-studded talent. That is going to be our feature match for today. This Swiss round 11, Kieran Farrer up against Kian Amini. Both of these players have had really solid seasons. Kieran started things off with a bang. It feels like so long ago, but it was that Baltimore Regional Championships. Started the season out with a 2nd place. Really rode on the back of Lugia. Lugia, unfortunately, set off into the sunset, but has now found new friends and new decks to keep himself at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and Kian, on the other hand, maybe with that big, big hunger, wanting to do that one better. Top 16 the last time we were here in Anaheim, wanting to go that one step further and get himself in contention for that top cut. The fire's got to be in him.
And you can, feel the anticipation building at this point. This is a huge match for both of these players. There is so much on the line. The winner of this match has a chance to go to top cut, battle for that Pikachu trophy, and everything that comes with it. And the loser of this match possibly walks home with nothing. No prize money, no glory, and just the dreams and shattered hope of being one match away from being into a chance to win a world champion. That's not a feeling anyone wants to have. They're going to put their all on display for us today, ladies and gentlemen.
So if someone finishes with a 24 match point record, that could put them at a low enough ranking to miss out completely on all prizing. Oh, that is everything on the line here. Goodness me, it is really for all the marbles here at the Pokemon World Championships.
So much is on the line. Big match for both of these players. They want this. Kieran started off strong, towards the taper end of the season, really started to fade out a bit. You know, it's really hard to keep up with a solid second place finish at a regional. Keon had sort of the opposite effect. A really slow start to this season, wasn't really getting points from majors, and then it was that back half. He had multiple win-ins to top cut, top 32s at the last couple of events of the season, and he's sort of riding that wave up. So how will these two sort of opposite trends of these players' stories through the season collide in this final Swiss round?
I mean, we're not psychic types here. We can't predict the future, but I am very much looking forward to seeing how the match plays out so we can see for ourselves who is going to make it. I mean, between these two, who's your metaphorical money on? Or is it too early to say?
You know, I got to give it to Keon. He's got the lore, he's got the experience. He's a 3-time regional champion. You got to give Kieran some credit as well. Rather than give our opinions, let's have these players showcase what they have in store for us, throw it down to the table, and get into this big-time match. Everything on the line, the anticipation building, but there can only be one winner and one player moving on to make their story in the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. Our main man, Pram, once again, our featured stream judge, going to be taking through both our players to make sure everything goes as smooth and solid as possible. And here are our two feature match players for the last round of Swiss here at the 2025 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. For all the marbles, for the glory, for the chance to win that coveted championship title, it all comes down to this.
We've hyped these players up so much. They have had excellent seasons, stating from different eras. Kieran pivoting off of this Lugia deck without the choice. It's gone, as we mentioned, replacing it with Goldango EX. This Pokemon has been assisted thanks to the help of Genesect. He's trying to ride the waves into this top cut. Has top 8s at international championships, both in Sao Paulo. Very, very solid last couple of seasons. However, he's still missing that place at a world championship. Keon has also been extremely close, but has won multiple regionals. A little bit more accomplished and decorated, but it doesn't mean that Kieran doesn't have as good of a shot, especially in a close matchup, Gardevoir versus Goldango.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup, one that we have seen a lot over the course of this tournament. Of course, Gardevoir and Goldango, two of the most popular picks for the World Championships this year. And it's a very interesting interplay with how this match can go. Of course, generally speaking, with the Gardevoir deck, you're taking a lot of knockouts with smaller things, so you can't necessarily do the price traders favorably. You can, of course, can make use of that fearsome Jellicent EX as well to completely shut down Kieran's items, which are vital to get back to the energy you need to take these big knockouts. So there's a lot to consider for both players here.
You know, this Jellicent is kind of in the deck for this purpose. Oceanic Curse shuts off your opponent from playing item cards as long as it's active. So,
and tools.
And tool cards. Let's not forget Air Balloon, very powerful for this Goldango deck. So that dynamic of how often Kieran is able to move Pokemon in and out of the active spot on Keon's side is going to be a very big factor in this match as our players set up, draw their cards. Looks like the coin flip won here for Kieran. Will be starting things off going second, I have to assume, in this matchup. Just being able to play those item cards could be a solid factor. However, as we've mentioned before, Goldango is such a flexible deck that it really is okay with either option when it comes to setting up.
Yeah, it really is. So it's just going to be a matter of deciding what gives Gardevoir the best chance to have a good setup. And of course, if you're going second with Gardevoir, it feels a bit counterintuitive at first, you might think, because it is a stage 2 deck. You want to get your evolutions out early on, but there's so many different things that the Gardevoir deck can make use of to make going second really good. You can play your supporter, so especially something like Arvin or Gaming Research or Ino to find your Tactical Machine evolution to get your stuff set up really nicely. There's a lot of reasons why going second in Gardevoir isn't as bad as you might think for a stage 2 deck.
Let's take a look at these prize cards, see what's unavailable. That Screamtail in the prize cards. And Urban Vessel City, there's something brewing, and that's not a good potion at all. Kian has gotten no way to search these energy cards out of the deck with this powerful item card, and that lack of energy discarding and search could come back to bite him if that Gardevoir isn't able to put in work at accelerating energy cards.
Yeah, and just to confirm for everyone at home, that is all 3 copies of Earthen Vessel that the deck plays. There aren't 4, so there's even one little vessel that can go for all 3 of them. The prices, that is absolutely brutal. And of course, the one-off Screamtail attacker as well. Those are some nasty drafty prizes.
Kieran does have both of those lightning energy prize, so something like Levincia, that stadium card to help retrieve energy cards and provide some consistent fodder.
Mamy walkę Goldango versus Garda z Jellicentem.
Aż go ściela.
Ej, co my tu mamy? Aha, zaczynamy start
that
smoke.
purple ace spec, that's a great card to play in the future, but at least having buddy
Aha,
poppin
tutaj...
means Gimme Ghouls can
Aha,
come
u
down,
Kierana
pressure
są
will be
złe
on following turn.
And I don't know if
dane.
you see me even, but I think we're starting with a little bit of monkey business here as we see a monkey Dory versus monkey Dory start. Of course, one of the most sort of low-key powerful Pokemon in the whole standard meta game, of course, with that Adrenaline ability. If it has a dark energy attached once per turn, you can take 3 damage counters off one of your Pokemon and move it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It's been pretty much something that you want to try and include in your deck ever since it's been released because that ability is so powerful.
Dobra, mamy
This
Puffin
card is
Podła
performed in
Goldego.
the standard format as we've known it from its release, but it feels like as time passes, the card just gets better and better and better. Just an insanely powerful card. Buddy Puffin will go ahead and search out these Gimme Ghoul, deciding to just get the 50 HP Gimme Ghoul. On call for family is always a nice attack to have access to.
No, wiecie
but
jak to
more
jest.
so,
Dobrze ustawiona meduza, może nam tu zagrozić.
leave it in play for too much time. Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain abilities, since Keon plays multiple of the, Kieran's only got the 1 copy of it, could be a factor in just allowing you to take easy prize cards that just don't need to be taken if you take the right precautions.
Yeah, and Kieran's going to be feeling pretty happy about those prize cards here. As you already mentioned, 2 Lightning Energy prize isn't great because it means you don't have effectivity with Levincia to get those energies back, but otherwise you're feeling pretty good about that. So, 1 Buddy Puffin, a fire attachment to the active for retreating purposes, and then
jest Candy, znaczy jest Ultra.
Some of those psychic energy, which remind you cannot be searched out of the deck. That's in hand as well as Arvin. Keon is leaning towards this technical machine evolution.
No, raczej chyba widać, że tu się zmieniła ta trochę ta taktyka. No, rybka.
Grab a way to search these Pokemon out. Puffin, Nest Ball, however you want to get things
No, Firish, są 2-2. A, chyba widzę, że się to zmieniło. Tutaj też miał.
Establish the Jellicent Freya. That's going to be a big card in this matchup.
Yeah, it really is. Now, an interesting thing that we see here in Kian's list.
No właśnie, chyba można by się tak zaistać, ale widzę, że zmian jest niewiele. Tu mamy linię 2-2, Firish, Jellicent.
Jellicent overall isn't worth it. It does give some strength, but it's too much of a liability in other ways. I don't want to run it. Some people are actually opting just to play the Frillish, essentially as a higher HP Budu that does a bit more damage. But it looks like Kian is kind of splitting the difference here a little bit in the middle. 2 Frillish and 1 Jellicent EX for Kian. He's decided that's the correct amount, and that amount seems to have been serving him very well so far.
Right and true start. We've seen this
No tak, będzie za chwilę ta słynna usta.
And Secret Box just allows you to get
Ta niepozorne meduzy są naprawdę grozą samą sobą.
Bugs turning as well, as it just grabs every trainer card available. Supporter card, item, tool card, and a stadium card. And that just means tons of Pokemon will hit the board. Evolution pieces will be put into place. As long as Keon can continuously find energy cards to play down and discard, his strategy will be executed flawlessly in no time.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an ideal world, probably the item he would like to get would be that Earthen Vessel, just to really start the chain of getting a bunch of energy in the discard pile. Not going to be an option here, but as you already mentioned, thankfully did open with 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so can at least get a couple there going. Of course, going to keep 1 in hand to make sure you can fulfill the attack cost of that TM evolution. That's very important.
Yeah, and grabbing the Technical Machine evolution, making sure the other copy is not prized, and can just kind of use that as discard fodder. No need to find any other tool cards. The only other one in the deck is the Technical Machine Devolution. We'll see how important that is later on the strategy. And because Keon can lean into this TM evolution, is going to discard the rare candy item from the hand and just value getting a ton of basic Pokemon down and into play thanks to this Nest Ball and Artisan of 2 of these grabs from the Secret Box.
Yeah, gotta give an art choice shout out here for Kian playing that Plasma Blast gold rare candy. Like it was really the first ever gold or really high rarity print of that card, and I don't know, for me, absolutely gorgeous. I love that. It's the 1 gold card I have a playset of it myself. Don't think I'm ever gonna get rid of it. Love the gold candy, the old one.
A little bit of style on display. All those play Pokemon stamped cards from the prize packs. Keon, he's got a good chance of arts. I hope you at home agree as well. Nest Ball will grab this Ralts. And now the question is, what was the other Pokemon going to be grabbed? And this was going to be my question. Do we value just getting Jellicent out and into play? And it seems like that will be the choice. Can just use this Technical Machine evolution. Ralts will get evolved to Kirlia. Frillish will be evolved into Jellicent EX. And now Kieran is sort of essentially expecting
this Jellicent to start to get powered up and ready to swing as early as next turn.
Yeah, and I think that there's a kind of a very fair risk evaluation in the sense that Kian is happy to only have one Rolts out, knowing that the way the Goldengo deck plays, it's unlikely that you would find all the pieces to get enough energy in hand, plus some kind of like boss's orders to bring up the Curlier for a KO. So I think in balance, it makes sense to go for it this way, especially because, as we've already discussed, getting the Gelatin out early can shut down the Goldengo deck really hard.
Two sides of the story. It looks like everything perfect for Heon to start, and anything but that for Kieran. I don't think there's any way to search out Goldango EX at all. No supporter cards that can have effect. There is a Cypher Maniac's code breaking in hand, but with no way to draw cards from the top of the deck. You can prepare to have good top decks the next turn, but in terms of attacking pressure here, we may have to see Kieran lean into that strike it rich Goldango. It's not typically solid in this matchup, sort of as a way to get through some of these wall Pokemon, the safeguard Pokemon, Cornerstone. It's good in the mirror match, but you really want to have these gimme goals evolved into Goldango EX just to draw you a ton of cards. And yeah, that's what Kieran's debating here. May have to actually burn this Energy Surge Pro early.
No.
And we saw Keon grab Iono as the supporter for next turn, so you know all those energies you're going to grab are going to go to the bottom. Instead, is just going to play the Cypher Maniac and potentially take this turn off, not taking prize cards, and you really do not want to be doing that against any deck, especially Gardevoir EX.
No, you're really not, but unfortunately the position that you're being forced into just by virtue of what you have, and yeah, it never feels good to play a Cypher Maniac's code breaking just to set up your draw for next turn. You really want to be proactively using it in combination with the Goldango EX's coin bonus to get those cards immediately. Not an option that Kieran has afforded to him right now, unfortunately for him.
I wonder what that top card will be. We saw Turo as the second card on top of the deck.
It was a Turo and a Genesect EX.
Yeah, and smart choice, not grabbing Nest Ball. You never know if that Jellicent's going to come up into the active spot next turn. Want to make sure, no matter what, nothing's going to stop Genesect EX from being benched and using that ability. No Clef Key or weird tech cards for Keon in that sense. We've seen some Gardevoir players go about, adding some disruptive pressure in that sense, but it seems to me that Kieran's just going to take this turn, pass, and just give Keon the ability to strike first in this matchup. Huge door opened for Keon here.
Huge door open for Keon. I think Kieran has prepared himself as best he can, given the circumstance was as awkward as it was. And especially now knowing with you playing the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, you know that Kian had the Ino in hand, so you essentially force Kian to make you draw 2 cards that you want if this Ino gets played.
And this is an instance here where Keon having that Screamtail prize is a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
one of these Gimme Ghoul on the bench would be an excellent target to knock out. Now that you're going to have 2 energy in the discard pile at minimum, you can use with that Psychic Embrace. Plus the energy retreated off this Monkey Dory. So Rhea from here without having Screamtail as an option, is it just Jelly time, or is there another Pokemon we can possibly go into before we start to lean into this Jelly time?
Yeah, no, I think it's still Jelly time, and the reason why I think it still works well is because you know that even though there's not any entries to get back from the discard pile with the items that Kieran usually would, there aren't that many ways to search the energy either. So if you send Jellicent into the active, even though you know Kieran has 2 Goldengo guaranteed, it's going to be a big effort to get the amount of energy you need in your hand to get the knockout regardless. So the item shuts off both the energy search and the energy recovery in a way where I think just, leaning into the Jellicent is completely fine.
Who needs Earthen Vessel? Just draw to
No, widzę, że tutaj...
Psychic energy discarded. Keon is not letting these prize cards hold him back in any capacity.
Widzę, że chyba sobie Kian radzi bez Weseli dwóch. Tam były dwa Wesele, no.
Candy was already gone, and here we go. Jellicent comes active, and
no i jest i on, Jellicent.
Are we just gonna see all 4 energy put onto this Jellicent? We are leaning into this heavily. That power press attack now doing another boosted 80 damage, thanks to this Pokemon having an additional 2 energy attack. Monkey Dory goes down, and something we don't commonly say in this matchup, Gardevoir taking the first prize cards against Goldengo.
Yeah, that's not usually how it works, and I think it was possible, of course, because Kian was able to just find those extra 2 energies and the Ultra Ball to discard them. So, yeah, who needs Earthen Vessel? Where do you just have it all there? And it turns from maybe sending Jellicent active and passing, you obviously don't want to put damage Monkey Dory to move, to actually being able to take the first prize of the game.
And now with this Jellicent active, once again, Oceanic Curse is available and online, meaning Kieran, as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, cannot play item cards.
Właśnie też się
have 190 HP left, meaning you would need 4 energy to discard from Make It Rain. Getting those energy cards really not going to be easy since that Energy Surge Pro cannot be played, Earthen Vessel cannot be played.
No, to nie jest takie łatwe. No i jedyny jest oczywiście taki tradycyjny draw. No, rzeczywiście.
And if you do play this boss, what does your follow-up look like for the rest of the turn?
Yeah, not great really. We do see that, of course, last time we mentioned the other card that Kieran put on top of the deck was that Professor Turris scenario.
Jest fest, coś tam jest. No mamy jedną energię jak na razie po stronie Kierana.
Or, in case the Monkey Dory didn't get knocked out, being able to pick it up so you can send a Gimme Goal active.
Kieran is debating benching Pheasantipity EX, but that's a really big liability in this matchup, even against a variant like the Jellicent is going to put it down to play. And those
Mamy
are
dwa bossa, mamy dwa Goldengo.
Boss's orders could break the item lock. Another Goldengo
Tak,
is
item
just
lock
an extra
tool
card to
card.
be evolved. The question comes down to if you can
Warto
play
zaznaczyć,
boss's
że też
orders,
nie można
of course,
tutaj
was
tuli.
still one
O!
already in the hand, so it's just an extra card.
Okej.
If you even can play boss, after this coin bonus, how many
Zaraz,
energy cards
a
are
czy tak...
available to be discarded with Make It Rain from that position? Looks like we're just confirming everything is okay.
Oh, right,
Zaraz. Judge, właśnie, co chciałem zobaczyć. Tu karty też nie mogą. No właśnie, to się... No dobra, ale normalnie Kieran nie powinien ogólnie przy Jellicencie to robić. No bo tak teoretycznie jest tam or, niby, ale z drugiej strony chyba chcesz i to jednak grać. No właśnie, bo to jest ten drobny szczegół. No dużo ludzi jeszcze będzie zapominać o tych tulach. Co tu się stanęło? No, była taka drobna korekta w postaci tego, że Kieran podpiął balona, kiedy był Jellicent. Ale musiał spalić bossa. Więc też chyba nawet sędzia zwrócił na to trochę uwagę. Więc no tutaj skorygował Kieran swoją grę. Z drugiej strony jednak warto zaznaczyć, że Kinian Ani wziął Iono. Co oznacza, że cały plan to już zaraz pójdzie Kieran. Tak far. No i okej, tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, chyba od razu przechodzimy do Iono.
Kieran's list plays the full 4 copies of boss's orders.
4 bossy.
Playing around something like Jellicent specifically, you do have a lot of outs to it, which is why it makes sense that Kieran was able to find it that turn when it was needed most.
A niektóre widać hardkorowo. Fez.
Jan does find Pheasantipity. It's gonna play this Artisan first, just search another Pokemon. It will be that third copy of Ralts coming down.
Dobra, chodzi
slowly but surely looking to get another Pokemon EX, Gardevoir EX established, is now kind of maybe second guessing what this bench spot could look like. There is always the potential to just
Zawsze można jeszcze pójść po Firlish.
I feel like that's gotta be, your two best options of Pokemon to have down here.
Yeah, I feel like in an ideal world here, you would maybe like to get down Screentail just as,
no właśnie, tutaj się zastanawiamy, czy idziemy... A, dobra, widzę, że już stablishujemy drugiego Jellicenta.
We'll be Frillish instead, so preparing to have another Jellicent EX online in the following turns, potentially. If Gardevoir EX stays active or, stays not KO'd, you can easily power up another one, and if the Jellicent goes down, then Psychic Embrace
no to
will
Iono
still be
trochę...
an option either way. And now the choice for Kion is it worth putting a Pokemon like Pheasantipity down to just...
No właśnie, to jest sobie pytanie, czy warto stawiać sobie Feza? A, dobra. YOLO. No. Power Press.
With there being no Monkey Dory on Kieran's bench, Kion could just be okay maybe dancing around a little bit and putting damage on these Pokemon since they cannot be healed at this current time.
I feel like in an ideal world, you would really like to find a Dark Energy that turn, right? You want to get some of this damage moved off of this Jellicent EX to sort of make it a little bit healthier and make it a little bit less vulnerable to an attack with the Goldengo EX, but just not able to find the
No, tutaj może być też taki numer, że poleci srogie Devo.
Kian deciding, because it is such a liability, not worth the risk at this moment in time.
Yeah, Monkey Dory just so strong in this Gardevoir deck, and every turn you miss out using Adrenabrain, especially when you have damage on your board like
No bo
this,
te OR właśnie jest trochę takie podłe.
would require Kieran to
Czy
have
mamy
one
bossa
more
kolejnego, bo tam mówią, że właśnie Kieran gra 4.
Goes active, will use coin bonus, and there are still 3 coin bonus abilities yet to be used. Big question, however, is there a boss's orders? Is there enough energy cards? If not, to KO
Dobra,
this
nie
Pokemon?
ma.
Superior energy retrieval is great,
Okej,
but as it stands right
Cypher
now,
Maniac.
it's not going to be enough to KO. That is going to change with this Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Why use these item cards to search energies out when, if that's not an option, you can just put them to the top of the deck and draw into them thanks to that coin bonus ability.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the few times you will see Cypher Maniac's code breaking being used to
Chyba
stack
będzie
2
stretcher po
visible energy
meduzę.
cards specifically onto the top of the deck, knowing that you can't search out them with your urban vessels or any of
No
your
też
items.
niestety przez
So
to,
there
że
it
tak
is, 2 energies to the top,
brakuje
coin bonus 2
wysetopowania.
times to draw them, and with the 2 energy already in hand, that is 4 energy in hand total, and that will be enough of the Make It Rain to KO this Jellicent EX.
No, teraz chyba będzie knockout na meduzie.
Prioritizing saving the boss's orders until you can use something like those superior energy retrievals to get a lot of value, especially with the item lock not be a case. And yeah, you just see right there, missing the energy card, or rather missing the dark energy on Keon's side, making it possible for Kieran to use all
Okej,
the
a czy
energy
końcu
cards
jest
remaining
wystawienie
in the
małpy,
hand
równa
to
się...
get this KO. Keon's
To
been
tak,
trying
lecimy z
well.
rybką.
Those small misses can really shift the pace of a match. See if he's able to get
Jest
another
mroczna,
and
dobra.
that's the top deck for turn. The dark energy, look, better late than never, but it's one piece again. That just would have been super helpful the previous turn to just
Ale no jest bażant.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the play for Kian this turn has to be get the Jellicent back if you can, evolve the Phyllis Reactive into it, power it up, attach this dark energy to the Monkey Dory so you can go ahead and move some of the Psychic Embrace damage off and fire off an Iono to really disrupt Kieran's hand. That's got to be what you're aiming for.
No
And
i
yeah,
fez,
Empty's
okej.
gonna try and
Jest
take that.
Iono.
There's the Iono. But is there a
Stretcher
way
po
to find the second
meduzę.
Jellicent?
Jest wszystko chyba, tak.
No, there it is. And yeah, there it is. Night Stretcher grabbing the Jellicent.
No i wróciła meduza.
Putting it into
Megusta.
play and evolving it. I'm gonna have to see if we can see the Iono be played. We're gonna play Nest Ball as well, just to
Co?
have another Pokemon out of the deck. Is there
Ja
another
pierdolę,
Monkey
jak
Dory
tu
down
śmierdzi.
potentially? All the other
Co się
options really
śmierdzi?
don't seem great. It seems like we're just gonna see
Fika!
the Nest Ball fail, not grab anything, and then that third Iono. So only one remaining left for Keon after this is played. We'll just go ahead and get get the 5 cards from that Iono. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out.
So yeah, there is the Iono now. So this is about as ideal a turn as Kian could have asked for. Kieran's going to take a very good look at what was in the hand just to make sure that he knows what's being stuck there on the bottom. 3 cards for Kieran, 3 for Kieran, 5 for Kian. It's a little bit easy to mix up those 2 names sometimes. And then, a bunch of Dark Energy found for Kian as well. Going to be able to set up some Monkey Dory nicely over the next turn or 2 to really start to get some of this damage off of this Jellicent before it becomes a problem. Psychic Embrace 4 energy on 80 damage across. We'll be able to take a knockout on this Goldengo Inactive as well as move free damage with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain on something else. Oh, and a counter catcher for good measure onto the Genesect EX.
Yeah, so it looks like Keon is kind of just committed to this devolution strategy potentially. He's going to just go ahead and put pressure onto Genesect, try and buy himself a turn, and then let's have to see where these Psychic Embrace, or rather Monkey Dories go. It looks like we're actually just going to see it hit the active, go to 190, and hope that putting damage on this Genesect stays if Kieran doesn't have a card like Professor Turo's Scenario. We'll only be drawing 1 card from each of these Goldengo EX, thanks to them being on the bench, and Keynote not taking a knockout, meaning that Pheasantipity cannot use Flip the Script this turn.
This is something that we see Gardevoir players do so often, just manipulating the damage in a way where you're making them just short of a knockout, but not triggering the knockout so that you can't, but you force your opponent to have less outs to what they need because they can't use Pheasantipity EX's Flip the Script. Super heads up from Kian.
Keon's just giving himself a bunch of options. We'll have to see how he navigates the end game of here. He's just not taking knockouts, putting damage on these Pokemon, and looking to just close things out potentially in a big 4 to 6 prize turn. Excited to see how our first game is going to conclude. These players are doing their best, putting it all on the battlefield for us. As Genesect will start the turn off, Keynote shuffling the deck, so those cards on the bottom, there was Boss's Orders, Professor Turo, those cards are going to now be shuffled and randomized in the deck, no longer on the bottom. I have to assume something like that Professor Turo has got to be a card that Kieran is looking to find off these coin bonuses. Let's see what he can get.
Yeah, so there's 1, Is that it already? Is that why you're stopping? No, thinking about it?
It's important to think about every card, every ability that you use. We're gonna just see at minimum 2 of these coin bonuses used.
That was a Narvin.
Use the Turo to go into this air balloon to Goldango to then get essentially 2 bonus coin bonus abilities.
jest
4
ciężko.
cards instead of 2 generally. But it looks like there may not be Turo in the hand just yet. Is going to
Czy jest Turo?
use this last Goldango.
Nie ma, Arwen, no niedobrze.
Arwen, there is a boss's orders in the hand. However, there's no copies of something like superior energy retrieval. So Freya, the question now becomes, do you play boss onto another 1 prize Pokemon and KO that? With there being still the 2
Dobra, jeszcze ja... O, dobra, ma jeszcze jedno.
discard pile, 1 is still
Czy będzie
unavailable.
Turos?
Vincia's only getting 1 energy back.
I jest teraz...
We're gonna see
To
no
jest
coin
kuskaper.
bonus used at this point, and let's not forget Kieran still missing a way to move this Genesect out of the active spot. I'm not sure there's any potential for the Goldango to come up and attack this turn.
No i tu się pojawia problem.
Arvin, but then the question is,
No
what else
właśnie,
are
to
you
się
doing
pojawia
during the turn?
klops.
Yeah, I mean, finding that Professor Turo scenario, that turn was absolutely vital. That was essentially the
No i
enabler
znowu
that could
Cybermaniak.
let you have a really good comeback turn, but Kieran, even after 4 coin bonus, was not able to find it.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to do what he did on the first turn of the game. Use Cypher Maniac, preemptively
Z drugiej
stack the
strony, no
deck
też
with
jednak
some
byli
solid
Senciki
cards
i
on
Gardy
the
lubią
following
grać
turn.
4
And
jajo,
you
no.
see that Turo get put to the front and then realize it's best turn to be played. This turn has passed. Now there may just be better cards to put on top. But how do you route this last game? Keon's still got to take these 5 prize cards. As it stands, Genesect can easily be knocked out thanks to an Adrenabrain. But how will Keon go about taking these last prize cards? He's got a lot of disposals thanks to how his deck is built.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And I'm
Dobra,
sure he'll
tutaj
be bearing
Cyphermaniak
that
po
in mind as
balonik
he
idzie.
takes these last turns of the game very, very seriously. Of course, we've discussed it already with so much on the line. Every single move has to be so meticulously and carefully thought out. If you just joined us, by the way, we are currently at Swiss Round 11, the last Swiss round of the Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. These 2 players are playing it out for a chance to win and make their way into the top
No,
cup,
to
the
się
last
zaczyna
phase of the
myślenie.
tournament, to play for the
Co i
win of
co,
the
i
whole thing.
pasik.
So there is a
A
heck
chyba
of a lot
raczej
on the line with these
pas,
2 right now.
no.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Keon. The Jellicent doing its job, shutting those
No
item
właśnie,
cards off. You can't even use
no
the
to
Arvin. I keep forgetting
30
at this
leci
point.
tutaj do
The Genesect is still
Genesecta.
just locked in the active spot. Turo's the only way to move that out. So just having to go for the way to pass things over. Jellicent
jest
doing
portal.
exactly what it wants. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain to start the turn off Keon. Evening things up at 3 prize cards. How will he go about the rest of this turn? Is there
No dobra, on
Monkey
chyba
Dory
wysetupuje kolejną.
available to be benched at this spot? The Dark is in hand. The Ultra Ball is there too, and even just has Artisan. Even better, get rid of that Levincia. It's no longer
No.
going to be able to get energy cards out of the discard pile and can grab another basic Pokemon if there is something like another.
Kurde, no ale przynajmniej jest miejsce, kuźwa, na małpę, no.
Oh no, there it is. Okay,
Cieszmy
just
się.
through quickly. So yeah, with the amount of dark
Ile-
energy in Keon's hand, getting down
Wszyscy
another
jest, no
Monkey
wiesz, jak
Dory with
drugi
one of those other
małpa
dark energy in hand was
równa
pretty good because then you essentially make this Jellicent completely fresh damage-wise, and it's going to be so hard for Kieran to find a knockout, especially with the amount of energy resources that have already been expended.
It's just a bit of a debate because you really want 2 Pokemon down in that spot. The Monkey Dory is great, but another Frillish in play would also be very solid. However, there is one in the discard pile, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get that into play.
I on tam
Keon
gra.
may not have the resources to make that happen. It's just going to take maybe a bit more of a conservative approach. Bench
A,
this
no
Monkey
tak,
Dory,
no.
attach a dark energy to it. Big other thing to note as well, there's no more psychic energy in the discard pile, so you're still only really getting to move 2 damage counters off one of your Pokemon this turn, since you can't afford to retreat this Jellicent because you've got really no better attacker to use in this spot.
Yeah, I think the only time
No i kolejna
now really
małpa
where you
chodzi.
retreat Jellicent is if you're doing it for the win. Say, you know, you get those energy off, bring up a Gardevoir to do 190 damage or something, load up the Gardevoir with energy, move the damage across with Adrenabrain and finish things off
20
with
co w
with
Goldengo,
an
tak?
attack from the Gardevoir to win. I think that's the only situation
Scenariusz
you do that here.
jaki...
And now with there being
Problem?
just 3 prizes for Keon, is this where you start to just go for something like a Devolution line where you can hit this active with Power Press, put damage cards on the damage counters on the bench to
No i
Goldengo?
knockout.
Just go ahead and see sort of the damage split between both of these Goldengo EX. Another Power Press for
No,
160.
a się jest fest.
Puts the top of the deck the previous turn, but now with that Genesect being KO'd, you have to wonder how much usage is
Przynajmniej fest działa,
is
no.
that Air Balloon getting, especially since you committed your supporter card the previous turn to putting that on top of the deck.
Yeah, because you'd have to boss his orders to, shut off the Jellicent so you can attach that air balloon in the first place, and the Jellicent is really the thing you want to be dealing with, so, like, no matter what you're targeting, it just doesn't feel great if you're Kieran here.
We'll just check through the deck with this Night Stretcher. We've already expended half of our time in this round. We are 25 minutes through, playing a long and potentially decisive game one. You've got to be feel in a great spot when half the time off the clock is burnt, and you won a long game number one.
No też taką wadą trochę matchupów z Jace'em jest takie, że te matchupy potrafią dość długo zająć. I to tutaj widać na żywym przykładzie. Zleciało to jak kurde. Pół godziny zleciało. Okej, no to co, boss będzie? Aha, boss Bażanta.
He's going to need to consider things very carefully to make sure that all the items that he plays this turn set up the win for next turn if possible.
Yeah, and this is really a big thing as well, since Keon's energies are all stuck onto this Jellicent EX, meaning there's really going to be, again, no potential to maximize usage from these Monkidori, since you just cannot afford to
ale jest to
go into another Pokemon. There's just not a better attacker, it seems. Kieran setting himself up to go to just one prize card remaining and potentially be just a prize card away from being up 1-0 if there's a boss's orders of or something of that nature.
Yeah, and so Kieran's going to take through this turn now. Some more coin bonus is going to be fired off to get some more of these cards out of the deck. I do believe, especially having drawn that superior energy retrieval, you do have enough energy now to take the knockout onto this Pheasantipity EX, but then you have to consider what the follow-up is. And I think if you're Kian, you're going to be wanting to send this Jellicent up to the active. You're going to want to fire up an INO, maybe bring up, if you can get a counter catcher, maybe that could be great to bring up a Goldengo with no energy on it, do the attack, and then finish things off with a Devolution, devolving all three of these, or all four of them.
Let's not forget, we've yet to see a supporter card be played for Kieran. Is this a spot where Turo can just make it so that play is not possible for Devolution?
Oh, true,
just remove one of these Goldengo.
No chyba, że wiedziałem, no
this is
jeszcze
probably
ten...
the best opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, because then if at that point, if you do that, you would then force Kian to be able
of course, boss's orders has been played, so we're looking a little here to look out for at this point.
Yeah, there's the superior energy retrieval, getting back a bunch of energy from the discard pile. Going to pick specifically the fighting and the psychic. That's one in hand. We know that there's another one in hand for the Lavincia and a metal to power up the attack cost of this Goldengo, and just preemptively playing the Night Stretcher as well, just to get back that Monkidori onto the bench as well to move maybe some of this damage across. Really, really smart.
And now with Monkidori being online, Adrenabrain is essentially getting the most use possible. It's just one monkey against two. When you've got all this damage left over on your board, it's just going to become absolutely crucial to use Adrenabrain and put things potentially out of range down the line. So every turn, Monkidori can just
No, to jest dużo dopiero.
A
potem dzikie Iono będzie.
Makes it on the active, make it a little bit easier to KO, and importantly, not give that damage to Keon to throw back into the board on Kieran's side. So Kieran's, after a couple of slow turns, right, really slow turn 2, really slow turn the previous turn, has fought his way back into this game despite the pressure of disruption that Jellicent has put on, and again is one prize card away from closing out this long first game.
Oj, ta ryba znowu będzie.
I wonder if there's
ale zaczął trochę jak... Co? No tutaj może nie.
The math works out, you now need to discard one less energy to take the knockout here. That's really cool.
Yeah, he's just going to put one damage counter on. Moving 3 or moving 1, really not a big difference, and by keeping more damage on your board, you make it so that you're almost always going to have access to Adrenabrain on the following turn. So Kieran just maximizing the potential, taking this knockout with Make It Rain. Now it is on.
Że jest stretcher.
As things stand right now, unironically, if one of these Goldengo that were damaged was the non-50 HP Gimmighoul, then Keon could actually use this Devolution play. But it is key to note that one of the Goldengo that has damage on it is that Call for Family Gimmighoul. Having 50 HP means
zaraz, czy
that
chcecie
if there is
Devolution?
just only 2 Psychic Embrace or 2 Adrenabrains used, it's not going to take a KO. But interestingly enough, Keon's actually going to send this Carnivore EX into the active spot to try
Właśnie na te 50 to trochę ryzyk fizyka, czy one są fajne, tylko szkoda. No, znaczy tutaj nie wiem, czy to nie jest aż takie trudne, no bo biorąc pod uwagę to, że... No tak, to jesteśmy na etapie oczywiście odchudzania. Po prostu dajemy
I think the one bit that's missing though is that TM devolution. We don't see it in the hand.
Well, yeah, the energy would not be an issue.
No
since
dobra,
we could
jest
just
już
promote the
odchudzańsko.
Exactly. But the Gardevoir being promoted makes me think that's not as much of a possibility. If there's only 2 psychic energy, it may just have to be another hit with Jellicent.
Iono?
Big find there for Keon. 1 Iono left in the deck. Needed to find it this turn.
Czy idziemy na Iono, czy już jednak
At every important moment throughout this first game.
idziemy na research? No, nie, Iono.
Just to prevent it from being stuck in the active, and after that a big iron over Kian.
Cannot stress that enough. This essentially
Dobra, wielkie Iono, myślę, że będzie research.
disruptive pressure. Kieran has built up an absolutely massive hand. Almost 12 or so cards would easily be able to close the game out on the following turn. Now will be put to just
Ale przy
one
deku.
card in hand. Keon drawing into 3 does
Czy
find
to
the
jest
technical
Devo?
machine devolution.
Jest!
But nothing like a counter catcher, Frey. I have to imagine something like counter catcher into TM devolution next turn, not triggering that Phesandipity's flip descript ability, could have just been a little bit more solid. Now the question is going to be, do you attack here with this Jellicent? And honestly, it is an interesting debate. Turo could mess up your plans greatly, but not giving your opponent an extra 3 cards to draw could also be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, it is marginal. I think if I'm Kian in this situation, I am just passing, but it is very tough because you know that it's, I mean, you're right at the edge. This is the last Swiss round of the World Championships. He had to think things through. I think you can see Kian doing the maths on his hand, like thinking about the probabilities. What is the best way for me to like guarantee that I can still do this play next turn to win the game?
Zaraz, chyba wiem co będzie. Jedna monkey do... Chyba będzie. Zrobię tak, że Psychic Embrace, to ten kolejny Psychic Embrace właśnie w Jellicenta. Który właśnie jest 50.
How he wants to go about spreading damage, and it looks like it's just going to be putting pressure on this bench Goldango EX, which at least to me, Freya signals that he's looking to take this KO on the active, and thus make sure the Goldango EX on the bench can possibly fall on the following turn.
I guess the other option you could go for is
Myślałem, że bardziej ambitnie.
a brain to take the knockout next turn and then just power press for knockout as well, and maybe something else. You can go for this monkey dory with the power press to take the knockout as well. So there are a few different ways you could go about it. But no, actually just going to go for it now.
Czyli nie poszliśmy aż tak ambitnie.
What does Kieran draw?
How many bosses' orders have been expanded? That's really the big question. And I think what he's looking through, I think we've just seen 1 boss's orders, maybe 2. Like you mentioned, Freya, there are 4 in the deck and plenty of ways to draw cards. Flip the script will start the turn off. So 3 cards here for Kieran. Can he find the boss?
Jest counter catcher.
So good news for Keon to go for this line. There is counter catcher, can't be played. You see the coin bonus in the active. Big finds here. Does find superior energy retrieval. Is there a boss in the hand? No, still missing boss. But we can
A jeszcze jest counter catcher, on nie działa niestety, no. I tutaj co? Jeszcze jeden Goldango, dobra, jeszcze jedno. Dajemy. Jest boss. I jest, dobra, jest. Się dokopał. Kurde, no, niektórzy aż tak szalenie nie są, jak ten listy grał 3. Ten 4.
Of this round 11 of Swiss, and is just 1 game closer to punching his ticket into the top cut of worlds.
That is as stressful as
Szkoda, że nie zrobił tego Devo. Byłoby bardziej realne moim zdaniem. No ja bym popatrzył, który ma 50, okej? Zrobił jednak to Devo. O, Rahul Randy tutaj jest.
Absolutely, what a game number 1, and what a sort of credit to Kieran's deck building decisions as well to play 4 copies of Boss's Orders. We have not seen a high count of Boss's Orders very frequently in Goldango. This is a more recent innovation, and my goodness, it's paying off as Kieran just demonstrated so beautifully in that game.
Sometimes the best answer to idle lock is to just completely ignore it. Play around the Jellicent. It really was that lack of darkness energy, I have to say, early on.
Ale i tak powiem, wymęczył się, powiem, jakby to się powiedziało, no. Wymęczył się.
Though it did come in clutch and draw Keon that last Iono from the flip the script ability. 1 turn away. Just 1 turn from closing things out. Kieran, even after just having a 1-card hand, drew so many cards. Can't even count it. What, 3 flip the script, 2, 2, 1. You know, math is hard sometimes, but the important thing is Kieran found that, and you see him just take a sigh of relief that after that long game,
No, to się nazywa wymęczyć się w tej grze.
for that top 32. He's looking for more than that, though. I know Kieran wants to close out and get himself into this top cut.
Yeah. Now, hold on a
Też
second,
jest
Ethan, whilst we're
zmęczenie.
jumping up in between games 1 and 2, I do believe we have some updates from the floor. So Daigo Yoshihara has defeated Vianney Leroy and it moves on
Aha,
to 20
Daigo
match points, which
Yoshihara
should be, it's in the zone of uncertainty. It's that zone where maybe
wygrywa na Vianney Leroy. O.
top cut yet, but still, Daigo's got to be feeling pretty good at having a chance at making top cut there.
Yeah, once you're in that spot where the match is over, all you can do is just hope and pray. You've done the hard work.
Lepin zremisowała z Justinem Devlinem. Onwird wygrał z Gabrielem Smartem. Tak, London Kettler wygrał. No to też jest człowiek z Invite'em. No, very searchable.
Replaced by those 2 psychic energy. This is all you really need as a Gardevoir player on turn 1. Frillish active means Jellicent for some item lock. You can even, of course, attack with the Frillish itself and getting Ralts down. Very, very standard stuff for this Gardevoir deck.
Absolutely. First couple turns. Absolutely it is. Although
O, jest, Fernando Fuentes, to jest obecny mistrz świata. Też jest tam. Myślę, że go nie ma, ale jednak jest.
Little snack goes a long way in the Pokemon T.
Sure does.
Buddy poppin', staple card of a lot of these standard decks. Just getting
Turo!
Pokemon into play. Prize cards not looking too bad. I think time pending, we are going to have a great second game. Just checking through the deck, wants to see what Pokemon are available, and it looks like with the cards being queued to the top, Arvin may be very near and choose our supporter choice.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing I just didn't quite see as well as that completely turns the hand into potentially really scary and bad, so really, really good.
Oj, lepiej korzystać, póki jeszcze... Boże.
Goldengo being as good as it is to get 2 metal solution Pokemon out the deck, really, really strong. And with that air balloon as well, the other piece that we've talked about a few times already, that really turned Goldengo into the tier 1 monster that it is, taking that flexibility with retreating.
Just grab the Genesect EX out of play, use that ability, start to grab the Goldengo EX, get the pieces rolling. Will be expected to go under item lock, and the one piece missing at this point is a Metal Energy. However, is just going to commit the fire to this Gimmighoul to use that minor Aaron running. Every turn is important to use Iono. This is definitely one of the more important ones. So you'll be able to take this Metal Energy in Kieran's hand and put it to the bottom of the deck. See if Keon's got that, or even just another way to get this board set up. It looks like it's Jellicent time super early on. Who needs Psychic Embrace if there's just another Psychic Energy? Jellicent can start to get in there and attack into these Gimmighoul.
Yeah, it was really this Gimmighoul that came out in the Surging Spark set. It was kind of a small difference maker, but it really was. It very quickly became the optimal Gimmighoul to get. Of course, just what does Goldengo want? Energy in the hand. What does that Gimmighoul do? Get the energy to the hand. So it's a pretty good early attack.
To be fair, there have been so many Gimmighoul cards printed. It's kind of ridiculous.
Okej, widzę, że Rybka zaczęła nokautować.
5 Gimmighoul cards that exist, so trainers really having to choose which cards they use. There's nothing going on for Keon in this hand. It is really relying off the back of this Jellicent to carry him through. However, Kieran's already got that Genesect down. The Goldengo are in the hand. If this Jellicent somehow goes down this turn, this could definitely spell disaster for Keon. There's going to be a pretty sizable amount of card draw for Kieran at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few energy in the hand already, so just searching a few more and be able to get there. I didn't quite... I was here saying, oh, worried about Kieran having a bad hand, but Kieran's hand is absolutely horrendous. Just evolve, attach, attack.
Na kolejnego Fina.
But the KO didn't really help with the prize either. It's just an Ultra Ball, a Night Stretcher, and a Psychic Energy.
Just one Ralts on the bench, meaning that if Kieran wants to give himself items, he would do so and knock out the only option for Gardevoir EX to come into play next turn. Essentially the best Pokemon you want to knock out. 2 in 1 sounds like a good deal to me. Kieran's yet to really have those solid pieces, right? Still missing something like the Boss's Orders. Does at minimum have the Metal Energy. We're gonna have to see some good cards off coin bonus if Kieran wants to.
No i co tam znalazł?
Yeah,
Same energie.
That's pretty good.
I think we're now just 1 energy card away from having the KO.
Yeah, you're right. So what's this? Is 1 coin bonus fine to find 1 more energy? Oh, I think that was a Superior Energy Retrieval.
Superior Energy Retrieval does not do much. So we see Metal Energy active, and I think we're probably just going to see the pass of the turn over. No real reason to dump these energy cards.
Okej, finałowie za mocni.
This is actually okay. Having a Stadium card, very good to recover energies.
Okay, what is he can drop turn? Is it helpful?
No, dużo Finów są mocni. Jedzenie ryb pozytywnie wpływa na mózg. O matko.
Ultra Ball, I think we may have to see a desperation play as Mew EX will be the grab to use
Okej,
the
Mew.
restart to just try and
To jest
bomb
brak.
something,
No,
because
ty
if
chcesz, że ten
Keon
z Mew.
can't get these Pokemon down into play from here, it's gonna spell disaster very quickly.
Yeah, but this is really not something you want to bench. We're talking about how Pleasant
Tak, no ryby mają pewne wpływy.
Mew is 180. All it needs is 4 energy on a Goldengo EX.
No dobra, tak, teraz też mamy Kanadyjczyka i Amerykanina. Stretch i Mew! Czy jest?
Okay, does find the technical machine evolution and a dark energy for the monkey, but I feel like you have to just continue to attack at this point. You know, you can go get this Ralts evolved, but at least putting some pressure
No,
on this
nie jest to za dobre.
next turn with a power press, you can just
Trochę nie taka, nie najlepsza.
and take a knockout. It's just gonna really prioritize this Ralts, not dealing damage to the active, and just using this technical machine evolution to get Curlia into play, since there is a very realistic threat that this Jellicent EX does go down this turn.
Yeah, and I think Kian just accepting and acknowledging that, just prioritizing
No,
this earlier. But now if Kieran is able to, after
no,
the for the metallic signal, if he's able
tak,
to
bo
find
akurat Onwirt pokonał Gabriela Smarta.
very meaningful knockout, and Kian is just going to be stuck even more.
I wonder, you know, if it's even worth playing the boss next turn if there's just one more energy being found. What is Keon's
Dirlica też został wykonany przez Fina Hermaniego Hietela, czyli... No, ale Łaszkiewicz wygrał z Riley McKayem, więc Łaszkiewicz ma realną szansę na Top Cut. Swoją drogą. Polacy też jedzą ryby.
This Pokemon could go down. We'll have to see which choice Kieran wants to make between playing boss's orders or just taking this KO.
Yeah, I guess to be fair as well, if you KO'd this Jellicent, you keep yourself very nicely on the 2-2-2 prize map, which is really where you want to be if you're playing Goldengo. Take out the Jellicent, maybe take out the Gardevoir and a Mew EX. That seems like a pretty good 2-2-2 map to me.
There are pros and cons for this play. I don't think it's super, you know, clear cut, but it's never a bad
Okej, jednak. To jednak Kirlia. Co ci Kirlia zrobiła? Chyba za sam fakt, że jestem.
This play here from Kieran. He's gonna now use that Levincia to get those 2 lightning energy back. If that stays in play, the cycle can continue, and even under item lock, these energies can be recovered. Not something you want to see as a Gardevoir player.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and use, now that you have access to items again, go ahead and use that Night Stretcher to recover that Gimme Ghoul that was knocked out with the Power Press early on. You do have the Energy Search Pro in hand as well. You could maybe consider firing that off.
No dobra, zostawmy sobie tego Energy Search Pro.
There's also an Earthen Vessel to search a few more energy, but looks like Kieran's going to be pretty content to just go ahead and discard those 2 lightning energy that were found from the Levincia to take the KO on this Curlier and take his first prize card of this game.
Looks like we're going to have to rely on these support Pokemon. Mew for 2 doesn't find any supporter cards. It's going to be flip the script. Keon, you got to find something here if you want to stay in this game.
There's a
research i Iono.
Research Arven as well in the hand. Is there really a choice? I feel like.
Ach, kurde, spadają te karty.
Research and dump and draw. Now the question becomes, are you just going to be attacking with this Jellicent? Your opponent.
No dobra, wybija papieska.
Cards. The Levincia's in play, and there's only 1 energy besides those lightning in the discard pile. You've almost got to expect this Jellicent to most likely get knocked out on the following turn.
Yeah, it can't be a good feeling, especially knowing that even if you send out this Jellicent, it's so easy for Kieran to get more energy back into the hand because you have the Levincia that can get it back without making use of any items. It's interesting to see how this is kind of starting to creep its way into the Goldengo deck as a way of...
Ja bym zagrała Iono i bym wyjebała. Ja bała tę energię za nim. Będzie do dupy! Aha, rybeczka. A Iono? Czy research? Nie, research. Albo się już przygotował, że... Ryba. Kipnie.
Drawing through the deck and does find Secret Box. Not sure we'll see that get used this turn, but it's more than happy to be played in the following turns. And with the way this hand is shaped out, even if Jellicent goes down, Keon's going to have the resources to get another Gardevoir set up. Let's not forget, this Goldengo deck is not playing any way to disrupt the opponent's hand, so Keon is pretty confident he's going to be able to easily execute his strategies if he's sitting on a powerful hand, since there's no disruption.
Yeah, so it's always a nice feeling when you know your opponent isn't playing any hand disruption cards, so you can plan so many more turns ahead without worrying that your card's going to go away. It's a very, very good feeling indeed. It is debating maybe playing the secret box now, but thinking about it, yeah, I think they're going to be discarding these Nest Ball, of course, not very useful right now given that the bench is full.
Yeah, and the big problem is this Levincia. It's just going to get so much value for Kieran next turn that Keon is considering just using this to bump the stadium, but no, is going to let Kieran have another turn with Levincia, and with the way this board is shaped, Goldango can get evolved. That's another Gimme Ghoul protected. And with there being 3 energy in hand, at minimum, Jellicent will be going down this turn. Even finds another boss's orders for good measure. This is just high counts of boss, really coming in clutch, and I'm sure has been super strong for Kieran all weekend long.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Kieran, I'm thinking, again, maybe I just target down the rolls one more time. I can get back 2 energy to KO without making as many items. I deny Kian the possibility of making any kind of comeback by parrying something up with the Godvar EX, and it puts me back on that 2 prize knockout prize map to win the game. So maybe just go for the rolls again.
He's even thinking about using Turo potentially as the supporter for turn. You could pick up the Genesect realistically. It's only really just a liability. You really don't need to find any more of these evolution Pokemon. Just keep that like away as an option. However, having Turo, we saw multiple opportunities where it could have been solid last turn. So I think this is fine from Kieran. Hold on to that resource. You know it could be powerful later on. And instead just play the Arven to grab some more of these cards out of hand. Even potentially some non-useful cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, just so that you don't draw into them if something like Iono comes down on the following turn, and that's exactly what Kieran's going to do here.
Yeah, just make sure that all of the useless cards are in your hand, which is normally not something you want, but if you know your opponent is like the Iono you would much rather your useless cards be at the bottom of the deck, so very smart and heads up from Kieran there.
Already sitting on just so much, he would prefer to not get Iono'd, but if he does, he'd rather take some of these bad cards and make it so that they aren't drawn into the hand. So with Levincia, 5 energies, exactly enough to take the KO onto Jellicent EX, and Kieran is yet again running away early with this game when it comes to the pressure. We'll go down to just 3 prize cards remaining and potentially 2 knockouts away from getting himself into the top cut of the World Championships.
So over to Kieran, over to Kian rather now, as he has to think about how best to approach this. Draws a Psychic Energy for a turn, which is really great because that means there's some very nice and easy discard options there that he knows he's not going to need. And now Secret Box is going to find all sorts of good stuff. There's a rare candy to get the Gardevoir out straight away.
Yeah, that's piece number 1, rare candy. We'll see the Artisan for sure, and you have to imagine Iono from here on out.
There it is.
Gotta be the optimal supporter. Will be the choice, and even grabs the one of Bravery Charm. Can use that to maybe beef up some of these Pokemon just a little bit more to make them more difficult to be KO'd. At minimum, it's never a bad card to have. Have to imagine at this point, it's not really going to be a big make or break card. Kian will just be able to get down another Monkey Dory. The Night Stretcher can grab back the 1 Jellicent EX. Kian will essentially be set up at this point. Decided to actually, looks like not use the Artisan, so may not have a Dark Energy in hand just yet. Just going to put that hand to the bottom, shuffle those into the bottom, draw into 5 cards. He's yet to use Artisan again, does find the counter catcher. So is this now an option where, unlike in the first game, it's best to just go for a Devolution line? You can go after the other Goldango, use the Psychic Embrace. This could actually be what Kian wants to do, and it's exactly going to be his line. I think this is looking a lot better in terms of mapping out prizes and rather board control in this game.
Yeah, and especially now that you put Kieran onto a low hand size, it's much less likely that Kieran will be able to find Professor Tura's scenario to be able to, you know, disrupt this line of play from happening. Monkey Dory comes in with the Adrenabrain to move some damage onto the bench of Goldango EX, and then it's just going to be the power press for 160.
All the math is perfect here, no matter what. Even if an Adrenabrain comes out on Kieran's side, Kian just needs one Adrenabrain to make sure all these Pokemon are in Devolution range, and he's also, once again, under item lock. Gonna shuffle the deck, knows a lot of those solid cards were at the bottom. Then out this Goldango and the Goldango EX. Kieran, it just feels like, has come up clutch in these moments, finding the pieces. But if there is just one turn of miss, especially this turn, if a Gimme Ghoul at minimum does not come down, Kieran will lose all of his attackers in play, can, however, get it with the Artisan, so that is an option. However, if the Devolution strategy works, and more importantly, Kieran does not take a prize card this turn, the tempo will swing widely into Kian's favor.
Absolutely well. So this is going to be the crucial turn for Kieran here. What can he find off of these coin bonuses to try and stop this devastating TM Devolution play from being as impactful as it could be?
No widzę, że dalej jest.
No good.
Boss's orders, there's on items and energy is only down to, it looks like this one last coin bonus, another item. There is nothing going on here in this game for Kieran. Essentially make it rain for no damage. Wanting a miracle here. One more card off the coin bonus. It's an air balloon. There is just nothing going on. And that means if Kian can play a Technical Machine Devolution next turn, he could just swing this game that seemed to be oh so in favor of Kieran after for Kieran's favor after such a slow start, and it's just going to be a pass. All Keon needs is just to find that technical machine devolution. Just going to spam the Iono immediately. Draw 5 cards. Do we see it? And
Yes,
the
Def.
TM Devo.
Yes,
Keon
demo.
ripping the exact card
I
he needs.
robimy.
Will knock out all of these Goldango after they're de-evolved into the smaller Pokemon.
Tak.
The Gimme Ghoul taking 3 prize cards.
No i
and putting
nokaucik.
Kieran in an
No
absolutely
tak.
awful spot with time winding down. Right
Okej,
now,
mamy
we're gonna be
to.
in turns of time,
Devolution
especially
wchodzi.
since we'll get
Co oznacza,
confirmation
że 3
Keon is turn
prizy.
zero. So
Wow.
we have one more turn to win
Tak.
this game, Freya, but just needs to take that last prize card, or rather last 2 prize cards, and he's all set.
So, I mean, let's see what Kieran can do here, if anything. Kieran will have 2 turns to take 3 prizes himself to try and cement the win and actually win the match.
No.
Kian is just playing for the tie here. That's the tricky thing. Like, Kian knows he's in a position where he can't really get the win to win the match and make it to the top cut of the Worlds, but
I think if Kieran plays this correctly, he actually can't lose this game. Because Keon will get confirmation here, Keon should be turn 0. So, Keon with being
No
turn
dobra,
0
tak
is
razie
turn 1
Kian
number
ma
right
tu.
now.
A czy dalej Kian
Keon has
prowadzi?
one more turn to
Chyba
play
się
this
skończy
game
na
for him.
remisie, jak tak.
If Kieran leaves, Keon cannot play any gusting cards. There's no counter catcher available since Kieran is behind up prizes.
Right, of course,
If you just decide to leave your board as Gimme Ghoul Genesect, how does Keon take
Yes,
2
Fez,
prize cards
okay.
next turn? You can't put enough damage onto this Gimme Ghoul and knock it out. The only way that's possible would actually be with that one Bravery Charm using the Roaring Scream to take a KO. So if Kieran could actually find Professor Turo, pick up the Genesect this turn, that would mean there's essentially no way for Keon to take a
Ale z
1-hit
drugiej
KO on this
strony,
Goldango
no
EX.
jak...
And I'm not sure he
jak
found
coś...
that, and if he has
Tak,
to
tak,
finish
no,
another
że
Pokemon like
Feza, no co.
Pheasantipity, that won't be an option. So Kieran is really
No tak, z drugiej strony, no tutaj mamy kolejnego tu Prizera.
I mean, Roy
No i
Scream was
zaś
prized
jest
in the last
Turo.
game, of course, but not the case here, so we know
No,
it is something that
właśnie,
Kian
co
has
tu
access to,
ściągnąć?
something that I'm sure Kieran will be thinking about as well. But Kieran is also thinking, I have 2 turns here, I need to, if I really want to cement this game, I need to take 3 more
Co tu
prizes here. I need to either do that or, like you said, just make sure that I stop Kian from taking 2 prizes of his own.
It has to be the latter. There is really no incentive for Kieran to make plays towards winning the game. It changes nothing.
Yeah.
If he wins this
No.
game or if the game doesn't finish, it's the same.
And that's a Turo!
Yeah, has the Turo, but had to bench Pheasantipity. That's the issue, right? If it was just
No,
the
chyba, że
Genesect
nie.
in play, then this Turo would essentially lock the game up. There would really be no way. Yep, it's just gonna pass, and now it's on Keon. Keon can find that Bravery Charm and the Scream Tail with the Monkey Dory. If there is a way to just put 10 more damage, rather, onto this Jellicent EX, then
Dobra,
it
on sobie
does
tutaj
become
patrzeć lewą
possible
kartę.
to use Roaring Scream.
Czyli na
However,
pewno,
if
jeżeli
there's just a way to knock out
no
the
może dojść do
Genesect
remisu,
instead,
jest
that's
duża
it. So we're
szansa.
gonna have to see how many energy Keon has. Is going to need a total of 6 energy cards. There's 3 here, and we're gonna see
Oh,
research. So
grubo.
there's the Bravery Charm and has the Artisan plus the Nest. I think that's gonna be it.
Yes, Scream Tail.
Keon has the resources to win this game. Bravery
No,
Charm,
nie
Scream
ma to
Tail on the
znaczenia. Jest
final
i...
turn. Keon will use a powerful Roaring Scream to knock out
Tak,
Genesect. And
jest
with this being in turns of time,
Ma
seems that this match
120 i
back and
knockout.
forth will
Aczkolwiek
be
niestety
a
trzeciej
draw.
gry tym razem nie zagramy, więc no oboje panowie zremisowali. Nie było. No nie było. Nie ma czasu.
Players are going to be out of contention for that top cut of this World Championships. It's got to feel, you played your heart out on stream. You played so well. So to end on this, it's got to feel a bit deflated. But congratulations to both these players all the same.
You know, if Kieran
Nie,
had
jakaś
found that
meduzą
Turo
mi się tak
without
pasi.
having to put Pheasantipity down, then
Grzania i
there's
te
really no
bloki.
way for Keon to
Dziki
realistically
czarek, to
win. He would need to
można
have the
wymęczyć.
6 energy in the discard pile.
No to
plus
ważne, że ta
another
pierwsza gra
energy
była
to
taka
embrace onto
mocno
the Jellicent.
wymęczona.
But then it also needs to retreat off the energy, so it would be a lot tougher. But because there was no Turo, Keon able to close the game out, draws the entire deck, and wins the game number 2. It will be a tie, but man, that was an absolute display of class and excellence from both of these players.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this match and review some of the key moments. We saw there in game 1, Kieran was able to get some really early knockouts going. Kian was able to load up the Jellicent pretty early on to really disrupt Kieran as best he can. But Kieran, over and over again, even through the lock on this Jellicent, was able to find the means to take the knockouts through the Slavincias, through boss's orders to play around the Jellicents and its Oceanic Curse. He was just able to find the pieces again and again.
Galeria Skuch.
It's game 1 was so back and forth. Not lean into that devolution, just decided to attack into these Goldengo, and off of one of those last 2 coin bonus, Kieran won that long game number 1. Feeling safe, and Kieran could feel nothing.
Ale tutaj Devo się udało.
Long game 1, super slow start. Kieran just goes after Curlia, puts himself to 3 prize cards, taking this big KO onto the Jellicent EX, even though it was under item lock.
No.
Kian from here was able to just buy himself that crucial turn, hit into another Goldengo EX, use the technical machine devolution to take 3 prizes, and that Genesect EX, though it's so powerful at setting up and supporting your deck, it can sometimes be a liability. Roaring Scream with the 1 Bravery Charm. It does not expect it in this deck, but Bravery Charm, ever since the rotation for the Pokemon TCG, it has been a life-saving card for Gardevoir in so many different scenarios, even without the Drift.
Yeah, even without the Drift Zone, just the fact that you can just buff up the HP, even if you see sometimes a Bravery Charm on a Rolls, just to prevent it from being knocked out before you evolve it up. That's something we've seen before as well. It wasn't too long ago that we were seeing really high
Polska
Bravery
góra.
Charm in the Gardevoir deck, but
Ogólnie
now
Poland
we have a 1-0 that is played, and that 1 Bravery Charm saving Kian right there at the end, and being able to snatch a tie at least from the jaws of defeat.
Both players, you know, they've got to be feeling mixed feelings at this point, right? You're 1 win away. If you just win that match, you're in top cut, you get to fight for a trophy. But with a tie, you know, most likely these players are going to be locked up for a top 32, maybe a top 16 spot.
Ogólnie tak.
Of course, those stamped promo cards,
yes.
the Paradise Resort, some cash money to go along with it, and
No
at
ma
that
jak na
finish
razie
of the
szansę
game,
na realne
you
top
know, they've
8.
got to have mixed feelings, but it is everyone's goal at the end of the day to be in that spot, clutch out, and win to give yourself a
Że
shot.
w ogóle fińska
Yeah, especially
moc.
for Kian, right, knowing
Znaczy w
that
ogóle,
this is
no
kind
też
of, in a
chyba
way, it's a
Finowie
mirror
też
of your finish from
przyjmują
the last
dużo.
time you were at this very venue at the World Championship. So Kian especially is going to be thinking, again, just
No tak,
like
tutaj
history
zremisowali.
mirroring itself and
No
just
bo też i tak nie
wishing
było
that
czasu
could
na
have been lower
dogranie
further,
tej
but
3.
still not a result sniff at all.
Yeah, and getting updates from out in the field, you know, the tie obviously very important to both of their players and their stories in the Pokemon TCG, but this now opens up the floodgates. We're getting reports here
No
from
biegliście
our
po
person
news.
out in the field, of course, the lovely Kyle Sukovic, that before
Kamala
this could
Costa
have been
z
actually a
Kowalskim
clean cut, or close to a
zarysowali.
clean cut at 27 points. Now it seems that all players at 26 match points are going to advance in. Before this situation, it looks like there were, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people right now were confirmed at 27 match points or more for cut. So if there was a winner in this match, that would make it actually a clean top 8 cut. Now with this match being a tie, I could keep scrolling here for days and days. Tons of 26 pointers are going to make it, and we're going to have a large asymmetrical cut, it seems.
Oh my, I just got word in. Marco Cifuentes has made it into the asymmetrical top cut. The sibling story revenge. Is it going to be a back-to-back for Fernando and Marco here at the World Championships?
A chance to pass the torch.
No,
What a story that would be from World Champion, watching your brother, rooting him on, seeing the love and support of the entire Chilean community, now having the chance to bring glory back to Chile for a second year. He is going to do everything he can to make his name known
Okej, co to jest
again.
jakaś
26 match points locked in. We are going to have
26
11
point
players
is
in
the
our
third
top
strong
cut.
cut.
So,
Czyli
it's
11.
advantage right to
Czyli
top
co?
players that I
26 punktów.
Hyperlipine,
Okej.
take an intentional draw last round up against the other 27 pointer Justin Newdorf. So 2 US
No to
players
Łaszkiewicz
locked at
chodzi do
28
top cutu.
points. There's actually 5 players at
A na
that record
pewno.
of 28 match points. So with how that works,
Więc
11
z czego co
players
widzę, no
means
paru
3 from
chodzi.
outside of the normal cut, plus the 3 players inside of cut, right? So 9th, 10th, and 11th will play against 8th, 7th, and 6th seeds. So the way it actually works out, there's no bubble in terms of the match points having to go ahead and play an extra match. So all players, it seems, at 28 match points get a round 1 bye, essentially, in our top 16 cut, and are locked for top 8. That's got to be a great feeling to have, especially for those players that decided to play it out at 25 match points and decided to do what they could to win their last match.
And I'm sure for
No,
Ogun
no,
specifically, that was
so
one of the reasons behind that. And having taken that win now, he's got to be feeling very happy about his decision, because he is now, he gets, like you said, gets to skip around a top cut. You are guaranteed at least a top 8 placement, and that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mixed. If all players knew they would
Który
maybe guaranteed
jest?
make cut, I expected a large amount of them to intentionally draw,
possibly,
but they saw the math. They saw there was a world where they would miss if they took an intentional draw, and everyone maybe played it out. Decided to just all play out the matches, and it works out excellently in the favor of those players who did win. They're already, you know,
No,
seeing
sure,
the vision. The
sure.
top 8 playmat is theirs. They're looking for more, though. You are just 3 matches away. These players have played thousands of matches in their Pokemon TCG career, but these last 3 matches of this tournament are the biggest matches in their Pokemon careers. 3 wins separates you from, you know, being in the history books, sure, as a top 8, you know, placing finisher, but in glory, cemented in legacy for Pokemon if you can make it to the finals and win a world championship.
Yeah, and of course, not just glory, of course, the plethora of prizes that are available for all of our top 8 contestants and our winner. Let's take a quick reminder for the folks at home as to what exactly is on stake and at stake and what's on offer for our winners.
Tak wspomniałem w przypadku czempionshipów jest 5000.
Since the bumped up pricing, $50,000 for the winner.
Yeah, just a cool 50 grand, nothing too special,
Yeah,
right?
no
In terms of Pokemon TCG. If you follow the Pokemon trading card game for, you know, at least a decade or, you know, for even more time, it just continues to grow and grow. And it's awesome that players who have been competing for years and years, getting themselves to exactly this spot, can just compete for large amounts of prizing. And even for our players in the top 32, right? Players like Kieran and Keon, it is a tie. It is, of course, sad to not be at that top cut place, but walking home with the cool $5,000, not too bad at all.
Well, I mean, especially considering back when Kian and I got top 16 here the last time, for top 16, it was $2,500, so it's a bit of a big bump up. Yeah.
Yeah, with the way it works, there's going to be a pretty sizable bubble on the X2-1 players, since, you know, X1 to 11 players at that record or greater. This is going to be an interesting spot to see how the standings play out, of course, for the players looking to make it into top 32, but we're going to really be focused on these 11 names in our top bracket, right? So the 5 players getting an automatic buy is going to be Justin, Hyper, Mateus, who we featured with the N Toolbox deck, Shizuki Nakagawa, playing a different deck as well, Oyvind, and Landon, or excuse me, and Oyvind. So those are our 5 players here. Landon did make the top cut. We'll, of course, get that bracket when we have it to showcase what's happening, but while you're waiting for everything to get finalized, of course, we have the deck checks, players getting ready, the administrative stuff. We have some stuff for you guys for tuning into the stream, some drops and distros. Let's take a look and see how the TCG is being supported throughout this weekend. Of course, following along with the Twitch stream, there are drops going on for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. I'm a Hydreigon fan. I've got to be honest, that is a cool looking artwork. I'm going to admire that later in TCG Live. Make sure to watch and get your deck boxes as well. Oh, those 2. Why am I here at the booth? I should be playing TCG Live right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, we got phones, right? We can go ahead and make sure we get our drops as well, and you guys at home should be doing the same. So go ahead and you know, tune in as you're tuning into the stream. You can get that World's Deck Box sleeve and coin, 2,000 trade credits and 2,000 trainer points. Great to craft extra cards, and yeah, absolutely, that gorgeous Hydreigon line. It's even if you're not the biggest fan of you know, Hydreigon, or even if there's certain Pokemon line it's not your favorite, I think you got to say all the artworks, especially in this black bottom white flyer set, are so stunning.
Yeah, and remember with the special art rares, you can't craft them anymore, right? So you have to pull them out of packs. So yeah, look, this is your opportunity to get yourself some nice looking cards, and who knows, with the way the Pokemon trading card game is shaping up, that could be a popular card, a solid card later on. I'm really looking at those deck boxes and sleeves, and hey, some credits to make some new cards from that Black Bolt and White Flare expansion. Pretty solid as well. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Stay in the Twitch chat. We appreciate you all for staying with us and watching through. This is really where the tournament is going to get as exciting as possible. We've also got, of course, some more stuff for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
But wait, there's more!
Of course there's more. We always got to give back. What's better than 1? 2 or so I've heard. You can receive in-game special illustration rares using this code WCS25TCGL. Dynamotor line, I'm liking that. And that Hilda, very, very solid cards and competitive. The Dynamotor's got a little bit of work to do. I think it's got to find a bit of a better lightning partner, but having it on standby for when it does come, that's pretty solid to have. Make sure you guys use that code and receive it this weekend.
Yeah, WCS25TCGL. Go ahead and redeem that either in the app
tak nie
itself, or
słuchajmy.
to the redeem.pokemon.com, I believe, to redeem them on the website as well if you prefer, and you can get those lovely cards to build out. I mean, Hilda, great generic card for evolution decks. Of course, searches out for an NG and an evolution Pokemon. And yeah, that Dynamotor line, I'm sure it'll find its home eventually.
Of course, there are multiple games going on this weekend, one of which the Pokemon Go. They're having some drops over on the Pokemon Go Twitch channel. So, you know, if you've got that multi-tab stream set up, you want to check out some of the Pokemon Go action, feel free and be rewarded for watching what's happening through the Pokemon Go. We've got drops going on all weekend. We'll be able to take a look and see what you can receive from watching the
O
Pokemon
tak,
Go stream.
kocham
Hopefully we'll have that
kolejny pseud.
Yeah, Pokemon Go.
No, tutaj oczywiście kolejny, ach, korepetycje z matematyki. O, jak działa kredyt. No.
Everyone's coming together enjoying it, and now it's part of our competitive circuit as well. And there you go, you can watch time research for Great League team building via Twitch drop. So you can see the Lily, the Squirtle, and the Sentret. So you can choose your path as you celebrate the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. So go ahead and watch it on Twitch, watch with the Pokemon Go channel. Our friends over there, Pokemon Go, we love those guys.
We absolutely do. These are three very interesting paths. I don't really know how to break this down. I guess there's the Squirtle path, the plant path, and the furry friend path. So, you know, whatever suits your boat. Yeah, personally, I'm taking the Squirtle path. I love that guy. He's got the shades on sometimes too. You know, they're always doing fun stuff over at Pokemon Go. As well.
No Lily Love in the house.
You know, I've never been a Credelli fan, unfortunately. I'm always, you know, I always make sure to evolve my Pokemon up to their final form. I've never used the Everstone. I don't even know why the Everstone is there. You've always got to make your Pokemon as strong as possible.
Okej, co tu się stanęło? Okej, te skalperzy wciąż nie zadziwiają i najgorszy... O matko, czy oni sobie kurwa skalperują rzeczy z Worldsów?
Well, almost 10 years ago, Raichu had a showing at the World Championships for the video game. It's not really in the format anymore, but the video game has changed tons and is still here on the largest stage. There's some drops and giveaways going on over on the Pokemon TCG, or excuse me, BGC streams. Make sure to check out the video game drops that are happening right now. You can go ahead and use some of the things that are provided to get yourself some in-game rewards as we get close to
No wiecie, sowy...
Legends.
Dobra, czekamy.
Last final stuff in the Scarlet and Violet, and I was wondering what this was. Yeah, we got a Giraffe Rig, or excuse me, a Farigiraf. It's been a little while since he's good in the TCG. He makes an appearance here or there, but you can get that Giraffe, or excuse me, Farigiraf, the one that was actually used to win the World Championships last year from Luca. Use that code Worlds are mortal. Armor tail. I can read, guys. Let me just take a closer look at this. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Trust me, guys. I'm a code expert. It's just one little hiccup. Sometimes you gotta look at this a couple times. I always look at the worlds and then try and break it down. Make sure you guys also get the zeros and ones in there. They're like a little bit sneaky. It's not an I, it's a one. Make sure you guys use that code for the video.
So when you go to enter it, when
No właśnie, to jest też dobre pytanie, no bo tak w zasadzie... Znaczy, Konowski też jest dosyć ciekawym przykładem, bo jest też przykładem chyba osoby, która w zasadzie...
It's gonna be hard to mess up, although from what Kyle said yesterday, he said he was still gonna find a way to. So don't be like Kyle, make sure you enter the code incorrectly and you can get your Farigiraf from Lucas World Championship winning team.
So lots going on here this weekend for the Pokemon games all across. We've also got Unite happening. Make sure you guys are checking out all of the streams.
Znaczy, z Konowskim jest chyba taki problem, że no jest trochę jak Bibiel.
We have 11 players left in this tournament. We've got an asymmetrical top cut match, top 8, top 4, and then tomorrow we're gonna have ourselves a finals in an arena match. How excited are we for that?
Could not be more excited if I tried, and I know all you folks at home are going to be feeling exactly the same. But from us, I think we're going to, after that, we need a little bit of a come down, we need a little bit of a break, so we're going to go ahead and toss to a break, but don't go anywhere. Masters Top Cut is coming up very, very soon,
Okay,
and
no
you're
zaraz
not
będzie
going to
Top Cut. Z czego co się tu dowiedziałem?
Chip Ritchie here on the tournament stage, joined now by Disguised Toast. Welcome. How have you been enjoying the World's experience so far?
It's been amazing. The set, the design, the players, everything has been so incredible.
Well, I've got a little game I'd like to play with you today if you're down. I know you have played lots of different games over the years, lots of different strategy games, different card games, and even the Pokemon trading card game. So I've got a handful of cards here I'm going to read to you, and I'd like for you to determine if you think this card is a World Champion card. Has this card been featured in a World Champion winning deck? Does that sound good?
That sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to start off here with a favorite for everyone who's playing even today, Gardevoir EX. It's got the ability Psychic Embrace. As often as you like during your turn, you can attach a basic Psychic Energy card from your discard pile to one of your Psychic Pokemon in play. If you do, you put 2 damage counters on it, and it's Miracle Force attack, 190 damage for 3 energy. It recovers from all special conditions. Is this a card that you think has been a world champion before? And we're counting all 3 age divisions, masters, juniors, or seniors over the years.
I'm going to say No, I think I've definitely seen Gardevoir decks with what's the card, Monkey Dory, and you just damage your own minions, but then you move it around, and then some of your Pokemon's benefit from being damaged. But I've never seen it like at the tippy top, so I'm gonna say no.
So Gardevoir EX currently is one of the better decks in the game. It's been legal for 2 previous World Championships,
To jest właśnie
but
podjebany
it has
filmik
never
od
won.
Orali.
Has not won.
It has not won. Tord Reklev got 2nd place in 2023 with it, but I think a lot of players may think this card could take it home this weekend. All right, we'll move on to the next one. This is going to be Lugia V-Star. So Lugia V-Star has the Tempest Dive attack, 220 damage for 4 energy. You may discard a stadium and play. And then it's V-Star power, the ability Summoning Star. During your turn, you may put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard pile on to
Lugia,
your bench.
Jezus, Lugia była
Yes, I
mocno.
believe they use this to summon Archeops and then accelerate like 20 colorless energy. I think this one has been a world champion deck. I know they're not as popular recently, but for the longest time, all I've heard is people talk about Lugia V-Star, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes, and Lugia V-Star has in fact been featured in a World Champion winning deck. Gabriel Fernandez won the 2023 World Championships in the Seniors Division with a very unique Lugia V-Star deck, and it was a very good deck for a long time when it was legal in Standard. We got another one here, another Gardevoir card. Gardevoir GX. There have been a lot of very good Gardevoirs over the years. This is a fairy type. It's got the ability Secret Spring. Once during your turn, you may attach a fairy energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Infinite Force 30 times. This attack does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. And then Twilight GX, similar to V-Star Powers GX's attacks, where once per game effects, you shuffle 10 cards from your discard pile back into your deck.
Oh wow, we're entering an era of Pokemon that I was not a part of. So once per energy, you may attach it in. I'm gonna say yes, because any Pokemon
Nie
that can
doceniona
add
Łódź.
energy as part of the power.
Ty wiedzieliście, ile w Łodzi jest koncertów ostatnio?
I'm gonna say yes.
You are correct. You are 3 for 3. You are doing great here. Gardevoir GX was actually used in the World Champion winning deck by Diego Casiraga, who won the Anaheim World Championships in 2017. The last time we were here in Anaheim, it was used in the Champion deck. We got another one here. Vile Plume. Many trainers out there who played during this time frame do not like to see this card. It's a stage 2 Pokemon, 130 HP, with the ability Irritating Pollen. Each player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. Solar Beam, 3 energy for 70. What do you think?
Oh man, there's a card
Właśnie, tak zobaczymy jak poszło z tą ligą.
Pokemon that
O
has
ja,
super-
Weeplume.
what
To też jest item block.
Yeah, because I remember I opened
Ach,
a
Pokemony
prismatic
kochają
basketball
item
Bidoof and everyone's
blocki.
freaking out. I don't
Prawda?
know why. And this Vileplume seems like it's that, but even worse.
It's an ability. You don't even have to attack with it. You can attack with something that's more powerful than this Vileplume.
Player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. I'm gonna say not a championship winning deck or champion winning card, because I think the champion would be able to play around a card like this, not play with a card like this.
And you would be correct once again. Vileplume, while it was one of the least enjoyable cards to play against for a long time in the Pokemon TCG, and it was very, very good, never won a World Championships. All right, here we go. We got 3 more cards here. We're going to go with this Wailord EX. This is an iconic Pokemon TCG card. It has 250 HP. It has the ability Water Veil. When you attach an energy from your hand to this Pokemon, you remove all special conditions from it. And then its attack, High Breaching. 5 energy, 120 damage. This Pokemon is now asleep. What do you think of Wailord EX?
5 energy.
Jest to tak
and
hardkorowo
make
nie
yourself
siedzę.
asleep, but you can then attach an energy card to this Pokemon to remove the condition. But 120 doesn't seem like that high of a number.
Now, you are going back to a time where, this was the highest HP any Pokemon had in the game at the time, was 250. So, we've scaled things up just a little bit over the last few years. This card came out, I believe, in 2015. So, it is a little older. Take that into mind here when you're making your call.
Ooh, I just don't think a card like this can win a championship. 5 energy cost with a drawback. You probably have to run a lot of energy accelerants to be able to attack with it. I'm gonna say not a championship winning card.
And this is going to be your first error. And it's a little bit of a trick question here. So this Wailord was used to get second place at US Nationals, most famously in a stall strategy. It didn't attack. You just tanked hits, 250 HP, and made it so your opponent couldn't knock it out and eventually won the game by deck out. Similar to Snorlax stall, which is a more recent strategy. But it was also featured as a singular copy in Jacob Van Wagner's Archie's Blastoise winning deck in 2015. For a very specific matchup, a Pokemon couldn't one-hit KO it, and you could one-hit KO the Pokemon in return, so you would help you prize trade favorably. And the reason it was good is because Blastoise let you accelerate a bunch of energy into play at once.
Okay, got it. I didn't know Stall back then was just a really big Pokemon.
Sometimes that's all it takes. All right, and just two more cards here, and we're going way far back here. This is back to 2009 and 2010. Luxray GL Level X. It's a level up Pokemon, similar to Evolution, but you can only level up a Pokemon when it's in the active spot. And Luxray levels up from Luxray levels up into Luxray GL Level X. So it's Luxray to Luxray, but the Luxray is a basic. Okay. Bright Look as the Poke Power, a precursor to abilities. When you level up Luxray, you get to bring up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and then Flash Impact 60 damage. 30 damage to one of your benched Pokemon.
Interesting. So you can make them swap.
Yes. Kind of like a boss's orders on an ability.
That's always good. I'm gonna say yeah, this is a championship winning card because it's like a boss's order attached to it, and you don't even have to use a trainer card for it.
You would be very correct. This card was extremely good. It actually won the World Championships in 2009 in all three age divisions. It won in 2010 in the Juniors and Masters division and got second in the Seniors division. One of the best World Champion cards of all time, Luxray GL Level X. And then we're going to kick it all the way back to a card that was legal at the very first World Championships in 2004, Blaziken, with its Fire Starter Poke Power. Once during your turn, you may attach a Fire Energy from your discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon. And then its Fire Stream attack, 50 damage, you discard a Fire Energy attached to it, and then you deal 10 to all of your opponent's benched Pokemon.
From a discard pile as well, huh? That's good. Well, it only has 100 HP.
Well, let's think of the time. Yeah, back then this is a stage 2 Pokemon. 100 HP, this was as much HP as big Pokemon had.
I'm gonna say yes, championship card, because I think anything involving attaching energy from a discard pile just has to be good, especially back then where I assume that's not a very readily available move.
So you have great line of thinking here, because it was very, very good, but it did not win the World Championships. 2004 is a famous Worlds in Pokemon TCG lore because the Japanese players came over and surprised the entire world with a Team Magma deck that was able to defeat Blaziken in the finals. So this card was very, very good. It had strong finishes at the US National Championships prior to Worlds, but did not win. But you did really, really well here, I would say. You missed on 2, but you got 5 correct for a lot of cards that you'd never seen before.
I've only seen Gardevoir and Lugia, so the other 5 were just complete brand new, but I kind of try and base it off what's popular now, so the Vileplume and the Badu were very similar. But I've seen popular decks don't run Badu, because if you're expecting it, you can kind of play around it as well, and Vileplume just seems like a card like that. So no, but this was really fun to see the meta, the card power evolve over time.
Well, I appreciate your time, Toast, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend here at the World Championships.
Welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and we have a quick report as the Swiss rounds have ended, and that means we are moving on to the top cut portion of this tournament, the single elimination bracket. It's time to whittle this field down even further. This is where moments are made, where legacies are born. And by the end of today, we will be down to just 2 players. That last round, that crazy finish that ended in a tie, really jumbled up the standings heading into the top cut. It was going to be a clean top 8 cut, and now we have 11 players who are still in the running here at the World Championships. We have our bracket ready to go. We can take a look at that right now to see what we're working with. So all of these players fought hard throughout this tournament to get to this point. We have some people who need to play in that asymmetrical cut round. You see them all the way on the left. If they have someone paired against them, they're going to have to play in this first round. Some players already advance straight to the top 8. You can see those such as Oyvind, who was on the stream earlier, Piper, and some other players up here. We have one name I want to call attention to on the left side near the bottom of the bracket. That is Marco Cifuentes, the brother of Fernando Cifuentes, who won the World Championships just 1 year ago. So we could see something unprecedented where siblings are able to take down the World Championships in back-to-back years. It's an exciting story. Let's bring in our casters to go over this bracket even further and talk about the excitement that's yet to come.
Thanks so much, Kyle. And yeah, what an exciting bracket this is. Top 16 playoff, and then those players in the top 8 will be breaking it down. We've got an extremely wide variety of decks.
O,
as well
tak,
as,
propos jeszcze, Łaszkiewicz jest już automatycznie w top 8. Również mamy Piper versus Suzuki Nakaba od razu w top 8. Orwid też się dostał oraz Justin Newford. Więc mamy Łaszkiewicza od razu w top 8.
Riley McKay, who we talked about, really proved himself on the stage at NAIC, will have to face off against Daigo Yoshihara, though, to lock up his spot in top 8, so we'll have to play in that asymmetrical cut. I mean, who else stands out to you, Ethan? Yeah, like you said, the Marco Cifuentes versus Landon Kettler. Landon's had a great season. You know, won that regional championships and then just took time off before playing in Worlds. Rest and recovery seem to have worked well. He's going to have a hard opponent up against him. Marco Cifuentes is out for victory to essentially follow up what his brother took care of. We've got the Battle of Tanaka in Japan, top 16. It's going to be Junya up against Yota. That's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. As well as, you know, the biggest thing in terms of deck surprises, I don't know if many people could confidently have said that there would be 2 Zoroark EX decks in this top cut. What were you... No, in terms of the Zoroark deck, it is an off-meta deck. And the big thing to note is, you know, it kind of has a pretty solid and expected metagame in terms of the top 16 decks that exist. The 11 players here, you know, it's got a mix of Goldengo, it's got some Gardevoir, it's got, you know, some interesting things like Raging Bolt and Dragapult. These are things that you'd expect. The big outlier from this as well, another deck there are 2 copies of in this top cut, is Charizard EX, a deck that has fallen out of favor thanks to the rise of Dragapult. And now I have to wonder, you know, with these 2 outlier decks, of course, they're going to have, you know, an expected metagame field to tackle in this top cut bracket. But if they go head-to-head against each other, how is that matchup dynamic going to work? We saw earlier on Mateus sort of struggling against the Charizard when it's properly teched out. Is that what to expect in that matchup? Or could things change from what we saw earlier on today?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I guess we'll have to see. Of course, another one name we haven't talked about yet, Piper Lapine, representing that Goldengo deck, of course, and had a very, very impressive win on stream just earlier today. Also won't have to play that top 16 asymmetrical cut, as she is already locked into top 8 cut. And I believe like the first woman to make top cut in Masters at TCG for I think 15 years, something like that.
It's been
a
something
long
like
time.
that. Piper is an absolutely outstanding player and an inspiration for people playing all over the world, showcasing anybody can do it. And she is no exception. Still on the up and coming, you know, has been a first master for just a few years at this point and had a really solid season. You know, last year doing the 2-time regional champion wins, has now, you know, gotten close to making top cut off of a top 8 at NAIC and now top 8ing Worlds. An excellent season for Piper, but I know she's still hungry for that international title. World Championship would be a great place to cement herself in the legacy. She already knows her matchup she's playing. The rest of our players in top 8 already, Justin, Mateus, and Oyvind, they've got to wait to see what happens in their top 16 matches. Piper could already start preparing, knows that Shizuki Nakagawa is on the horizon for a big match where the winner not only advances to top 4 and tries to continue on, but top 4 is where all of that extra glory comes in. The Pikachu trophy card, the trophy itself, and being one of those players that gets an automatic invitation to the World Championships next year.
So what is Shizuki on, actually? I didn't quite catch that before.
So we've got a big mix of decks in this top cut. Shizuki is one of the players playing that Raging Bolt EX deck. So typically a very close matchup up against Goldango. As I've been watching the field, a big key card in that match has definitely been the Togekiss. That 101 Togekiss line in the deck, being able to just flip a coin, flip heads, completely changes the dynamic when things like the baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst Storm can just kind of provide a little bit of a dent normally in the prize mapping for Goldango, right? Since if you take a KO on that one prizer, you still got to take 3 more KOs to win. And when Raging Bolt is striking first, they're usually the first ones to go to 4 prizes when you're still at 5. Normally that messes things up, but one flip, right, from that Togekiss means the entire shift just changes and it goes right back into your favor, or you just get to close the game out a turn early.
Yeah, or even as well, to be fair, the Goldango player can play a little bit smart. I mean, I've played, I think I talked about it a fair bit already, but Raging Bolt was kind of the deck I'm playing a lot right now. I was just at a League Cup not too long ago, and I played against Goldango in its like kind of new iteration. And as ever, what they can do is they can be clever with Tourist Scenario and essentially force the Raging Bolt player to take the first single prize KO and like make it so that they can't take 2 prizes for the first knockout. So if you can do that, Goldango is pretty favored as well. So there's definitely the tricks the Goldango player can do. And now even more so if Piper's playing this Togekiss line, that's just another trick that you have that can maybe swing that matchup a bit more.
So it seems that a lot of these decks are coming in pairs. We talked about Charizard. That's got 2 representatives. There are 2 Poltnor in the top cut, 2 of the Zoroark decks. We've got the most popular deck in this top cut, 3 copies of it, Goldango. So, right, that's a majority of the decks. Then there's a few outliers. We talked about the Raging Bolt, but the big story for the Gardevoir fans out here is, of course, Riley McKay, coming off of a final placement at the North America International Championships, running Gardevoir back, is in top cut, and is looking to, again, continue his story, showing people that that was not a one-time fluke. He's a solid player. He's at minimum proof that here. We'll see how much he can prove it on a grand scale by traversing through this difficult top cut bracket here in Anaheim.
Yeah, you got to believe in him, right? I think that anyone who is in this top cut, they are here for a reason. Whether you know them or whether you don't, whether they've had like a breadth of experience or whether they've had the moments prove themselves on stage like Riley or not, any one of these players has fought so hard to get here, and any one of them could become world champion. It's just a matter of finding out who it's going to be.
This is really, you know, where the factors outside of your control just become extremely important. There's no room for error. It's a single elimination bracket. If you lose a match, best 2 out of 3, 75 plus minutes, you're out of the tournament. You walk away with what you've got, you go home and you dream about that Pikachu trophy and how close you were. You are not going to get many opportunities like this. The best of the best players always talk about how important this tournament is. Tord even, says that as well. This is sometimes you've only got, 1 or 2 chances for a lot of players in their Pokemon career to make it even into the top cut of the tournament. Every win is so important, and every loss just hurts so much more.
Yeah, I know Tord was talking a little bit about, I know on socials, about how this one particularly stung for him, the fact that he wasn't even able to make it through to day 2, that he felt so prepared for this tournament and it didn't go his way. I know he's going to be reeling a bit about this one for a while, I think. But Tord's a strong player. He's not here this time, but we know he's going to pick himself up, regroup, and come back even stronger next season, as he always tends to do.
Oh, yes.
Main focus on these 11 players. As are kind of looking through. You know, I love to do a little bit of early predictions.
Właśnie,
Just,
ale
you know,
tak
if
to
you get it right,
wygląda.
it's bonus points. If not, you know,
No, mamy
no
też
harm,
już
no
pierwszą
foul.
parę na
Do you
to
have a name
właśnie,
or
jest
two
to
that you're
oczywiście
watching on this
Suzuki
list
Nagawa
that you think
versus
could go all
Piper
the way
Team.
and maybe get a
Czy
world
znowu
championship title
Piper
under their belt?
jest
So for me, there's
top
like
8?
a
No,
kind of
mamy
two different personal
Kiewicza
biases
właśnie,
and then a
takiego
kind of
guzika.
a non-personal bias. So we'll start with Piper, right? So Piper, you know, being the first woman in so long to make top cut and doing it so well, and knowing that she's been pining for such a big result for so long, I'm really rooting for her a lot to go all the way. I think that would be really great to see. From a caster prediction perspective, though, and this is perhaps some kind of advantage or not, because no matter what, I get a win. Shizuki, the last Raging Bolt in the field for my caster prediction, so like maybe there. And then for Oyvind as well, I spent a lot of time with the Finnish guys. They're a really great community there. I love all those guys to bits. I'll be rooting for Oyvind for sure, and I really hope he goes far because he's been a player on the cusp of greatness for a long time. He had this breakout back half of this season right now, and now he's sitting at the top 8 cut of world. I know he'll be doing himself and the whole community in Finland so proud.
Yeah, talking about Oyvind for a minute, you know, he's got pretty polarizing matchups in this top cut. You heard him say earlier, he just wants to kind of avoid the Dragapult Dust Door. There's 3 of them,
No.
or excuse me, there are 2 of them in top cut. Now, one of them is on the other side, that is Justin already there in top 8. So, you know, Oyvind could dodge that all the way
Tak,
to finals
Justin
potentially.
też
However,
Newfold jest
the
też
other Dragapult
w
Dust Door
topce.
will be this first match,
Więc
the winner of
mamy
which
chyba większość
will
topki
play
wręcz
in this top 8.
wypełnioną.
Riley McKay playing the Gardevoir, and then Daigo Yoshihara playing that Dragapult Dustsnort deck. And that is really essentially a big polarizing matchup for Oyvind,
Czyli
right? As a
mamy jednego
Charizard player,
Zoraka, chyba
you're
jednego
going to play against
Goldego
your worst matchup in the Dragapult
i
Dustsort
jednego
deck,
Charizarda w
or
top
one of
8.
your best matchups in the Gardevoir deck. These are the moments, right, as a Pokemon player, you're kind of just crossing your fingers and hoping, you know, a certain player maybe dead draws or makes a mistake and that you could have a little bit of an easier bracket, especially when if Piper does win that top 8 match, that is your essentially most favored matchup in the bracket as a Charizard player, Golden Go EX, where that Chi-Yu really shines.
Yeah, and to be fair as well, Oyvind's got to be feeling, if you're weighing up the odds one way or the other, we have seen Riley McKay as Gardevoir taking down Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the world.
This store is open today.
NAIC? It was Dragapult. So there's no reason why Randy can't do it again. And if Oyvind thinking like that, then he's got to be thinking, my odds are good here.
It's going to be a mixture for sure. You know, some of these players, again, can rest and relax. For a lot of these other players, this match is an extremely important one. There are so many storylines to be said. So many players really want this tournament. I'm super, you know, interested to see how Japan is going to traverse through this bracket. They've got a wide variety of decks and a wide variety of players. None of them just in the top 8 yet. They're looking to get there as soon as possible. Speaking of wide field, we had a wide variety of caster predictions for this event. We'll see how they're shaping out, right? We started with just over 700 players at this tournament. We're now down to just 11, and I mean, you know, Mike's definitely got the short end of the stick. Joe as well, so EU's definitely taken a little bit of a loss. There's no Flareon, and there's no Picnic Basket in this top cut. No Grimmsnarl or Genesect either, but, you know, this does prove the metagame going to this weekend very wide with a lot of deck choices for our competitors to contemplate and think about what they want to pilot.
Yeah, I think out of all the European casters, my caster prediction, or at least one of mine, is still the only one left in contention, and even then, there's only one representative of it left. So yeah, not looking great. But for you, even, my goodness, you nailed it with Goldengo. I think maybe not so much with the Crustal. It did make some appearances, didn't quite make it all the way, but there were a few day 2, weren't there?
My boy got to shine. He got to show some of his some action, what he's got. But yeah, Goldengo, as I think nobody was
Znaczy są wchodowcy,
surprised to
którzy
see,
chcą
a little bit more of a
przywrócić
basic
dawne.
pick, but hey, 23% of the field in day 1, the #1 most played deck in day 2, and having the most representatives in this top cut at 3. So we'll have to see if it can go all the way, or if somebody will be able to take it down.
Yeah. Okay, this is a bit of a reach, but can I reframe me predicting Iron Thorns as me predicting one of the Cifuentes brothers are going to win?
Is this the Cifuentes legacy?
Yes.
Iron Thorns promised us
Dragapult.
That's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Też
You know, I can get
ten
behind
Giant
it.
Tower
Yeah,
dobry.
Pokemon is about interpretation sometimes. So look, Iron Thorns no longer at the forefront of the
Jeśli
meta
chodzi
here,
o, no
but
tak,
it
Freya
is,
Pierce
you
też
know, a
postawiła
Pokemon
na
with,
Torsa, który no
same
nie pojawił
style,
się
a little
nigdzie.
bit more disruptive sometimes, being
No
the
też
Zolok
piknik
deck,
Baskata
blue
nie
one.
widzieliśmy.
So if anything, probably the
Był
most opposite
Grinsnarl,
deck change. You
ale
know, the
flopnął.
Iron Thorns deck was the most
Goldengo
straightforward,
tak.
simple deck. You just stick
Dragapult
your guys
tak.
in the active spot, you disrupt your opponent, and you
No
attack.
Raging
While the
Bolta jeszcze w
Zoroark deck
akcji
that
nie
Marco
widzieliśmy
Cifuentes is
w ogóle,
playing
tak
is
swoją
just,
drogą.
the most
Nie,
opposite
gdzie się
deck of that.
wszystkie
You're
bolty
drawing a bunch
podziały.
of cards from your deck, you're using a bunch of abilities, mixing things up, spreading damage all over the place. So, you know, this worked really well last year. They've adapted, and we'll see if the Zoroark is the key to win Worlds this year.
I'm going to reinforce my
No chyba nie było tego
my reach,
Zoraka,
as it were, by
no
saying the amount
Łaszkiewicz
of
z
the
Zorakiem i
fans of the Chilean community
Cornerstone'em.
who said after the win last year, I informed as Chilean.
Yes,
Then
sure.
that's where the story is going. I'm sticking with it. I'm listening to the Chilean community. Much love to everyone in Latin America. You know, being Brazilian myself, so much love for everyone down there. So mucho amor para la comunidad de Chile, as well as everyone in Brazil.
I see you.
Yep. You hablan portuñol.
We're getting international on this broadcast. You'll love to see it. Yeah, what a mix of Top Cut this is. We've got essentially most of the regions. You know, outside of Asia, you know, Japan is the only region, right, to have this. We had lots of players from a lot of different, you know, countries within the APAC region. None of them outside of, you know, the Japanese representatives making it into Top Cut. So in terms of performance this year from, you know, outside of the TBCI region, it seems, you know, at least from these results, Japan did their homework. They put their practice in. They, of course, have had more time to work with these cards since they're already ahead. They've already got, you know, Mega Symphony as their expansions. We really sometimes see at the World Championships that extra preparation, having their nationals be in the same format as this, can really be a big advantage.
Now, I don't know about you, I would love to kind of do a little refresher / get to know better.
Kurwa, no chyba mam nadzieję, że będzie mnie tam na tej giełdzie. Ja lubię sobie giełdę.
Ready to show you guys home. But let's get to know Piper a little bit better.
If you've been watching the Pokemon trading card game broadcast through at any portion of the stream, there's a good chance you've seen Piper, whether it's at the top of the standings or in terms of accomplishments. This is a long time. Played through the juniors and seniors divisions, had tons of success, and just kept that momentum rolling. Coming off, like we mentioned, a top 8 at NAIC, a top 8 at the last regional of the year, Portland. So regional top 8 into next event top 8 into next event top 8. You got to imagine, you know, you've been cut short at top 8. Is this the time where you finally break through? If there's any tournament to do that at, Worlds has definitely got to be one that you're okay, you know, going a little bit further than being held up at top 8 for these events.
Yeah, absolutely. Piper's got to be absolutely beaming right now with the 2 regionals already under her belt, but now a chance to make
poszła na Ultimate Airmon Party tak swoją drogą. Tu mamy Playing, która jest w
now a
topce.
chance to be world champion here in Anaheim. She's got to be feeling absolutely trust of herself, but also laser focused to make sure that she does not lose sight of the end goal.
It's all thanks to Goldengo EX with
No właśnie, no tutaj zapomniałam chyba oczywiście jeszcze jednej imprezie planszówki spotku. Warto zaznaczyć oczywiście to, że w ramach planszówek spotku będzie release. Tym razem nie będzie kapa, a będzie release z nowego dodatku, z nadchodzącego dodatku Mega Ewolucję. No i oczywiście turnieje, oczywiście Common as Magic the Gathering oraz oczywiście Qualifier Star Wars.
What the time period is, doesn't really, you know, stay complacent with the same deck. Takes a very similar approach as a lot of these top players do, especially from North America, where they just play what they think is the best deck. They practice it a lot and a lot and a lot in a short time span, sort of, you know, condensed, intensive prep. A lot of people would call that, you know, a boot camp
Czy jest jeden Goldengo na
style.
pewno?
Brings it to
No
a
tutaj jak
tournament,
na razie jest
recipe for success. It's worked a lot.
przyjrzenie się
Yeah, I
czym
feel like when
grają.
you're a player at Piper's skill level and you're playing for so long, that's something you kind of like get away with. Or, get away with sounds a little bit harsh. It's a good strategy to go for rather. What I tend to say when people ask me, okay, Freya, I'm getting into the game right now, I know you've played for a little bit, what would you recommend as a sort of a formula to success when I'm just starting out? And what I tend to say to people is when you're just starting out, what the best thing to do is pick one of the decks that can do well in the tournament. It doesn't have to necessarily be the top tier, but just a deck that can win, that you enjoy playing, and play that a lot to iron out your fundamentals. Make sure that your sequencing is good, make sure that in general you're approaching with the right mindset when it comes to how to sequence out a turn basically, and how to respond to what your opponent does. When you get to that point where that's ironed out and you've played with one deck enough that you're playing with it less and less, then you get to the point where you think to yourself, I can apply this same skill set that I developed to another deck, and I have that flexibility to adapt what I play into a tournament to take for account what else might be going on. So
A ja będę wtedy
for
w
me, at least personally, that's what I
Frankfurcie.
recommend.
No, Frankfurt ogólnie, no to jest pierwszy, ogólnie będą to pierwsze regionalsy ogólnie.
That's the advice I'd give.
No.
And while it won't be till a little bit later, of course, we still have
Frankfurt ma ten,
16
no
to play
tutaj
out.
jest,
Piper's opponent,
nie jest we Frankfurcie trochę dalej niż Dortmund. No bo nawet sami Holendrzy, którzy graniczą z Niemcami, mają tu dużo dalej.
On this competitor from Japan, the lone Raging Bolt in
Więc to jest jak na razie tutaj
top
przedstawienie pewnych
cut. This is a deck that's
sylwetek.
gone through a lot of changes, right?
No tu mamy
Before, this
o
was the,
Suzuki na
you know,
Kawana,
first deck to,
no i mamy
use the
Bolta w
Pokestop
top
in a super
8,
aggressive
jeżeli się nie mylę, czyli
way,
Goldengo
really
kontra
grid
Bolt.
a lot of pieces,
No
and
tutaj
now
raczej
it's
to jest taki
completely
matchup
shifted
50-50, no
over
bo
to
oboje
this
to będą
Noctowl
prawie,
engine,
to będzie konkurs,
using
kto
the Steel
będzie
Mask
brał
Overbond,
2
flooding
prizy.
the board with energies, and using
Oczywiście
that,
Bolt ma
you know, huge attack from the Raging Bolt Bellowing Thunder to deal big damage.
Yeah, and sort of focusing on Shizuki as a player, bit of a breakout result. Has had a couple of you know, City League wins, but no major big tournament win results in Japan. It seems like so. This is going to be a very big breakout performance for Shizuki. Got to be feeling very happy with himself right now.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, players from Japan can qualify in 3 different ways for the World Championships. Either
Okej, przepraszam, bo miałem chyba wyłączony mikrofon, ale tak, mamy oczywiście Goldego, mamy chyba z czego co widzę Goldego, Bolta i w zasadzie, nie wiem czy to będzie jedyny Bolt, ale jest w top 8 Raging Bolt. A niestety Bolta jeszcze nie zobaczyliśmy żadnego na Steamie, taki fun fact. No tak właśnie, bo jeżeli chodzi o te właśnie planszówki, to jest w ramach właśnie ten playlist z ewolucjami. W niedzielę. Oczywiście, jak się wykupi tego playlista, to warto zaznaczyć to, że też ma się dostęp do tej imprezy. Też wejście do tej imprezy.
No, so at this point you can win through 3 different ways, right? You can go to the City Leagues, you can go to the Champions League for placement, but the points don't accumulate like they do in NA.
Yes, that
the
was
points
it.
are
Yes.
always separate, so that's really the system.
Yeah, that. And of course, you would know. You've been there. You've played in that system as well. It's a great glad to have you on the desk to explain that for us and everyone at home who might not be aware of how it goes
Ewidentnie mieliśmy dobre sztuki.
That's the past. We're looking towards the now, and I do believe our players are pretty much at the table and ready to go for our asymmetrical.
Choć też, no tylko ten drill się tam powtarza. O! Przechodzimy od razu do top 8. Okej. Jesteśmy od razu w top 8. Zobaczymy po raz pierwszy Bolta. Okej. Zaczyna się robić ciekawie.
The best things are not worth waiting for. Sometimes, if you can just do it right away. There's some exceptions, but these players just want to get the nerves over with and on the stage and play what is probably the biggest match of both of these players' careers. Winner of this gets so much glory, so much, you know, pride, and one step closer to becoming a world champion. It's going to be Piper Lapine up against Suzuki.
Czyli chociaż biorąc pod uwagę to, że Top Cut się Top 8 ułożyło tak, że w zasadzie już połowa uczestników się dostała, to nie dziwi się, że od razu przechodzą do Top 8. Więc tak, jest to pierwszy stream z Boltem. No tutaj raczej jest to taki matchup, tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, bardziej 50-50. Więc raczej nie jest to coś jakiś najchujowszy, ale też nie najrewelacyjniejszy matchup, więc tutaj raczej będzie bitwa o to, kto pierwszy weźmie 2 prizy. Raczej Suzuki ma tutaj skromniejsze trochę osiągnięcia, jak raczej głównie w swojej lidze City League Champion w zeszłym sezonie, no i w tym, więc jest to tutaj, znaczy nie tyle co skromniejsze, co raczej będzie to, że no ten gracz z Japonii bardziej ogranicza się tutaj do no swojej lokalnej ligi.
Got to be feeling pretty chuffed seeing the Tokyo Kiss special. They did very well with playing it in Goldengo at some regionals.
No Lapine oczywiście ma tutaj bardzo dużo. Dwukrotny champion regionalsów. Czempionka bardziej.
There's the Tokyo Kiss fans out there happy to see that Tokyo Kiss is finally on the world stage. It really hasn't
Między innymi
had
Baltimore w 2023. Teraz ma to trochę inaczej. No, znaczy Frankfurt ma to, że bardziej się opłaca z samolotem lecieć niż autem. O! Za to po stronie Shizukiego, no to może być ciężko. 2 Genesecty w prizach. Oła! Co oznacza, że może być tak
potentially some
Po
strong coin
stronie
bonus abilities or
oczywiście
even Cypher
Nagawy oczywiście jest Latias, jest tam jeden Bolcik, jedna Sada, więc tutaj raczej nie mamy takiego upsi-dupsi, delikatnie rzecz ujmując.
Yeah, really not where you want to be, but Piper is a strong player. We've seen her play a way out of many tricky situations like this one. If anyone can try and make it work with this,
Więc
it's gotta be
no
her.
to już
But
tak
here,
jak
see the
zaczynamy od razu już top
kicking
8.
off our first top 8
No tak się używa
here
szybko ta
at the
topka.
Pokemon Trading Card Game 2025 World
Nawet nie
Championships,
przechodzimy do
and it looks
topka.
like Shizuki will be going first.
Znaczy zawsze będzie jeszcze top 4, właśnie 2 mecze w top 4. No. I co jest już standardem? Jest dobra, Nesball. Tutaj akurat widzę, że tu mamy standardową wersję z sowami, bo wiem, że w Japonii próbowali ją w wersji bez niej. Właśnie po to, żeby właśnie te sowy nie padły łupem dragapultów. Ale są tak, że Bolcik się znalazł? Oczywiście po japońsku. No to trzeba mieć na uwadze, że tutaj gracze japońscy, którzy są na Worldsach, raczej mają oczywiście ten format obowiązujący u wszystkich w innych krajach. I to jest standard normalny. Sowa. Wreszcie jakiś bolt w top 8, tak. Zresztą nie wiedzieliśmy, czym grał Shizuki, więc dostaliśmy zagadkę rozwiązaną, jak to się mówi. Okej, już od razu odpalamy Fanrotoma po 2 hutki i Noctowla. Ale fakt faktem, no ten Genesect strasznie na kresku boli. No, czy to już ma jakiegoś szalonego? No tutaj też warto zaznaczyć, że Goldengo również nie gra za dużo opcji dysrupcyjnych. To też jest warte nadmienienia. Jakaś tam jedna Jona pewnie się przewinie, ale też raczej to jest build, który raczej ci nie rozwali ręki. Bo pulty czy gardy to są takie rozwalacze rączek. O Zorakach jest. Szkoda, że Łaszkiewicz już pokazał to, jak bardzo niedoceniany jest Enzorak.
I gotta say though, Piper going for the deck very confidently and already slamming down the 2 choices from the Arvin. Poker Face of Steel right here, very appropriate for a Goldengo deck. It's very impressive to see Piper just, you know, so laser focus and not giving away what we know is a horrendous use for her.
We'll take note that those 2 Genesect EX are unavailable. Looks like it will be the Buddy Poffin.
Ale tak, no tak jak Dunia, no po Piperze jest... Nie, Piper jest właśnie ten Goldengo. No tutaj warto zaznaczyć taką ciekawostkę. Piper ma tutaj pewien tech, który się nazywa Togekiss. Znaczy Togekiss? Okej, Balloon i Call for Family. No, ja mam jedną.
Actually make an interesting point earlier on in the game. Sometimes it's actually better to not bench the Genesect early on. It is sort of a nice byproduct, unfortunately, of pricing those Genesect. You have no choice, and the
Call for Family to rzeczy, co robi Basic? Znaczy, ma to dużo sensu, biorąc pod uwagę, że niedługo może będzie swing małym boltem. Jeśli chodzi o bolty, to grają albo jedno Iona, albo jednego Judge'a i koniec z dysrupcji. Okej, jest Ogerpon, co oznacza, że Noctowl jest aktywny. Znaczy, z spoko to chyba jest Prankcatcher?
Go ahead and just search out any 2 trainer cards from the deck. The Earthen Vessel, being able to discard some energy and grab some, and would not be surprised to see something like Professor Sada as the other card.
Wesel i Sada, no to tu nie mamy item locka, tak? No tak, tutaj raczej nie ma nic szalonego w tym bolcie, jest prime catcher, który był już wcześniej w zasadzie. Więc tutaj jakoś nic szalonego nie mamy.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna put me on. It's actually Sada. I believe it's the same thing.
Ja zobaczę, jak ten bolt po rotacji sobie da radę.
Of course. Orim Sensei.
No, takie myślę, takie maybe. Może ten stary Ultra Ball.
I was thinking of Futu, which is the other guy. It's the Turo, so I was getting a little bit mixed up. But it is Orim no Hakase. So yes, a little bit of Japanese knowledge for our viewers, but we'll keep things,
Aha, no właśnie. A tak mo propos swingowania. Jest i on. Baby Bolt.
Japanese Pokemon names. Come on, let's lock back into the English and get here. We are going to see potentially a Thunderburst Storm online as an option. And this is where
A nie, zaraz, to jest Turo. Okej, cofam. No i Sada po 3. Jest energia. Chyba to znaczy, że ten Bolt wali 30 za każdego. 60 wali, czy jeszcze nie? Aha, Prime Catcher wchodzi do mały bolcik.
Piper is actively attacking with 2 prize Pokemon. The
No,
Gust
no.
is not as important as it is in other
No ja.
matches. You can knock out this bench.
No i kolejna Sada jest już w użyciu.
Raging Bolt in the active spot, and
Dobre,
from there,
force
Piper to have a Gust.
No dobrze, że wystawiła tak Migulę, no bo tak to... Znaczy, gdyby nie to, że ona ma w ręku Goldego, no to byłaby troszeczkę niezaciekawa trochę sytuacja. Nie wiem, co tam Nagawa ma, czy ma Jarza, czy ma Iono, czy w ogóle nie ma żadnej dysrupcji. No też się widuje Polcy bez takich szmerów, bajerów. No i mamy kolorowe energie. Tak, wszystkie energie świata. Kaimanus jest kolejny Goldego, jak widać da się zdobyć kolejnego Goldego bez Genesekta. Balonik.
From these coin bonus abilities and has Cypher Maniac. This is the perfect turn. Can search out the counter catcher from the deck to allow Piper to take the first 2 prize cards potentially if it is in the deck. There's no counter catcher in the list, Ethan. Not playing counter catcher. It feels like that card is almost a staple.
Czyli tutaj komentatorzy wspominają, że Piper nie gra żadnego counter catchera. Czyli raczej lecimy na pełen.
So many energy on Shizuki's board. Almost inevitable, something like Goldengo EX will be knocked out in the
Jeszcze nawet musi być Puffin?
This would have been an absolutely
Ja, jest ten, o, jest nawet Togepi. Najlepszy taki fun fact, Togepi na przykład w jednej animacji został przedstawiony jako ten Zwol. No jak Togepi to jest oczywiście Togekiss z Wonder Kissem, który oczywiście sprawia, że jeżeli jak damy headsa, no to mamy dodatkowego prize'a. Nie jest to może jakaś nowość grana, ale już widzieliśmy wcześniej w Goldengo. I w dużym skrócie, jeżeli będzie heads na bolcie, to znaczy, że Piper bierze 3 prize'y. Przy Mega to byłby tak, że 4. No wiadomo, Mega Bolta też jest to, że trochę nie jest to tak łatwo naładować. Portów trochę jest. A dopiero teraz widzimy.
Piper a potential comeback option to put the prize map back in her favor. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for Shizuki to get it here, and that's kind of acknowledged by the manual attack
Iono.
and then an Iono for Shizuki.
So usually this one hand disruption card in these Raging Bolt decks being used early on, Iono shuffling all those energies for Piper from Energy Search Pro to the bottom of the deck, and it's going to be really hard again to find those Goldengo EX with those Genesects being prized. No Teal Dance being used yet. We also do have a Pheasantipity available. That will be benched. Flip the script used. 3 additional cards drawn.
Mamy extra bench.
So at any point during the game, as long as that Hoot is not KO'd,
there's just the easy ability to search out more trainer cards, and what an excellent few
Ty,
cards.
ciekawe.
Another Teal Mask
Ditto
Ogre
w
card,
Japonii
Grass
został wydany
Energy
jako
to go ahead and
promka.
accelerate, and it seems like, yeah, there it is. Another Grass Energy off of the Teal Dance, so just
O.
plenty of energy on board, meaning that
No,
Raging
to
Bolt,
jest tu dużo tych
Thunder versus
energii.
Storm attack, or rather, the Bellowing Thunder attack
No,
on the
ale
EX
z
will be
cooking.
easy to use with there being plenty
Jest,
of
jest,
Yeah,
jest
look at that as well,
gotowanie.
Getting the hoot down for good measure, so going to be plenty of access to Jewel Seeker. Bellowing Thunder comes in, all the grass, and then one energy off the active being discarded. Going to go for the lightning instead, just kind of split the difference a little bit with the energies on the board. I like that a lot. 2 prizes taken, a great turn for Suzuki.
Suzuki now having a 2-prize lead, and importantly does draw into Latias.
Chyba, że też może być tak,
That's a great card to allow
że będzie
Pokemon to maneuver
drugi
in
mecz
and
top
out of the
8.
active spot. Again, Piper only having access to 1 coin bonus ability. No easy way to search out the other Goldango, and one has just fallen. So we'll grab these energies out of the deck with the Earthen Vessel. Metal important allows this active Pokemon to attack. Question now becomes, can Piper find a KO onto this Raging Bolt? And as a bonus, can she do it while also putting Togekiss into play to try and swing the prize trade back over either this turn or the following turn with one head
Pasem sam się
from that
układa.
Wonder Kiss ability.
Okej, jest Togekiss. Okej, jest Cypher Maniac, czyli będzie na pewno pod Suksa.
Piper to draw into any 2 cards she pleases to off of this coin bonus, and grabbing the
Chyba, że
Togekiss
jest.
means there might already be the rare candy in hand for Piper, meaning that you can just kind of grab an extra card, even something like Goldango EX, with there being no Genesect available to grab that out of the deck.
Yeah, and I like this a
No,
lot.
tak jakby
You
trzeba
not
jakoś
only-
se...
it's kind of a double advantage,
Widzę,
right?
że
Not
też
only
jest
does this
tutaj
mean you're taking 3
Pokegir.
prize cards to flip ahead,
Ja
but
takiego
you feel that
Pokegira
much more
dostałem od
likely to get one of
przeciwnika
those
kiedyś.
prize Genesect EX
No i co
out
używam.
prizes, so there's a lot of good reasons to go for this here.
No i
Yeah,
oczywiście
coin bonus gonna go ahead and
Goldingu.
draw those 2
No,
cards
raczej
up
ja
to the
nie
top.
miała problemu
Now
z tym
retreating into the
Goldingu.
other Gimmighoul evolved to Goldango, coin bonus for 2
Aha,
again.
kolejny
There's
coin
a
bonus
good,
jest
for next 2
boss.
spots for next turn.
Jest
Imposter
Candy,
Orders and an Arvid.
mamy
Red Candy into the
oczywiście
Togekiss, and then Secret Energy
Togekiss.
Retrieval and the Metal Energy.
My
She's got it
potrzebujemy
all.
5.
The exact
No,
amount of
akurat w tym
energies to
matchupie
take
nie
this KO,
potrzebny jest tu
4
Mankidori, bo
back from
trochę
the
nie ma to
Superior Energy
sensu.
Retrieval, the 1 attachment for turn, and the 2 in hand. So you've got 5 energy to discard, and can leave herself with Arvin as the last card in hand. Make it rain,
No i
and
ma,
here we go.
i
It's Wonder
Togekiss.
Kiss time, baby. What's the flip?
No, niestety jest Tails, co oznacza, że bierze normalnie
One
2.
of 2 flips. This first flip, very important. But now, Suzuki has the potential to take a KO on Togekiss this turn to put himself down to 2 prizes and shut that Wonder Kiss
No
ability
właśnie,
off.
jeżeli będzie headshot na kolejnym bolciku,
If she can take another 2-prize KO
Znaczy też taki
with that
tych-
Togekiss in play.
Yeah, and it was very smart that Suzuki did leave 1 energy each on each Raging Bolt to make sure that he didn't force himself into needing a Posada's vitality to get enough energy
Bolt
onto the
trochę
Raging Bolt
wygląda
to
jak
attack.
układanie
So now you
pasjansa.
can go ahead and Earth Vessel for some energy, get some onto the field with the Teal Mask Ogre and then attach manually to
No,
the
Ditto wiadomo
Raging
jest
Bolt EX, and
niepotrzebny.
use a boss's orders to bring up that Togekiss.
Yeah,
ogóle.
it is in the hand already. Interesting to point out, there are 2 boss's orders in Suzuki's deck. So, one is
Dwa
in the
bossy.
prize cards, one is in the hand. So a lot of these lists sometimes will only play the 1 copy of boss. So having 2 is
Czy
a big
będziemy się
advantage here for
pozbywali
Suzuki. So the big question now, can you get
Togekissa?
enough energy cards in play? And I think with this Earthen Vessel, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You can find a Fighting Energy if that's in the deck, plus a Grass Energy. I actually think there's only
Które to
one
jest takie
energy card in the
sytuacyjne
deck.
faktycznie z
Yeah,
tego powodu,
just
że
be the Grass
dużym
Energy.
też
And
problemem
oh,
może
there's
być.
Oh, there is a fighting. Okay, so they're at the back of the deck. So now the question is, do you grab another grass to get another Teal Dance hit?
No,
I
że
think it's
tutaj jest
better to be
raczej
safe
jedno
than
candy
sorry.
grane.
That's the fighting energy, which means at minimum, with a 2 energy discard from Bellowing Thunder, Togekiss will go down.
Zesetopowanie tego
Piper will
Togekissa
still be
może
2
być trochę
KOs
ciężkie.
away from closing this game out.
Yeah, so this Teal Dance is going to be very,
Chociaż
very
jest to ma
important
być
here.
też
We have
przede
fighting
wszystkim
ready
po te
to the attack.
matchupy single
We need
prize'owe,
dual energy
które
as well to fight
nastanowią
onto the
trochę
field to do
problem.
enough damage for the KO onto the Goldengo, but of course you do already have enough on the field to take the KO on that Togekiss.
Barzan.
Yeah, and you still haven't used Flip the
Chodzi.
Script. You've got plenty of Hoots on the bench, and let's not forget there's no
Retrieval to
hand
the
disruption
start.
from Piper. So I hate to say this, but this game is essentially almost locked up at this point, because what do you do here if you're Piper? I think the only option would be something like using the 1 prize Gimme Ghoul or Goldengo with Strike It Rich to then take 1 prize and put yourself to 2, but there's no Gimme Ghoul on the bench. So what is your choice? Is it just to pass with a one-prizer? Then that gets KO'd and you're in the same spot you were the previous turn. You've got to expect with your opponent having a Jewel Seeker ability this turn and a Jewel Seeker ability next turn, that things are not going to end well for you.
Yeah, basically no matter which way you square it, nothing feels great. And here's a very interesting tech card coming in, the energy switch. This is something that we do see in some of the Japanese Raging Bolt lists especially, giving you a little bit more flexibility with powering up your attackers. And yeah, very cool little tech card that this Raging Bolt list is playing.
We'll get rid of that Professor Turo along with the Crispin. See what Pokemon is really valued, and it is going to potentially be that Chien Pal, a card that has seen a little bit more inclusion after, like you mentioned, the Japan Championships, being able to, once your turn, benching it, it sort of acts like a resetting hole if you remember cards like Marshadow from back in the day.
Absolutely.
Snow Sync lets you discard that stadium in play, and importantly, get rid of a lot of these liabilities like those Noctowl. So we'll go ahead and bump the Area 0, discarding down the Noctowl, the other Noctowl, I assume, and then we'll see if that Chien Pal leaves play, or if it will be that Fan Rotom instead.
It could be Fan Rotom, or even the Pheasantipity if you're worried about two-prize liability, but at the same time, I think you want the extra draw from that, so I think the Fan Rotom makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, makes no difference. Again, there's no hand disruption, so just going to get rid of those Pokemon and play. Make space for the Latias so nothing can get trapped, and even has Nest Ball to find another Raging Bolt EX, or even something like Koraidon just as a way to accelerate energies out of the deck.
Yeah, the Koraidon really, really great. Sort of gives you a little bit of type coverage, of course. If another ancient Pokemon attacked last turn, which Raging Bolt EX is, then it does do an extra, 150 more damage with that Unrelenting Onslaught attack. So 180 for 2 colorless, really, really strong.
So the big question is, after this Raging Bolt potentially goes down next turn, is there a way to use one more Bellowing Thunder to win the game? Since the Koraidon does solid damage, but it's really not enough to close things out. Still plenty of cards to be drawn. We haven't seen any of these Teal Dance abilities be used yet. We know there's a Grass Energy.
No, still one, right?
So we've seen, it looks like, no, I think we still got access to a couple. Then it looks like actually one has been used.
Yeah.
There we go. So our players indicating what has been used. So grabbing the other Grass Energy. Fighting Energy is going to be put on for turn. So actually, it looks like we're not going for boss's orders this turn. It's actually going to be, never mind. We can do something here. Everything's moving around. It's going to actually go in with the Koraidon to take the KO on Togekiss. This is sort of the best of both worlds. You preserve your Raging Bolt EX, keep energies onto it, and then use that Unrelenting Onslaught to take a KO on this Togekiss, leave a one-prizer active, and put yourself in an excellent spot to win next turn.
Koraidon proving it's worth its weight in gold right now. What a phenomenal heads-up play from Shizuki. Absolutely, like you were saying, Ethan, the best of both worlds, KOing the thing that Piper can use to take a comeback with your own single prizer. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah, no, plenty of options that turn, but Shizuki understanding I can do essentially everything I want, right? Still wants to take out the Togekiss, but do it with the least liable Pokemon, because, Piper can play a Gusting card. It is possible to go after the Raging Bolt, but if you're doing that, can you really reach enough energy cards to take the KO as well? There is a chance you can't play that supporter and get away with a KO without using something like Arven or Cypher Maniac. Still, plenty of cards to draw, and Piper actually having to bench Pheasantipity is just another liability, since it means if Koraidon were to stay alive and not be KO'd, it would be able to knock out Pheasantipity. As we know, though, there's no counter catcher in this deck, so the Koraidon will be the Pokemon being knocked out. Piper's just going to make sure this KO is online and hope that Shizuki does not have 4 energy cards to discard next turn with that Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, it really is just going to ultimately come down to that, although we know Shizuki's hand's pretty big. There is a Hoot Hoot ready to evolve into Noctowl for Jewel Seeker for Asada, but I think we're going to see it here. KO onto this Koraidon with Make It Rain. Raging Bolt goes into the active. Does Shizuki just have all the pieces already?
It's already in there, right?
Yeah.
Just needs a Fighting Energy in hand, and needs a single energy card from Professor Sada's Vitality, and everything will be wrapped up.
Yeah.
Make sure he just goes through the steps, make sure everything is okay. Nothing has been discarded at this point. We've got 2 more bench slots, and Shizuki's going to go through the motions, but as we mentioned, this game is all but wrapped up. Fighting Energy in hand, another ancient Pokemon, doesn't even need it. Professor Sada's Vitality, Piper sees the writing on the wall. Shizuki Nakagawa taking game number 1 in decisive fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. A ferocious display from Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt doing really what it does best. That is exactly why this deck, no matter how long it's around for, it can always just deal with almost everything that's in front of it. It is you have to add to this deck. It's like the Night Marches and the Mega Rays of the past. Definitely not bringing those two up for any reasons, but it is very much that deck of the format, and it's proving its strength time and time again, and now one more time here at the World Championship stage.
You got to feel for Piper, you know, was potentially a coin flip away from winning that game.
Yeah.
You flip heads on that coin flip, you go down to 2 prize cards, and if you can find boss's orders that turn, Make It Rain could just take a KO on one of those Pokemon on the bench. But this is where Togekiss can be strong, but also it's just a lot of work to put this Pokemon in play, and then you flip tails, and it essentially does nothing.
Yeah, you ride or die by the coin flip. Let's go over that game again just to remind ourselves of how it played out. So early on, we saw Shizuki was able to take that really, really great knockout with the single prize Raging Bolt, and then follow it up with a big 2-prize knockout with the EX, cleverly leaving 1 energy on each of the Raging Bolts so that next turn you can go ahead and deal with this Togekiss with this Koraidon play, the boss's orders, bringing it up, preserving the energy so nicely. Shizuki really showing how important it is to seek as well in the Raging Bolt deck for the maximum results.
Yeah, and you really have to think about how differently this game plays out if Piper has a card like Counter Catcher in her deck.
Absolutely.
Just take a 2-prize KO, take the lead, and then later on in the game, you know, Togekiss can be an option to take out a 1-prize Pokemon, or you at least give yourself an option for boss's orders in consecutive turns to win as well. But there's no changing. This list has been locked in for Piper. It's got to play with the 60 cards that are available to her. So yet again, continuing to see these players set up. Shizuki more than ready, already starting things off. We'll see what Piper decides to do. He's going to go ahead and go first with this deck. We've talked about Goldengo being flexible, but how is choosing to go first somewhat disruptive to Raging Bolt in terms of its powerful setup?
Well, it mainly, especially against this version of the deck with the Noctowls, you really want to be going first with it because you want to be able to get that Fan Rotom down turn 1 and set up your Hoot Hoot. So I think that's really the big reason why you want to go first with if you're playing against this deck, because you just want to get a turn where you can get everything down before this Fan Rotom shenanigans can happen.
So that Genesect that was all missing in game number 1 is here to start things off in the active spot. You know, it's an okay spot to be. Air Balloon can easily move that out of the active, as Piper will be going, searching through the deck, sees that 1 Goldengo EX is prized, but outside of that, these prizes more than navigable. We'll be playing a, you know, somewhat standard strategy in this second game.
It always feels good when you look at your prizes and you think, oh, there's just 1 copy prized of these things I play multiples of that I'm not really too fussed about. I mean, the one exception being the regular Goldengo, the single prize one, but not really something you use in this matchup, so I think it's going to be feel pretty fine about that as well.
Let's just go ahead and grab double Gimme Ghoul, using this Genesect's ability preemptively to take these Goldengo out of the deck so they aren't potentially drawn into on the next turn, optimizing every small factor to give themselves the best edge in this matchup. So there's the 2 Goldengo, last one in the deck, so none in the hand, and that's honestly okay when you have Genesect, because once again, they can just easily be grabbed out at any time thanks to that powerful signal.
Just whilst this deck search is going on, I have to draw attention to Piper's comment on her deck list, and I quote, "Time is money." That's the name that she has given to her Goldengo list.
It's factual. Time is money, and, you know, Goldengo is really the true spokesperson of that slogan. So shout out Goldengo for, you know, preaching what is true. Time is money, and, you know, time is hopefully on Piper's side. It was not a super long game 1. Plenty of time for game 2 and 3, so we'll see how much time is needed for Piper to hopefully get herself closer to that huge money, $50,000.
Absolutely. So Shizuki starting off with an Ultra Ball, it looks like. Plenty of options to choose in terms of discard. Is he going to just go ahead and get these 2 energies in the discard straight away?
It's an interesting choice, is sitting on Squawkabilly EX, a Noctowl, Night Stretcher, and Crispin already, so the Crispin can accelerate an energy into play. There is always a world where you can take a turn 1 KO onto something like Genesect EX if you get a Sawdust Vitality and the Latias to move the Pokemon, and then a Teal Dance and attachment. Like, it is possible. There is a world. However, with 2 Sada being prized, you know, that acceleration is going to be a lot more difficult.
Tym razem mamy Baby Bolta i 2 sady. O Jezus. To się nazywa niefajna rzecz.
To see how Shizuki navigates, or rather changes his strategy, because that piece is unavailable.
Yeah, and I think Shizuki is going to be doing the maths right now to decide what is the best way to go about this. Do I want to, you know, commit to using a Crispin onto a Raging Bolt EX maybe? But nope, just going to go ahead and make sure that the sort of Terra Pokemon is in play with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, so that next turn you can go ahead and make use of that Noctowl Storm Seeker. So very good for setting up your consistency enabler straight away.
So It looks like this is, Shizuki essentially committing to using Squawkabilly EX this turn, not using the fan call.
O, jest
Rotom.
skok. Dawno tego nie było.
Squawk and Seize, discards the hand, and a couple of powerful resources to Crispin, but also 2 ways to recover energy cards from the discard pile, as well as one of those Noctowls.
No tak,
Those
jest
resources
jeden skok.
always can be a little bit of a pain. Let's find a solid group of Pokemon in the hand. There is an energy card, which we haven't seen an attachment down yet, as well as the Latias. So,
and both bosses orders too.
Both bosses orders, and this fan Rotom means that while there aren't any supporter cards in the hand now, like Professor Sada, guaranteeing a Noctowl as well as 2 Hoot Hoot will make sure that since there is a Terra Pokemon down, trainer cards can start to be searched out of the deck next turn with that Jewel Seeker.
One unfortunate piece missing there. If Shizuki was able to find one of his copies of Area Zero on the depths, you could go ahead and attach a energy to this fan Rotom, use boss's orders, and bring it up and KO on the Gimme Ghoul. That could be really good.
Of course, cannot use that Assault Landing attack if there is not a Stadium card in play, so a little bit of a small card that you wouldn't think too much about offensively, but it makes a difference in matchups like these. Just going to be the attachment preemptively onto the Raging Bolt EX, passing the turn over, no prizes taken from Suzuki. There's always a possibility going second with this Raging Bolt deck, but most of the time, over 50%, you're usually expecting with a 2-prizer active, and this board setup, prizes aren't going to be taken. Piper is more than happy with how things are going that way, with how things went in the first game of the set.
Yeah, and especially with the specific variant of the deck as well, because generally speaking, if you are doing a pack turn 1 going second, it is with the fan Rotom. This isn't like the turbo version of the deck, which is kind of almost aiming to get a bigger turn 1 knockout going second with certain turn through the deck with the multiple copies of Squawkabilly and all that. They're a little bit more of a slower approach here with this build.
A nie,
still able to get
są na ręce, dobra. Myślałem, że skitrawa to są na ręce po prostu.
Been able to establish.
Coin bonus number 1 being used, and Arvin, very clear supporter of choice, means the air balloon will be a guarantee to move Genesect out of the active spot, and another item card can be taken. I wonder if we'll see Earthen Vessel, and that is the choice. Don't need a lot of energy to KO this fan Rotom. Is that the option here? Do you really want to put up this 2-prize Pokemon preemptively to take this KO? It feels like it's more than likely you'll just get responded to in kind, lose the prize trade, your opponent's going to take the first 2 prizes, and from there, it feels tough, especially if you're unable to get Togepi down this turn and threaten that Wonder Kiss ability next turn.
Yeah, that doesn't really feel great. I mean, usually the whole advantage of Goldengo is that you force your opponent to be the first one to take a 1-prize knockout, and then you can go 2-2-2 from there. If you're the one taking a 1-prizer instead, I mean, you're not really getting that much further to your game plan, unless, of course, you're again relying on that Wonder Kiss heads from the Togekiss.
Yeah, it's tough because if you decide to not play down or not attack
Pa
this turn
Suzukiego od
with
razu w top
Noctowl
8
at
i tutaj
Suzuki's
jeszcze
disposal,
tam
it's
biją
very
się
likely
tutaj,
you will
a
just lose
w
a
międzyczasie
2-prize
widzę
Pokemon, and I
rozgrywany jest top
why did I
8.
not just at least
Naszej
take a prize to
Łaszkiewicz
give myself a
i Justin
chance
Erfurt
with
to są
Togekiss later in the
dwie
game, and
osoby,
that
które
seems
się
to be the game
jeszcze
plan
nie
for Piper.
doparowały.
Take a 1-prize knockout this turn, and then take 2-prize knockouts, and
I
hope
jedna z tej
that
osób
one
będzie
of
już w
these
top
Wonder
4.
Kiss abilities flip heads and allow me to get off the odd prizes and put myself back on a track to win with 3 KOs.
And you have to think about this must have been one of the things that Pipe was thinking
Że
about.
zaczekał, jak ten błąd czasami radzą sobie z tym.
I mean, sure, last time it was Tails with the Wonder Kiss
to ona
ability,
szła
but if
pierwsza.
Togekiss wasn't in the deck, then it wouldn't have even been an option at all. So
Wiem.
I think Piper is put this in the deck to account for
No i
this
zaraz
potentiality.
A, jednak. No, tutaj przyjemniejsze prawie z stronie Piper.
Action back on Shizuki starts things off with a Teal Dance, another Noctowl drawn, so at most, you've always got to be conservative with how you use these Jewel Seeker abilities. They're very powerful, but you're limited in how many you can use throughout the game. Spacing
No
them
dobra,
out
Artazolik leci po Horaidona. Okej. I zamiast Slitherwinga mamy Horaidona. Chyba, że Slitherwing też jest. No chyba, że Joltik Boxy też zdechły w tym formacie. No, a dobra, idziemy na Horaidona.
Meaning it doesn't line up very, very well with your, go 6-4-2 or from 5-4-2 to win. It makes things essentially forcing you to play a second prize game.
Yeah, once again, Odim, I mean, sorry,
Chodź z drugiej strony, po rotacji to chyba tylko Horaidon zostaje.
It's kind of double benefit, right? Not only are you getting to accelerate 2 energies off of the Sada instead of just the 1, but you're also setting up that Koraidon, which we saw was a very powerful attacker to deal with that Togekiss in game 1.
Koraidon getting into play thanks to that Artisan for Piper, so usually you wouldn't expect Raging Bolt to get a lot of benefit out of a stadium like Artisan, but Shizuki showing us why he's in the top 4 of the World Championships with this Raging Bolt deck, using every resource at his disposal to accelerate energy.
Hold on, he's on the top 4 yet. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is still top 8 going ahead.
Okay, we've got plenty of Pokemon to play. Yes. Everything is happening so fast in this tournament that sometimes it's a little bit hard to lose track of what's happening. These players, however, absolutely focused. The bench now extended thanks to Area 0. With this Latias coming down, it means all these basic Pokemon would be able to retreat. However, there's only 2 empty bench spots, so as a Raging Bolt player, you've always got to be conservative and really think towards the end of the game if you're going to need those bench slots for later. Thinks that there maybe could be a better Pokemon to play down the line. We'll just go ahead and get rid of 4 energy off this Pokemon, leaving just the fighting onto the onto the Koraidon and taking the first 2 prizes of this game.
Yeah, I think acknowledging that it is more than likely that Piper is going to be able to find enough energy to KO this Raging Bolt in the active, so might as well preserve at least 1 energy onto the Koraidon, just that there's 1 more in play to discard off for a Bellowing Thunder later.
Candy Energy Search,
code breaking, grabbing the rare Candy and the Energy Search Pro. It may once again seems like come down
czyli będzie to
to an
jakiś...
important Wonder Kiss flip for Piper,
Jakby na to nie patrzeć, tak.
especially if this one does not flip heads. Shizuki could potentially threaten KOs on Togekiss later down the line. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to justify because, again, being at 4 prizes right now, you could just win the game in 2 turns if you ignore the
Czy tym razem się uda ten Togekiss?
It's so tricky, right? It's a big difference from game 1 in the sense that the prize map doesn't allow Shizuki to safely go for this Togekiss like he would have done in game 1. So there's going to be potentially 2 chances for Piper to flip this heads to steal this win from Shizuki. So it's going to be coming down to some Wonder Kiss flips, folks.
Yeah, it feels like Shizuki, in terms of his game plan, I'm not sure he can validate going after Togekiss.
No.
It just makes the game plan so much easier for Piper. Here we go. We're going things fast.
Czy będzie headsik? Jest headsik, czyli 3 prizy. No.
And getting to take an extra prize card from this knockout, meaning she is now in control of the second game.
Yeah, and I think Shizuki is kind of doing the maps in his head. He's thinking about
Prawie jak za mega.
Is he maybe considering if it's worth going to game 3 and there's no way of carrying on? No, he's still going to try and play it out here.
Still got much of a chance. You know, if you maybe play one of those Iono from your deck, you can power up Raging Bolt thanks to that 1 copy of Energy Switch in the deck. There's still plenty of possibilities thanks to there being a Jewel Seeker ability online and a substantially large hand size. Let's see what Shizuki's able to put together this turn.
So was the Energy Switch off of that Scorpio during the first turn?
It was not. It was an
Night
energy
Stretcher
retrieval.
Yes, that was it.
So a lot of energy manipulation cards or recovery cards in this Raging Bolt deck, but that Energy Switch is still a potential possibility. Now, there is a couple of Professor Sada in the discard pile, so those resources being unavailable could definitely impact some things later down the line. As we'll see Ultra Ball get
Dobra,
played.
Ultra Ball.
At the Area 0, maybe expecting just no more stadiums out of Piper, has already played that Artisan down. Now deciding if this is the time to start using these Jewel Seeker abilities to put together a large combination. There is already Noctowl in the hand, so we'll have to see if it's another Pokemon
No,
like that
Noctowl w ręce.
EX instead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get at least 1 Raging Bolt down, right? Because you want to make sure that you can at least KO this Goldengo in the active. Doing it in combination with an Iron is very good. That might be a good way for Shizuki to try and come back here. And as you already mentioned, you can do that because you have the Energy Switch and you can cleverly preserve that 1 energy onto the bench Koraidon. You can power up the Bellowing Thunder's attack cost while still disrupting, which is very good for Shizuki.
That Latias could be beneficial to have on the bench now, since you would preserve discarding an energy from retreating. That gets you a little bit closer. Still got access to another Teal Dance as well, so if all the pieces are there, there will actually be exactly enough energies to KO. 1 more Teal Dance, a manual attachment, and a pivot.
And not only that, great find here from the Nest Ball. Finds the Lightning energy, so you can go ahead and Nest Ball for the Raging Bolt, attach that, and then now all you need to do is find the Energy Switch to go ahead and get that powered up.
You have to imagine this is what Shizuki needs to go for. Piper just has an absolutely massive hand right now. 10 or so cards at minimum. Seems like there's no better option. You can go ahead and already have all the pieces here. You can just use this Jewel Seeker, find Iono, Energy Switch. Instead, it's actually going to be the Earthen Vessel, so maybe already has the Energy Switch in the hand. You have to assume that's at least got to be the piece right now. And yes,
there it is.
It is that Diamond and Pearl Energy Switch.
It's the Chimchar.
That's my boy right there. He's going to get a little bit of time in the limelight. Getting rid of that baby Raging Bolt. Its time has passed. It's really not going to have a lot of impact. Just grab a Grass Energy out of the deck, use one more of these Teal Dance, bench the Latias,
Jeszcze jedna,
off of this
jajona.
disruption. Shizuki, being in a tight situation, because of that Wonder Flip, Heads Flip, is just going to give himself the best possible shot at winning this game and essentially leave it on Piper to see if she can make it rain one more time in this game too.
Yeah, Shizuki doing absolutely the best he can to secure his future. I've been really
No
impressed
inaczej
with
tu
this
ja
game as how
czasy
he's
kminią
clearly
bardziej.
streamlined his sequencing with this Raging Bolt deck so much. Every single time, I feel like he's made the exact correct decision to give himself the best chance of winning. And it's paid off already with a top 8 at Worlds, but of course, he wants to go one further, and this I know is going to be his
Jakby na
chance
to
to
nie
do it in
patrzeć,
this game
no
against
bo
Piper.
rzeczywiście
So
jest...
one more bench space left. He's going to have to use that for the Latias. Teal Dance number 2, drawing an additional card.
Wymaga to jednak
Fighting
więcej
Energy, rather the
pomyślunku.
Lightning Energy in hand comes down. Energy switch. Exactly enough energy in play. Smart choice again on the previous turn to leave that energy on the Koraidon. None of this would be possible if there wasn't the exact
Ciekawa
number of
odpowiedź
energy in play that there is now. It's going to go through the motions. Energy switch. Latias down. Skyliner in play, meaning this Ogre Pawn does not need to discard any
No, walczę
energy.
z
And a
osobą.
big Iono Piper shuffling the large hand to the bottom of the deck and drawing just 2 cards, only going to have access to a single coin bonus ability next turn, while Shizuki will get the 4 cards in hand, plus the 2 prize cards, and potentially more cards thanks to things like Teal Dance the following turn. Bellowing Thunder will put him just one more attack potentially away from winning and advancing into the top 4.
Bellowing Thunder, 4 energies discarded, 280 damage, 2 more prize cards taken, one of which is one of those prize started vitalities. Let's see what does Piper draw. It's going to be Metallic Signal to fin the deck of 2 cards.
Just going to get that, that's not how the card works. Can't grab the
Nie ta
gemstone.
karta, nie ta
Make sure you
karta.
just go and check through everything. I don't think there's any targets to be grabbed out of the deck, so it's just going to shuffle the deck up, change the order. Cypher Maniac's code breaking would guarantee the game as long as there are 2 superior energy retrievals. You can
No chyba
discard 2
Bożet.
of those cards, grab back 4 energy, discard 1 to 2 of them, and then grab back the last energy cards you need. Let's see if Piper can figure this out. Just gonna go ahead and use the coin bonus.
Jest fez.
It's not over just
Dobra.
yet. There's a Fezandipity, but there's not much else happening in this hand. I think a pair of boss's orders. You can thin out this Gimme Ghoul. And if there's nothing like an air balloon, then that means Shizuki's not even going to need a card like Prime Catcher to take a KO on a 2-prize Pokemon. It may seriously come down to this flip the script ability, finding something like Arven in combination with more ways to recover energy cards. Let's see what Piper can find.
If there was ever a more fitting name to flip the scripts, to flip this game, and to take us through a game
Brawo,
3.
jest, są 2 superiory! Są 2 superiory! Dobra, jest. Jest jeszcze jeden. Tak, no i mamy to. Tak, no i Piper lepiej nie jeden. Wygrywa drugą. Tak, 2 superiory spada.
Superior energy retrieval off of the Fezandipity EX. Unbelievable stuff here at the top 8 at the World Championships.
No teraz będzie trudna zagłózka, bo mamy 1-1. Czasu jest oczywiście dużo, bo akurat w top 8 tego czasu jest dużo więcej. Tam 75 minut jest na takich topkatach.
Everything on the line, 1 game apiece and 1 more game to decide who makes it into the top 4. But before we do that, let's look over that amazing game 2 one more time.
Absolutely, Freya completely back and forth. It's a little bit of a slower start on Piper's side, just able to take the 1 prize KO, but Shizuki had everything in response. Took the first 2. Piper was slow to get the Togepi down. Didn't get it down until the 2nd KO, but that's usually reasonable. And it was this right here that kept her in the game. The flip off the Wonder Kiss ability puts her to 2 prize cards. Bellowing Thunder plus Iono, thanks to the energy switch, and it's off this last draw ability. Flip the script.
There it is.
Double superior energy retrieval. If it was not close to that exact combination of 2 ways to get superior energy retrieval, this game ends and Shizuki goes on to top 4. Instead, we're going to a game 3 with 35 minutes on the clock.
No dobra, zobaczę jak będzie runda trzecia.
So far, and with plenty of time left on the clock, I don't think we're going to have to be worried about any kind of overtime shenanigans going on. We're going to see a full game 3. We're in Top Cut anyway, so there's always going to be a winner.
Może być tak, że teraz będziemy mieli mistrzyni świata.
Who gets that 1 step closer to the champion title.
And the pressure has got to be on for these players. This is just such a big game. You're praying and hoping your deck does exactly what you want it to do, that the prize cards are generous. There are so many things in and out of these players' controls, but they've got to do whatever they can to give themselves the best shot. We'll see exactly what's happening here in terms of the prizes, what everybody has. Oh my goodness. ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take you down to the match.
Okej,
and
zaraz
I think
zobaczymy,
we're
co
gonna
to
get
są
a
za
look
prizy.
very quickly
Czy
on
będziemy
what cards are prized.
się
Because if
nimi
there's ever a
przemawiać?
game to have these prizes in the Pokemon TCG, it is not this game, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not
Aha,
any game.
dobry
It's not
start
any
z
game in the
Ditto.
Pokemon TCG. Can we see the prize cards, please?
Oh my
Can we
goodness.
just take a moment? This is
O, a
unbelievable.
tego to jeszcze nie grali.
Triple Gimme Ghoul prize. You are having access to one Goldango. They are not even at the bottom of the prizes. You are not even going to take any off of the first KO.
O
This is the
matko.
most unbelievable prizing we have seen in a match of this high
No
stakes.
już
This,
gorzej się nie
you know,
dało.
is only rivaled by very few moments in the Pokemon TCG. And over on Shizuki's side, you know, you prize the Squawkable, you prize the Fez, but you, for the first time this set, start the Transformative Start Ditto, meaning your setup is going to
Dlatego
be
jeszcze
almost
z tą
close to
Scarper i
flawless, and then you
Candy.
have even the bare minimum to
Co,
work
ale
with.
chyba też nie pomaga fakt,
I've got to
że
say, I'm sorry, it's
chyba nie mam tutaj nic ewolucji.
The free Rowlet's call.
No i Fez.
got their feature mode
That's
back.
some elite ball knowledge right there, to be honest. If you know, you know.
Chyba, że
There are some
będziemy
bad
brali
prizes,
prizy
but
z góry.
this is
Tak jak to robi on
absolutely
O tak.
nightmare scenario for Piper is gonna get the bad news immediately. The fan Rotom, the choice from that Transformative Start Ditto, doing what it does best, transforming into any Pokemon you'd like. Fan Call can be used. And Shizuki having an excellent start, going first, getting these Pokemon into play, and Piper is gonna have to see what she can work with. But at the end of the day, Fred, if there's anybody who can make a comeback, or rather
Na razie to
deal with
Piper
these
jest w
tough
takiej gorszej
circumstances, it's
sytuacji.
gonna be someone as seasoned as Piper.
It absolutely is. And to a similar
mocno
note,
traci.
we saw John Eng take down a regional or take down a match after prizing what I think it was all of the Giratinas or something along those lines, where like it was I think it was John who prized so many of the same copy or something and was still able to take it. So
Znaczy
Piper
wiecie, jest
just as
Jonesek,
experienced
ale
as that. If
Deagle
anyone can do
tylko
it, it's
jeden.
her.
So we'll see what else is available for Shizuki on this first turn. Interestingly enough, is actually going to get down
Pokazać
another
dwa
Fan
fan
Rotom
Rotomy.
just to put it into the hand, potentially signaling there's some sort of
A nie,
counter
on
maybe
ma
later on.
power.
Actually, wow, not much happening there. I don't think there's any way so far to get down a Terra Pokemon, and Piper is immediately going to
No
get the
teraz
bad
to tylko
news
3
that there is
zdrowaśki, żeby ten
one
jedny
Gimme
Gimme
Ghoul
w
in
ogóle
this
przeżył.
deck, meaning you
A
maybe
chyba
gotta
będzie...
start pulling some tricks out of the
chyba
back.
widzę, że
I need
Mina
to remind
raczej
everybody
mówi,
here
że
that
on
Togekiss
będzie...
can attack.
będzie quick.
It is a potential
No
option.
właśnie
You
już
can
widać
swing
już
with
po
the
minie,
Togekiss,
że
and at the end of the
oj,
day, you've got to pull
no
out
nie jest...
whatever bag of
Nie
tricks you
podoba mi
have
się to.
in a scenario as dire as this one.
I am once again.
You can't even use the Togekiss. The candy's prize too. You can't even get that into play. Oh, like, dude, what are this is unbelievable. I am at a loss for words. With the circumstances involved, this is absolutely worst case scenario. This is not how you want to see things go.
Yeah, and also like 2 more 1-ups as well, just an insult to injury. The Pheasantipity, which is always good, and Tool Scrapper just to get rid of random stuff. I don't know if I don't remember if Shizuki plays any tools. I don't think I've seen any so far. I think all I've got to say, other than that, is considering the circumstances, Piper's holding a pretty impressive poker face. I don't think I'd be able to like emote that level.
I was gonna say I would probably break in this spot. Maybe start crying. Who knows? This is not what you want to see on that first deck search, and you can immediately see the gears
Go,
kind
the
of turning.
little grimace.
A bit of a grimace. I mean, but it's hard to not show emotion in this spot. The biggest game of your Pokemon career, and everything that you want to happen does not happen.
Okej, Pokegear
Does find
po
Arven off of
Arvena.
the Pokegear. I'm not sure there was actually another supporter, so at least a solid start. But are you just you can buddy
No
off him for a
właśnie, gdyby
single
właśnie nie
Pokemon.
za
You can
Gimigula,
get the
to
Togepi
byłby
down
to
if you'd like.
całkiem
I think you may as well,
porządny,
right? I mean,
solidny
There's no
start
dirt candy.
faktycznie.
It is always an easy Pokemon to be knocked out with something like Thunderburst Storm. That is something to consider. It does have just 50 HP. But you know you've got no better option. Togepi's gonna come down, and
it's a bait, right?
It's gonna support. You know, it's gonna support everybody on the sidelines. Piper's just really got to hope that this first Goldengo
Nie
EX
wiesz,
can
co się
just
potasuje.
steamroll the way through this match, because if it gets KO'd, it's essentially almost game over, because you have no way to set things back up, and every time your Gimme Ghoul is going to come down, it's just going to get targeted by Boss or a Snipe from Thunderburst Storm.
Also, hold on a second. There is a
No i
Nest Ball
pas.
in Shizuki's hand.
Teraz
He's got it all.
tylko
He's going to be
3
firing all cylinders
zdrowaśki.
this turn. He can go ahead and grab that Tealmask Ogopon, and there is nothing holding him back.
Now that Jewel Seeker
No,
ability is
razem
online. I wonder if
Nagawa
there's
ma
the
dobry
potential
start.
ability to... I think, actually, the Thunderburst Storm can take a KO on the only Gimme Ghoul in play, right? If you use a Teal Dance ability, Latias to retreat, and then use the Crispin from the deck, you
To
get
to
the
jest
manual
Paolo?
attachment, the effective Crispin, and the energy switch effect. That 3 energy could allow you to snipe the Gimme Ghoul, and then every single turn a Gimme Ghoul comes down into play. You just continuously use Thunderburst Storm over and over again. You could do all of that, or make a play as simple as this, where you just use Boss's Orders, put a Stadium in play, target the Gimme Ghoul down, and just keep yourself an extra Jewel Seeker. This is a lot more conservative and gets to a very similar outcome.
I like this. I mean, obviously, powering up the Raging Bolts, the single prizer, is pretty good as well, but I mean, yeah, 70 damage KOs Gimme Ghoul, why not, right? Just Boss's Orders, bring it up. It's simplicity at its beautiful best.
Playing fast and with intention. KO takes the Pheasantipity out of the prize card. Still has X Jewel Seeker. The Van Rotom is powered up. This guy can spin, but this guy can also hit Assault Landing KOs. And now Piper only has one way to recover something like Gimme Ghoul out of the discard pile. Is going to use the Cypher Maniac, but that means there's no way to draw cards this turn because the Pheasantipity is still prized. You can stack the deck to the top, but it's going to be just another bonus turn for Suzuki to build up energy on the board, start powering up Pokemon, and meaning that when that Gimme Ghoul does get rebenched again, it's just going to be prime for the taking.
Well, a heartbreaker for Piper Lapine, doing her absolute best given the circumstances. But yeah, you can honestly, I'm with you. If that was me in that situation, I'm not sure if I'd be able to hold it together. But like, who can blame her at this point? I mean, it's the biggest match of your life, and then just to have like variance thrown so cruelly in your face this way is a part of the game.
Chyba raczej będzie duża szansa, że Bolt
as best we
zrobi
can,
to
but
w
sometimes
4.
you just can't avoid the way the cards land.
No niestety,
Just a pass.
będziemy mieli Bolta w
find
top
enough
4.
energy cards here. I think it is just possible that he can knock out Genesect EX, right?
Yeah.
Use a Crispin, retreat with the Latias, Teal Dance, and if you can do all of that, 4 energy, discarded, using something like that to just KO, looks like that is going to be somewhat similar to what Ryan Shizuki wants to go for. Even just attacking now with something like the Baby Raging Bull would be more than enough. You can KO the Togepi and then guarantee a KO. So I'm not sure Shizuki had a way to search out that Baby Raging Bull, but it feels like it's just a little bit better of a target to have powered up, since KOing the Genesect doesn't really provide you much value. You're in no rush to take that Pokemon out.
No, I guess not, but at the same time, you're stopping Piper from putting more cards on the deck, right? You're getting closer to winning. Your opponent is in such a bad position, it might honestly just not even matter at this point as kind of defeat as that is to say.
Absolutely. It's always important, though, even with a lead like this, comebacks are possible.
That's
so making sure you make the optimal plays every turn can be difficult when you just tunnel into this fact of, oh, I'm going to win this game, my opponent is doing nothing. We've seen comebacks like this before the Pokemon TCG. You still can't fault Shizuki for taking this line. It's still going to be able to take a 2-prize KO, leave Piper with just a Togepi in hand, and most likely a top deck that at most gets a Gimme Ghoul into play. And from there, what can Piper do if that Gimme Ghoul is KO'd again?
It's just not a good. It's just not a good feeling no matter which way you square it. There's the Latias EX coming down, Skyliner giving everything free retreat. Well, at least all the basics on Shizuki's field, and then the big KO onto the Genesect EX, and then Piper. We know it's the draw. It's the Night Stretcher. Gonna play that, grab back that Gimme Ghoul, and then it's just gonna be a pass after. Oh, okay, Boss's Orders bring out the Noctowl. Okay, maybe this will be something.
Yeah, this is why I would really like to just see the Baby Raging Bull get powered up, because you just commit all these resources and it doesn't really change anything. Right? You're still just having to go ahead and power all these Pokemon up again. Now, you know, there's a chance, a very likely chance actually, that Shizuki is unable to KO this bench Gimme Ghoul, right? Would need the Sada plus the attachment plus the energy switch, and you can't search out these specific cards anymore. Does have the Turo, and it looks like it's just going to be content taking a 1-prize KO onto the Togepi. Is that more than enough lead being at 4 prizes, and knows that Piper cannot disrupt the hand, so building up a large hand size and a board is optimal in a spot like this to allow yourself to just make a pop-off combo on the following turn.
Yeah, I think that although, like you were saying, you don't want to potentially leave a gap for a comeback, so you want to account for every single scenario, but even with all that, I think Shizuki is doing absolutely fine here. Only 2 prize cards away from winning. You know that your opponent has had some really rough prizing. I mean, there will be, I guess, an option for a KO here. We do see Energy Search Pro, and the Goldengo's already in hand, so maybe Piper could start to think of doing something here, but it's just such a rough situation.
Again, you know, Piper would have to find Boss's Orders without really much card draw at this point. You know, some cards have naturally built up in the hand. You're going to thin those energies out with Energy Search Pro. But assuming you take a KO on this Fan Rotom, you have to assume Shizuki's just got the game guaranteed, right? The Noctowl is already in the hand, thanks to that Professor Turo picking it back up and re-benching the Hoot Hoot. So it seems like, you know,
Jest
Piper,
Goldengo.
while finally Goldengo EX comes into play,
No, z
he's
drugiej
got to be accompanied by a
strony
boss
może
orders.
być
If there's
win
not a
poprzez
boss orders
Dongę,
coming down, it seems like it's just
ale
Sparks game
no
over.
ona już wie,
See what he
że
can do.
Oh, there it
There
is.
is the boss orders,
Bosik
and is just going to
Futa,
go after
okay.
the Hoot Hoot, make it as hard as possible for these trainers to be searched out of the deck. But I think Shizuki might have the pieces here. Just needs to find either a lightning or a fighting energy, as the Sada's already there. Let's see what can be found. There's Flip the Script. Nestball can search things out. I think he is very, very close from winning this game.
Yeah, Nestball's gonna go ahead. Oh no, wait, the Pheasantipity is it still priced? No, he got it out of the prizes.
So can leave one bench space open for Pheasantipity. This also
Okej,
means now
może coś jeszcze
benching another
Piper
ancient
ugra.
Pokemon energy switch is also an out for you to be able to take a KO on this Goldango. So here we go for Shizuki. Big turn. Shuffles the deck up. He's going to get to draw 3 cards from this Flip the Script ability, and then another 3
A ja
cards
ma
from the Professor
Flip the
Sada.
Script, ale
Just
chyba
needs
już
to
nic
find
nie
an
umiem.
energy card. What does he
Jak
find?
się
Top
dokopię
3
do
cards of the
Sady,
deck.
to
Do
żegnaj
we see it?
mnie.
No. Ultra Ball. No other Pokemon can play this Ultra Ball first. Get
Okej,
a
on
Pokemon
ma
out of the deck.
Sada,
Give yourself
kurwa.
better outs. It's just going to play the
No to
Sada
elo,
right
do
away.
widzenia.
And one more time. 3 cards. Just needs to find a fighting energy. What do we see off of the 3? It's a Night Stretcher!
Okay,
There's no
Night
fighting energy in the
Stretcher.
discard pile, which there is. Shizuki, Nakagawa
No
can get this
niestety
Bellowing
tak,
Thunder online
Nakawa
and
przechodzi do
advance
top
into the
4,
World
czyli mamy Raging
Championship
Bolta w top 4.
Huge
Rele
congratulations
pechowe te
to
prejzy, muszę
Shizuki
przyznać, te 3
Nakagawa,
gingule to bardzo bolały.
just not letting up, knowing that the opponent, knowing that Piper was in such a disadvantaged position, but not losing sight
Ale
of what
tak,
was important,
mamy Bolta w top
taking the
4.
KOs and just capitalizing
To
on
już
his
jest pewne.
advantage. Huge commiserations to Piper. Your
Co
heart
ciekawe,
got
jest
to
tam
break
też
for her
Chen
after
Paulo,
playing
więc
your
to nie
heart
jest
out in
jakieś
both, in all
przewidzienie
three of
mi
those
się,
games,
ale
but
tak.
just the free Gimme
Jest
Ghoul
Chen
prize, the best
Paulo.
gift for good measure. It's some of the worst prizes you could ask for in any game, let alone at top 8 of the World
No.
Championships. What a heartbreaker.
Absolutely, Harper. You have to feel
Tak,
for her. The
więc-
biggest match of her career as a Pokemon player, and you do everything right, and you see her shrug. What is she supposed to do in that spot? You got bodied by your
Tak,
prize
mamy
cards.
Bolta w top
Taking on
4.
the Shin Piper. There's again not much you can do, and that set was back and forth. In this first game, as we
A,
look
i
back on
kamerka
this
mnie
set, Piper was realistically 1 point away from winning, right?
Yeah.
The start was solid. The Genesect being prized definitely played a factor, but she was able to navigate through the board fairly well considering the
Yeah.
circumstances. Had this KO on the 1 prizer, Shizuki responded. You just flip heads in that Wonder Kiss, it's a completely different game.
The Wonder Kiss that could be. We saw that was a difference maker, right? In game 2, the heads sealed the game, but here the tails made it so that you just couldn't really get that prize map back in your favor, and then Shizuki capitalizing on that, just dealt with that Togekiss straight away. There was nothing that Piper could do, that was all she wrote. And then moving on to game 2, we just saw how powerful that Togekiss was.
You just need 1. It's that
there it
simple.
is.
Usually you're going to get 1 to 2 opportunities. Had the 1 opportunity, went down to 2 prize cards, and this Flip the Script was called. This is one of, up there this season for one of the most clutch Flip the Script abilities we've seen on stream. Double
Couldn't agree
superior
more.
energy retrieval, 7 energy, more than enough to knock out Raging Bolt EX, and jeez. This
What can you say
last
about this
game,
one, right?
yeah, you can't really say much. You know, Piper did all she could, but at the end of the day, the Raging Bolt has no pressure on its back, and when you draw at the level that Shizuki did, which is, you know, average or above average,
Yeah.
it's really hard to win.
It wasn't even like he drew insane, right? He just drew normally. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but you don't need crazy when Goldengo EX can barely get into play. And found the Night Stretcher off on that final turn, taking the win, and you can see the relief on Shizuki's face is now a top 4 contender at the World Championships. At minimum, going home with a trophy, a Pikachu card, but I know he's hungry for more than just that.
No.
He's going to be hungry for more than just that. Not just for himself as well, but for Japan as a whole. Japan has been starving for a Worlds win, gotten so close a lot of times. You had to go, it's all the way back to 2016, right?
Yeah.
To Tarito. That was the last Japanese win in Masters.
It has been. Daichi got close in 2020.
Absolutely.
Did get second place.
No ale
but
no z drugiej strony też biorąc pod uwagę to jak słuchamy muzyki, a w zasadzie nie
Will this be
słuchamy.
the time? Naoto Suzuki got oh so close in 2017, second place. Is Anaheim gonna go ahead and repeat history?
And then Shintaro again, second in 2019 to Henry Brand. There's been a lot of second places for Japan over the past 10 years or so.
Always the bridesmaid, never the ride, it seems, in the last decade or so. Still plenty of Pokemon happening out in the field and this
A
tournament.
z
but
drugiej
again,
strony
big
rotasta
congratulations to
kontentu
Shizuki.
znowu.
Wow, what a set that was.
Co?
You gotta again feel bad for Piper. She's had top 8, couldn't break through. Another top 8, couldn't break through. And then, you know, Worlds thinking maybe this is the chance, right? I make a deeper run through top 8. Unfortunately, stop short of the thing that a lot of Pokemon players dread in the TCG, the prize cards.
It wasn't just the fact that it was the free gimme ghoul, right? It was, I mean, that was bad enough, but also the Serendipity, which maybe you could use to draw some more cards to come back. And the rare candy as well, so you couldn't even try and do a clutch attack with the Togekiss. That game was just not meant to be won by Piper. Like, Arceus decided, no, sorry Piper, today is not your time.
So we just finished a top 8 match. Of course, we also had matches going out in the field that are part of our asymmetric cut and more. We've got an updated bracket, so let's showcase how the field is shaping out in our top cut. 11 players, yet again, making it into this situation. Marco Cifuentes, my goodness! Oh, he is in top 8 of world with Zoroark, let alone end Zoroark GX. Looking to avenge his brother, or not even avenge, just repeat what his brother did last year and bring glory home to Chile yet again this year.
Keep it in the family and keep it in Chile. That is what Marco was going for, and he is one step closer to doing it. What a story that would be.
It would absolutely be a story, and he's going to have a bit of a tough matchup ahead of him. It's going to be against Justin playing This is what many people would consider a close matchup. Dragapult Dusknoir up against Zoroark. I'm going to be super interested to see how that matchup plays as well. And that's actually going to be the next match that comes up in our stream. We're going to be featuring a huge match between two competitors looking to make history. We see the other matches still going out in the field. We'll have our updated brackets, of course, and see who is meeting Shizuki in our semifinals matchup. Wow, wow, wow. Things are shaping up to be excellent here in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I think after that matchup, I think I need a bit of a wind down. I'm not sure if you're in the same boat as me, but my goodness, that was a heck of a match to behold, rather. So, yeah, wow. Top 8 coming up soon, though. Marco against Justin to see who will be advancing into top 4. So, I guess from us, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We'll be back with your next top 8 match very, very soon. Marco to see if he can keep it for Chile, or will it be Justin?
Chip Ritchie here, and I was able to find a bunch of former world champions here at Worlds this weekend. They're very excited to be here. I hope everyone watching is as well. I wanted to take a moment to ask each of them what their #1 tip is for the World Championships. Let's find out.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I won Worlds in 2022 in the seniors division.
O.
And the one tip I would have for you to prepare
Ja,
is to
warto-
treat your practice with the same intensity as your
Dlaczego
play.
pana już widzieliśmy?
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm the 2018 champion. And my #1 tip is to don't be afraid to think outside of the
No to
box.
tam był chyba
If
widzę
you
Fuentesa.
think you found a way to make a deck better, just trust in yourself and go with it.
Drugiego?
Mi nombre es Fernando Cifuentes
Tak,
y soy el
Fernando
campeón mundial
Fuentes. No,
del año
teraz jest
2024.
jego
Mi consejo
brat
para ganar el
w top
mundial
8.
es divertirse.
Mi nombre es Diego Casiraga, soy el campeón mundial de 2017 en Anaheim y mi consejo para todos es que jueguen mucho, practiquen y que se diviertan con amigos, que es lo más importante. Saludos.
My name is Jesper Eriksson. I'm the 2016 Pokemon TCG
Oh,
Senior
just
Division
an
World
ex-
Champion, and
taka
my
ciekawostka,
best
on też
advice
jest
for players
komentatorem.
wanting to play the Pokemon
Eriksson.
TCG would be to practice your deck. Regardless of what deck it is, just feel comfortable with it. Comfortability comes from practice, and therefore you'll also get better results.
My name's Henry Brand. I won the World Championships in 2019, and my biggest tip is to be confident. The World Championships is, funnily enough, not won in the finals. It's actually won in the 6, 12 months, 2 years leading up to it. It's all the hard work.
My name is Rowan Stavino. I won the 2015 World Championships in the junior division. My #1 tip is to play whatever deck you're most comfortable with, even if everyone else says it's bad.
Hello, my name is Andrzej Szpubal. I won in 2022 in Masters in London. And my tip is what ultimately matters is your own preparation.
My name is Magnus Peterson. I won the World Championship in 2018 in the seniors. And my #1 tip for the World Championship is to have a great group of friends to test with and bounce ideas off of.
Hi, I'm Evan Pavelski. I won in 2024 Honolulu Worlds last year. And my tip is to practice the deck that you want to play and just play whatever you're comfortable with.
You heard it here from all of our former world champions competing this weekend. Follow these tips, and maybe one day you too could be a Pokemon trading card game world champion. Hey,
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project, and as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
Chip Ritchie back here in the hall at Pokemon Worlds 2025 here in Anaheim. So many exciting things to do here this weekend, and one of the many exciting things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures. I've seen Snorlax. Looks like Pikachu's out there right now, and I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is excited to meet Pikachu. This is Samuel. Samuel, are you excited to meet Pikachu? What are you gonna say? It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says. Well, that was so much fun. Samuel, did you have a good time meeting Pikachu?
Yes!
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You too can have a great time at any of these Pokemon events. Come out and check it out. Let's get back to the Pokemon Worlds action.
Well, how about it? We have just seen one of our top 8 games, and we have more to come your way. We're entering into the final stages here in Anaheim at the World Championship. And it is a chance for the best of the Pokemon TCG to prove why they should be taking the title of World Champion. And this is going to be those final few games, top 8, coming up in just a moment. We'll have another one of those two, and we'll be rounding out the rest of the top 4 games today. And in the final, which will be in the arena. Very exciting time ahead. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by the masterful mind, Joe Bernard, who'll be giving you all that insight you need to know about these decks and how they work. We've been seeing a whole variety of decks throughout the tournament, but give us a little bit of insight as to how the whole tournament has progressed in terms of the archetypes.
Well, it feels like Golden Go has been the big story of the entire weekend, coming in over 20% in that day 1 field, almost reaching that 30% coming into our day number 2, and also a number of them in that top 8 contention as well, still in the mix, which is really interesting to see. We just saw Piper with Heartbreak, unfortunately, in that game number 3. I know there's a ton of fans out there rooting for Piper. Unfortunate scenes, but hey, that is Pokemon at the end of the day. Sometimes you're cooperating. But there's still some good amount of variety up at the top, and I think that's still been a story of this format, with Black Bolt and White Flare creating the introduction of Golden Go to jump up that tier list a little bit, but the same old story of the best decks throughout the entire season are still up there, so we still have plenty of archetypes in that mix.
No Gardevoir though. Gardevoir has struggled to make it into the top cut here. And a few unexpected archetypes with Charizard EX and Enzoroark making their way into the top. And I guess for you,
No
know,
właśnie,
going into these
Charizard
tournaments,
Zorak.
these players are going to be choosing archetypes that are known to be good, trying to make them that bit better, or choosing archetypes that are less known that can beat the best decks around. Are we seeing a good combination of that in the top cut?
I think certainly a good combination of that. That Enzoroark deck did have a good showing at the NAIC, still not being that popular of a choice, but it comes with its risks. You're having to run into certain matchups and then some others that you sort of have to shrug at and say, I have really low percentages here. But it's worked out for a handful of players, and Marco Cifuentes is one of those players who's been operating that Enzoroark archetype. And hey, his brother did pretty well last season playing an off-the-wall pick as well. So if you hear that Cifuentes, yeah, that's Fernando from last year, by the way, with that Iron Thorns deck. So clearly, those testing partners, those brothers, they're having a good showing of things and can pinpoint a meta game.
Yeah, our 2024 World Champion's brother is trying to make it a back-to-back, a historic
No, to jest chyba głośno.
if he is able to make it all the way.
Albo
has overcome
nic.
his asymmetrical top 16 match to make it into the
Przecież
top
te
8.
drzwi są takie
And we also
wytrzymałe,
have
że mogę
other
szybko nie grać.
asymmetrical top 16 matches going on to try and see who's going to be progressing to face either Urban or Mateusz, who've been sitting at the top of the Swiss all tournament long, and so we're rewarded with that top 8 seeding. So we'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on throughout the tournament. And from your point of view, which of these players is kind of standing out in terms of that unexpected result? You've got these journeys that you expect. You know, the players like Urban, we've seen him be a regional champion, a regional runner-up this season, and many of these top players have had multiple wins at the highest level. But at Worlds, we always see these unknown stories of players coming through without much previous results to show.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where everyone who's made it this far is clearly a really skilled, talented player, and everyone's had their breakout here or there, and it feels like we still have some really talented top 8 contestants. I think Mateusz is the one that stands out to me as a player you see who thinks about the game a little bit differently to most, definitely in their deck building, construction, and how they think about the game and where they gain their advantages. You know, winning a regionals with a Palkia Viper Bolt deck, and then also being one of the key minds behind a Bennett EX Gardevoir deck as well, clearly means that they look at the game a little bit differently. And even though they're playing an Enzoroark deck, which we sort of know as an archetype, they've also made a very different build to most. I think that player stands out as someone who thinks about the game so differently, which is somewhat surprising to see them make it into that top cut. But hey, they've got the pedigree there as well.
100%. I think one of those players where if you play against him regularly at regional events, you'll be very aware of him because you're always worried as to what he's playing. But on the big stage, maybe some of you at home might not be as familiar. Definitely earn a position here. But for the more common decks, let's see how that has changed throughout the days. You know, we look at the meta share, which is a key pillar for how these players have selected their decks and why they've chosen certain decks over others. But it was Golden Go that came through as being the most popular deck in day one and has even converted well too.
Yeah, starting off that day number 1, and as you said, Mike, picking the right deck coming into a tournament like this when there's those little bits of variance throughout the day, but also knowing that you're up against the very best in the world means this can give you your best chance, even before you start to shuffle your own deck up. What 60 cards you pick, whether it's the archetype itself or those text within your list, can change your fortune throughout the weekend. And a lot of players backed the new Golden Go EX with the inclusion of Genesect, and so frequently that deck just gets into games. At the very least, with those 4 nest balls, 4 buddy hopping, easy access to your stage 1 now via the Genesect EX, you're so likely to just get into games and finish best of 3. That's why it's such a popular pick.
And let's see how they change into day 2. And I think it's fair to say the best stayed at the top and even converted well. That Golden Go went higher, but Dragapult, EX and Dusknoir, I think it's important to note Phantom Dive, an attack we saw a lot previously at the World Championship through Regidrago V-Star, and is now more seen on its own. And it's one of those attacks we've been aware of for the last year and a half, because of how powerful it is, and adapting and overcoming throughout the season.
Yep, and also seeing that 4.7% of the Dragapult just on its own, with some basic powers as well, showing that there is that tug of war going on with different builds of Dragapult. Right now, looking towards that cup though, it's still that Dusknoir on top.
And I think we are almost ready now for our top 8 match. We've alluded to some of these decks you're going to be seeing. We've alluded to the storyline of those players, but I think you guys are not ready to see what history might be made right here. Exciting times ahead. They're placing their actors out, and I can promise you now, this is going to be one you want to watch. An amazing matchup, an unexpected deck against one of the top decks in in day 2 is going to be Justin Newdorf versus Marco Cifuentes. And I can see them right now on the stage, prepping in those final moments. This is a huge moment for both these players. A lot of prize money on the line, but it is that world champion title they'll both be thinking about. This stage, they're settling in to the stage. I think both of them their first time on the stage before. Looking to try and make
Okej.
Both players looking very relaxed.
Mamy...
though. You start to
O!
see these
Mamy
players'
tutaj
accomplishments. Marco
kolejny
Cifuentes
mecz.
on the right with the Zoroark archetype. Couple of great regional top
Czyli
32
mamy
placements,
oczywiście
the regional
Justina
top 8,
Newdola,
as well as a
no i
regional
oczywiście
champion
Marco
in
Fuentesa. No to jest chyba
2024,
starszy z
and
braci,
with
bo to
a
wygląda
world champion
się.
on a near
Czyli
daily
mamy dwa
basis
Enzoraki
with
tak w
his
zasadzie
brother
w top
Fernando
8.
Cifuentes, who shocked the world with Iron
No
Thorns
i mamy
EX
Justina,
last
który
year.
miał
Now
właśnie
Marco is trying to do the same thing.
You can see on the other side,
top
Justin
8 chociażby
Newdorf,
w Worldsach
a fairly
nie?
new master
Atlancie
back in
top
2024 in
64,
Honolulu, was a senior and made
NCAA w
top
tym
8 there,
sezonie.
and looking to try and
Chyba
show
no i Honolulu w
why the young
seniorach.
guns are so good here in Pokemon TCG.
No i
It's been
tutaj
a storyline a
Newdol
lot of us have been
zdecydował
looking
się
at
na
recently,
pultę z
how these
duchami,
senior
a
players are
Marco
doing as they
Fuentes
age up.
poleciał
Justin
z
had a
Orakiem.
pretty solid 2025 season, but this is definitely the highlight.
Nie,
Just
ci
making
bracia
top 8 an
Fuentes
incredible
mieli
performance,
pomysł.
but we'll be thinking about that title at the end of the line. Both players doing well in
No,
Swiss.
zresztą po Justinie chyba widać, że to jest raczej taki świeżo upieczony master. Swoją drogą. W sumie też to widać po osiągnięciach, że to jest świeżo upieczony. A, 2 researche. O, to skrół.
But not necessarily a priority that you have to grab early. A couple research for Justin as well. Oftentimes the Dustin build is more high maintenance, so you rely on these research to see a whole heap of cards, but not necessarily
A chyba to będzie
devastating
ten ostatni mecz, bo top 4
might not be able
już
to
no nie
tell
da
from
rady.
Marco's prize cards there, but he is playing Zoroark, the sort of breakout deck at this event, one that many weren't talking about, has been able to have 2 now in top 8, so if either of those win the tournament, it would be a very similar story to last year of an unknown archetype winning, as they're just finalizing our top 8 match here, Marco versus Justin, to make it into the
Fernando
semifinals.
Fuentes, który wygrał w zeszłym roku, no to jest ten młodszy, też taki świeżo upieczony. Okej, no tak, mamy Enzoraka oraz... No ciekawe, czy jest nagrany Grubal z Darmatian.
It's a very simple case with the Zoroark EX deck, where the more of your stage 1 Pokemon you can get into play, the more draw power you have via your trade ability, allowing you to discard 1 card from your hand and draw 2. That's constantly going to be used throughout the game from Marco. It's your main attacker in the deck, but it's also your draw engine. So seeing this
No
early
to tak,
fighting card
chyba wiemy, że w top 8 są 2 Zoraki.
for Marco here. A great start.
Well, we just saw in the last top 8 game, Piper very unfortunate with the prize cards.
Yes.
How important is it, this prize checking moment at the beginning of the game? We see all of our top players being so thorough. How much does that change the game for them?
Well, you've got to keep an eye on all sorts of resources. You never really want to be caught short wherever you're using these trading mechanics specifically as well, discarding resources as you go. Your decision has to be as informed as possible to be...
O tak, jest ten Huede skład.
So, being able to look through your deck and knowing what you don't have access to or could potentially take from those prizes midway through the game is going to change every one of those micro
Kurde, bracia C, jakby na to nie
As we
patrzeć.
take a moment here to appreciate Marco playing Zoroark. It will be going straight back over to the other side. A deck we are very familiar with, and one that has been teched out a lot across the tournament. We've seen many players opting to include things to beat Golden Go, but on this occasion it seems like Justin has gone fairly vanilla with the
Na szczęście nie jest to takie straszne, bo no ten mały śmierdziel już poszedł. O, a że jest stretcher, no warto zaznaczyć, że raczej... Idź Polen za 20. No dobra, tutaj Marco gra Unforged Stampa, nie Secret Boxa.
As the Zoroark has 280 hit points, which is often quite high for a Dragon Ball takeout, but every little bit of damage will matter here, especially when you're doubling it up from the Itchy Pollen.
And also the option of those Cursed Blasters as well in the deck. The Arven is going to find a TM Evolution. In addition to an
No i pas. No właśnie, item lock trochę nie pozwala faktycznie na cokolwiek. Po stronie Marco. No co teraz? A, on gra 4. To nie taka bol. Chyba będzie gra na Iono.
One of those moments where you know that Itchy Pollen has worked, so perhaps you're less likely to use the Iono in your hand. You'd rather stick your opponent on this dodgy start. That's why the research is taken here.
No, tutaj rączki się trzęsą po stronie Justina.
Could just be all going to find more basics. That's the one thing we're lacking for Justin right now.
Yeah, the debate of energy over getting more dreepy, both of them key to those early turns. The
pyta,
Hill
ile
great
masz?
for the ability to find evolution Pokemon. Research, a lot of resources away there. As you mentioned, 4 Night Stretcher in the deck, so great at returning the energy in Pokemon, but that hand was full of trainer cards that are oh so important.
Finally a buddy Poffin.
No jest Puffin, jest Pult.
Że na dodatnim.
Kurde, i się tak ręce na mnie trzęsą i gram Pultem. Ale widać, że no gracz jest stanie zestresowany. No wiadomo, zaszedł daleko. Stresik jest.
Looking to find more Dreepy. Who knows if they're in the deck? You know, that's a tough decision. But you can see there the support account is the biggest factor. With a deck that relies on a lot of resources, you want to be seeing as many cards as possible. So researches and Rhinos are key. But as the game goes on, sometimes it's quite nice to be taking those supports off the prize card as you continually play through the game.
And the second copy of Duskull also in the prizes, so it will likely just be double Dreepy here. It's a 2-2-1 line of the Dust Noir. Just having access to one of your Curse Blast early on in the game.
So 2 pulty.
Taking note of those Night Stretcher, knowing that there are more Dragon
2, 1,
in the discard pile already from early research. We have energy to attach here. It would just be the Neo Up energy.
No to już standard.
Attachments. This is one of the matchups where Zoroark naturally can't one-hit KO you too easily unless you're attacking into the Zoroark and walking into a powerful Rage attack.
So with Zoroark, there's 2 main attacks. Well, 2 main attackers, because they both have great attacks. Would be the Ends Reshiram, but also the Ends Darmanitan, which we have traditionally seen in Zoroark. Both of our top 8 lists are not playing that Ends Darmanitan. Is this something these players will be familiar with going into the top 8, or do you think that's something they're still worried about in the back of their mind?
It's got to be something that they're aware of, but at this stage in the tournament, they may have sat next to these players enough times, or heard from opponents in those Swiss rounds of what sort of build they're playing. And at the NEIC there was also a Darmanitan
awaryjna energia i co, i Chip Pollen?
So I think you can also anticipate that you don't always have to be aware of it. It's going to be another Itchy Pollen to end the turn here after the commitment of the Ace Spec Neo Up energy to a Dreepy. We're passing back over to Marco. Let's see the top deck.
Ooh, just the boss's orders. Going to be onto that Neo Upper Energy. This could be key here. If there's more resources found, it's not. Just trying to force that Neo Upper Energy as the resource.
Czy on ma Latiasa? Czy on gra Latiasa? No, chyba teraz się gra już bardziej Latiasy.
Available for Justin to try and get ahead.
Have a couple recon directed now. Already one Dracloak in the hand. Even just attaching a basic energy to the active Dreepy to retreat into a Budgie would be fantastic here. Also, any access to the Latias EX could be very handy. It would be putting a vulnerable multi-prize Pokemon that's weak to dark in play.
Co to za stresik? Jesus.
It's a valuable option. Well, we've seen 3 decks just in the top 8 so far. The Dragapult, the Enzoroark, and the Golden Go. All of them have stage 1s with amazing draw potential. How key is it to start those draw engines going like you see here for the Dracloak?
Oh, it's everything. This deck really is a high maintenance deck. You need to constantly have a flow of energy attachments.
Counter Catcher, dobra. Zaliczymy na energię. Bo widzę, że tutaj lecimy na duży ryzyk fizyk, jak to się mówi. Iono.
Well, if you get the attack off here, that will take away
Czy on to ma? Jest Latias, to dobrze. Jest energia, dobra, jest energia. Tak, jest też Latias, to dobra, jest Latias. Co oznacza, że... Czy nie wystawiają Latiasa? Ja bym wystawiła. Trochę ryzykownie.
Justin knows that by taking out all three of these
A
Pokemon
może być
in
też
one
tak,
turn,
że
it's going to give him so much license over the
on
rest
nie
of the game.
potrzebuje tego Ampera.
Wow, what a setup there. And we mentioned about how important the Itchy Pollen hitting for 20 damage is. You can see now just 2 turns of Itchy Pollen and you're already set up for the full board
Wiesz,
wipe.
mi się wydaje.
No
wiadomo, ma 3 prize. No ja bym tego Latiasa zostawiał, chociaż z drugiej strony ta sytuacja no rzeczywiście sprawia, że raczej będzie dla Marco ciężki.
Yeah, the ends Reshiram, despite being on the board and having an amazing attack, it can only be utilized through copying
Chyba
the
nie
end
że
Zoroark
no
itself.
tak?
So it will just be sat in the active, unable to do anything. And this is why Dragapult
No
has been such
właśnie,
a powerful
no tak
force across the last year and a
to
half.
no
Such
Latiasa
an amazing attacker
tu
taking
i
out
tu.
both of those bench end Zoroark with the second
Tak,
effect
co
of the
oznacza,
Phantom
że
Dive.
tak, Justin bierze 3 prizy.
6 damage counters on board and not even leaving any spare damage counters for potential
A i to
victory. Just a complete 3 prize turn for Justin in exchange for just that the Dragapult
Trochę wiadomo, jeden, no to tak chłop się zastosował, z drugiej strony to też jednak
Yeah, you're telling me, Mike. That is tough.
Turo,
There you go. Professor
czyli
Jones'
skup.
scenario is the only way to go out.
Okej, czyli Marco zagrał Turo,
Marco is
aby
going to give
wyjaśnić
himself
skupa.
66 minutes to make the comeback in our best of 3 here in the top 8. A phenomenal
No to
turn
Justin
from
wygrała
Justin,
pierwszą
completely
i to
wiping
by
the
można by
board
powiedzieć bardzo
with a curse
szpil.
blast counter catcher combination.
Dosłownie szybki.
Confidence that must be giving our recently turned master Justin.
No,
Was
też
at
ten
the World
weakness.
Championship last year in Honolulu, had a great performance in the senior division, now looking to try and make a statement in their first season of Masters. A game one
tam
win
też ma
in the
takiego.
top 8 here does put them in a commanding position.
Bo jednak Marco jest
You know,
tutaj
that
bardziej
item lock from,
spokojny.
Badu isn't going to work every single game, as Enzo Rock, one of those that has some super consistency with trade.
We'll see in the replay here that if you gain an inch from Budgie,
No,
Dragapult can
dobrze.
take a mile.
Znaczy wiadomo, to było mega ryzykowne, bo
Open the door for this phenomenal turn. Counter catch up, a couple of damage to the Rua, then thrown to the bench.
no Zoula. No nawet realnie, no jest
We were
brat
able to
jest.
find energy, and it just completely wiped the board clean. And Marco
Dosłownie
knew that
wipe.
his best chance of success at this stage was to give himself as much time as possible in games 2 and 3, because
Co ja mam
there really wasn't
zrobić?
much in any way of a comeback from that stage.
Well, for many people, they won't really
No,
know what
czyli
Enzo
tak
Rock's
trochę
game plan
ciężej.
is. You didn't get to see much of it there. The main game plan involves that Enzo Rock being able to copy Reshiram, and it's got 2 great attacks, but it is that unusual
No, raczej
attack.
tak, darmaty
You
wymaga
see the
setupu.
outrage, be
Nie
able to
wiem,
get
czy
so much damage on board. And I
biorąc
think
pod
we'll
uwagę
hopefully
ile
get to see that
Zoraków
next
jest,
game,
to
but it
niektóre
looks to be,
buildy
game
mają.
2 kicking straight
Mamy
off
rundę
with a
drugą.
buddy poppin from Justin, who I
O
assume here will be
matko,
going first.
start Sfeza. Chociaż to nie najgorsze.
Because as we saw,
No tam,
from
no,
Marco, one of
jest
his few
faktycznie.
actions in that game number 1 was using Arven for
Ah.
TM Evolution.
2 pafinki, ale jeden jest już w ręce. No, nie najgorsza prize.
Not a problem when you have one in your opening hand anyway. A couple of your Dragapult pieces, of course. But fortunately, Justin is playing the thickest line that you'd really expect, a 4-4-3 line, the Dragapult EX. So I think on balance, you take these prize cards. They're pretty decent for you. And whenever you go first and see that natural buddy-buddy popping in the hand, you've got to be pretty happy about that. So Justin, just like in game number 1, has to be happy with this opener.
I believe he has the other buddy poppin. Wow, that wasn't prize in the hand, if I got a glimpse correctly here. But yeah, that prize check now. Oh no, there it is in the deck. I must have been mistaken. But you have a great option with 3 Dreepy down. As we mentioned before, the stage 1 of both these archetypes has a great draw engine built in, with the Drakloak with the Recon Directive, allowing you to see so many cards, whilst also picking one of them. Look at the
Ja
top
tylko
2
przypominam, że
cards.
w top 4 mamy
and put one of them in
przynajmniej
your hand,
jednego
the other on the bottom
bolta.
of the deck. A little bit different for Enzo Rock, where it uses trade, where you discard a card to draw 2, so a little bit more thinning
A potem
involved,
meczapie
a few
kończymy.
more cards seen.
Yeah, both phenomenal abilities that's got them to this far in the tournament. Top 8 of the
Co
Masters
kiedy
division
będą
right now.
wordsy, które nie wymagają nie wiadomo jak chorych godzin typu północ.
They've had such a great run throughout the weekend. And we also have a nest ball here in addition to the buddy poppin, so we can even find a dust up here. Excellent turn from Justin.
Znaczy taka lista standardowa, no to nie ma Shaymina, no jakby lista z duchami się niespecjalnie różni.
Noticed that under item lock there was no access in that game number 1 to the Arven combination to get a TM Evolution off. And that's something Marco has to try and hope to get on his turn number 1.
Yeah, we
Że
see
nie
a
widzę
lot of
tej
these archetypes
Hilda.
looking to go second out of choice.
Right.
Why is it so important to force your opponent to go first normally?
Normally, forcing your opponent first just limits their outs to play in the game. A lot of these decks play 12 plus supporter cards that can allow them to see more cards or search their deck for specific item cards that can get them into the game. And so many of our best decks in the game right now rely on certain Pokemon that we call engine Pokemon. They allow you to see more cards via the Recon Directive or the trade in this instance. Then just allows your deck to flow that much more. Oftentimes these Pokemon are not just going to be drawing cards, but also part of the attack in sort of how you evolve up. And that's the case for the two decks that we're looking at here. So if you can limit your opponent's outs, there's a chance that they just don't get many Pokemon down. Obviously, in this case, Justin has, so they still sort of don't have to worry about that. But it also means that Marco has additional outs to play the game. And when you're a game down, you just got to get yourself in the game to have any chance to win it.
Okay,
Exactly, Justin,
energia.
with the 4 Buddy Buddy Poffin and 1 Nest Ball in deck, as well as the 4 Ultra Ball, typically not wanted to be used early on in this occasion. A Nest Ball and a Buddy Buddy set up completely. And the other side, a Buddy Buddy Poffin 2. Always fair to see those opening cards seen by both players. It looks like we're going to have a good old game here from both players, but it really was that evolution that differentiated the two of them. Justin able to evolve into the Drakloak in early turns.
Aha, Unforstable jest w prizach. Widzę, że Fuentes gra Janinkę, powiem.
In Marco's list, of course, going the heavy Arven route here.
Czyli taki trochę Poison pakiet. No jeszcze tego brakowało Blinding Mochi w deku.
Good news is Marco is clutching an Arven right now, so will be able to end his turn on double end Zoroark. But also that Janine's Secret Art in one of the prize cards. Not something you always see within the list, but there is a Binding Mochi within the deck. So
no, jeszcze teraz też widzę tutaj komentator się pyta, czy jest, no.
But also sometimes that poison that you would often associate as a downside can be an upside here to allow the end Zoroark to reach on unsuspecting Pokemon.
Yeah, especially the big
o, jest! Kurde, no ja sobie tak zrobiłem, czy jest Blinding Mochi, a to się okazuje, że jest.
220 number, and with the poison could put the Zoroark down a little bit, but when you're against those aggressive decks, it tends to be fine.
Były czasy, kiedy Zoroark grał nawet Klepsydrę.
Interpretation of end Zoroark Marco has taken. We see a completely different style with our other end Zoroark in the top 8. So great to see different players completing the same deck, but with completely different styles. And that TM evolution will come through this time and allow those end Zoroarks into play. So Marco very much alive and will be going into that draw engine motion, as we mentioned before, through the trade.
Yeah, but Itchy Pollen was so devastating in that game number 1 because Marco was just relying on top decks and was hindered with their outs massively.
Odważnie.
Now at least Marco has already established some much bulkier 280 hit point Pokemon and has access to trade, so we'll see so many more cards. It feels like in this instance he won't be completely stonewalled by the disruption of an Itchy Pollen, especially with the Janine's Secret Arts within the list as well.
For sure, and the first Drakloak on board for Justin, so those engine Pokemon we alluded to are now in play, and the Budu in the active ready to try and disrupt for a little bit, as Dragapult can take a few turns to get going, especially as we need some energy attachments and evolutions to happen. Speaking of evolutions, that Hilda card,
tak,
very
Hilda, po
useful
kolejnego
card,
Dekloka.
introduced in the Black Bolt and White Flare era.
And it feels like it was a card printed for this archetype, because it can search your deck for an evolution and an energy card. In this case, we're going to be searching the Neo Alpha Energy, the A-Spec from Justin, coming out straight away here. The more the merrier with Drakloak.
No, taki klasyczek szwedzki Neo Alpha.
Access throughout the game in terms of cards that you see, and that just means options for all sorts. But also the Hilda can help grabbing part of your Curse Blast package as well. Let's see a second Recon Directive here. Always good to have access to that Neo Upper Energy throughout the game.
Yeah, Neo Upper Energy typically was a hard card to find. You relied on seeing lots of cards to find it. Now Hilda almost guarantees it in some turns, which is amazing. Now we see another Duskull going down. How key will it be to have those on board, ready to pop at any moment with that Curse Blast? But for now, it will just be time that Justin needs to set
Orwin
up.
Sirwell gra na Riley'ego McKay, czyli tutaj Charizard vs Garda, w której Sin ma dobrze, bo no, kartę WR, no wiecie, weakness mroczne.
Like we can't get too aggressive this turn thanks to the Itchy Pollen. There's no action with any ends PP up or anything like that. But we can just use another TM evolution here and get another end Zoroark out of the deck. Marco picking up the Phesantivity. That 10 damage prod was actually very relevant. It sets up a Phantom Dive to KO the Pheasantipity EX, so you may as well get that out of play when you have the opportunity.
No,
And Enzoroark is one of these terrifying Pokemon when it sits in the active position.
Czy z
It
Ragafu?
forces Justin into this strange
Aha,
spot,
jest też
never wanting
fajnie.
to attack into this Pokemon unless they're taking a
Chyba to
knockout,
wezmemy.
because there's always the Enz Reshiram waiting in the wings with powerful
Znaczy, ale
damage.
jest
Yeah, we're about to see some
atak.
high-level decisions that will be hard to follow, so make sure you're looking closely as these players will have to decide where they put damage and whether they take those knockouts, and especially with the
Dobra, chyba
Dusclops and the Dust Noir involved, you're also going to be giving away prize cards. So Justin will have to navigate this one, and also a matchup he might be less familiar with, as it is a less common archetype. So we'll now just be trying to set up that board more. We'll be able to swing with Dragapult this turn, but as mentioned, leaving 200 damage on Enzoroark would open up the ability to use the Enz Reshiram first attack, Powerful Rage, which is so good at returning damage back at double the amount. Does 20 times the amount of damage on your Pokemon. So if you put 200 on it, they can swing back for 400, which is conveniently the perfect amount to take a knockout.
That's why we're going slow. We've used Ultra Ball to
Chyba
search
jestem
out Dusclops, we're
Tortskuel,
holding our
chociaż
actions and
pasał
using the
mi
Itchy
on.
Pollen, trying
Nie,
to make
nie
it
w tym
more
meczu.
difficult for Marco to string together any gusting play here on any of these Drakloak
O,
on
i
the bench.
faktycznie gram
But
w
there is
proszę.
Boss's Orders in the hand, and there's also Darkness Energy found. So we should have action here from Marco as long as we have access to one of these Enz Reshiram. That's the only missing piece right
tylko
now.
właśnie tu się
No, it
pojawia
doesn't look like we have
problem.
access to a Pokemon, so we're just going to bring up the Dusclops and pass here.
No,
The Itchy
no ja wiem, czy to był dobry pomysł.
Means there's nothing that we can copy with the Night Joker attack. Marco
No właśnie, no to
not
jest...
able to string together the best turn possible. The use of Boss's Orders on Dusclops forces Justin to find a means of using this ability to its best effect, or to try and find a Dusk Noir in addition to a Dragapult EX here.
Yeah, we looked at those prize cards, and there was one Enz Reshiram prize, but you're thinking, hang on a minute, you've got another one, you only need the one.
Right.
But in the case where you can't use those
Jest
item cards to
kolejny.
find the single Enz Reshiram you have, naturally drawing into your singular out is quite tricky, and we saw exactly that in the last turn. But dusting up the Dusclops, it's an interesting play, as it can find itself out of the active with its ability. Why do you think he's forced it into the active?
I think the hope is that Justin hasn't really fired off many supporters over the last couple of turns, and you're just trying to think that maybe they're limited to just their Recon Directive and trying to force them to find multiple Stage 2 Pokemon all next turn. Because the 5 counters isn't doing much. It really has to be, as the Recon Directives, I believe, fine to Dragapult EX.
Dobra, jest pult.
That gets us one step closer from Justin launching a big Phantom Dive attack here. But it's only going to happen if it can come alongside a Curse Blast here. It really doesn't make any sense to hit into this Enzoroark.
No, czyli
You have to be knocking the Zoroark out cleanly. But wait a minute.
No, chyba on został zmuszony trochę.
To get back the Dusclops and go again, but that's giving away 2 prize cards, which would be a lot of resources from Justin. So the guaranteed knockout with 2 prizes given up is not as valuable as the single prize card given up with a Dust Noir that is not guaranteed right here.
We could go back into Budgie as well, don't forget. If we want to try and play around both of these Zoroark at the same time, we don't have to Phantom Dive here. Ooh, that's the unfair stamp coming off the prize cards as well.
Wow.
Justin, there's not going to be a knockout this turn.
Co ja, no?
It looks like we are just going to be Night Stretching back
sprytne.
the Dusclops. Stretching back the Dusclops as well. There's no secret that these Curse Blasters are the key to the matchup.
Counter kacza na tego bez i Ionu.
Without energy, and that's one other way that you can try and play around the Enz Reshiram, but we know that Marco does play the Janine's secret
Kurde, ten
cards.
Zula
So even
patrzący.
active
Dobra, jest
position,
Dusk
Enzoroark
Noir
can
na następną.
attack all in
Są
one
dwa
turn with no energy
Jamintary.
attached to it. Here's the Iono though. Any other option for Justin? Final Recon Directive as well. Does have access to another Dragapult EX. Again, could be a means of protecting your energy if you pick that Pokemon.
Yeah, gusting up one of your opponent's Pokemon can gain back turns for Dragapult EX. That Enz Castle, the stadium of choice for Enzoroark, does allow free retreat of your Enz Pokemon. So not as effective at stopping them from retreating, but you still have to find the card to make it possible. So Marco will be somewhat comfortable knowing there's lots of different options, as you mentioned, to be able to get an attack on board, but does need to find both the Enz Reshiram as well as the energy to attack here on this turn.
This is where it gets really interesting, because I think the setup from Justin on this board position, trying to Phantom Dive to put these other Zoroark in range of a knockout. As we see the 8 counters going onto one of those Zoroark at the very least. Means that Marco...
Okej, jest top deck w postaci Resharama.
We have a couple of trades. I think the big punishes here are a Professor Torres scenario or a Janine Secret Art. That's what we're looking here for, Mike. The last trade, do we see it?
Is it there? Was the Nest Ball, which would have been nice earlier on, but you have the Petrant EX as well to switch out the active. So a manual attachment plus the Petrant EX would be possible. There's the Ends Castle as well. So an energy here would be ideal. And the board is starting to look strong here for Marco. We've got an attacker, we have an energy, and we will be swinging back. But the energy needs to go on the active to be able to get a return knockout.
That's the thing. I don't think we can string it together at this stage. There are energy switches in the deck as well, however. We could attach to the active, play INO, and hope that from our next 5 cards we see it. It would be a big risk, but the payoff would be massive. Attaching to Monkey Dory still gives us some outs. It is going to be an INO here. Marco going to only see 5 cards. Justin has to be sighing relief here that didn't see the Janine or the Professor Torres scenario on this turn. Do we have access to energy switch here from the 5? If not, we could just be going into another End Zoroark and passing for another turn here.
Yeah, so many amazing options in the deck. Marco just unable to find them. And for Justin, he asked so many questions of the deck with that gust up of the energyless End Zoroark.
Switch. Here we go. That at least allows us to start launching an attack at last. Marco can deal the 170 damage from Virtuous Flame here, in addition to the 3 damage counters from Adrenabrain. Chose to take the damage off the active, so that it's more than a Dusclops required to KO the End Zoroark. It would force a Dust Noir. Action back over to Justin, though, who's just dodged a potentially really dangerous turn.
100%. As we mentioned, the End Zoroark has 2 amazing attacks. This time it was the second attack of Virtuous Flame. But the Powerful Rage is really the one many of these End Zoroark believers have led into, because many of our strongest decks in the format right now tend to leave damage on board. And that's a prime example of it with the Dragapult. 200 into the active would have been able to get the return knockout. And now for Justin, game 1, and is now looking to close out his top 8 match in a 2-0 fashion. Having options on board, whether it's the Dragapult, the Dust Noir, will be looking to try and create a solution here, whether it's this turn or setting up for the next. Really tough for End Zoroark to build up lots of attacks. It's a slower deck. And on this occasion, Dragapult has the options to really get going.
There is Boss's Orders currently in the hand. I see a benched End Zoroark with exactly 200 hit points remaining. I also see a Zoroark on the bench with exactly 80 hit points remaining. That could easily be a means of us taking 4 prizes this turn. There's an Ultra Ball pickup as well. That grants us access to a Dust Noir. That means we could take out the
jest
active
Ultra Boss,
Pokemon as well without
Dust
having to use
Noir
the Boss's
wraca do
Orders.
ręki. Znaczy jest ma jeszcze opcja Hildy.
Hilda is a potential option to evolve up into another Dragon
Ale wiecie, wolę użyć innego supportera.
Few great options for Justin.
W zasadzie.
Now, some easy discards from this Ultra Ball as well. Get rid of a Buddy Buddy Poffin in addition to a Dreepy here. I feel like we have to start seeing the Dust Noir come into the mix now.
It's important to note no rare candy in Justin's deck, so we'll not be able to suddenly get a Dust Noir out of nowhere. We'll always need to evolve up through the stages of Dusclops, then Dust Noir. Place those night stretches to be able to keep recycling the Dusclops and keep evolving, but you do have to be aware that sitting Duskull can only do 50 damage on the next turn, and this occasion we'll be going for that Dust Noir. It seems a tough decision, a lot of pressure on the line.
We could still get both. We could Hilda for the Dusclops as well if we would like, or we could Hilda for a Dragapult EX. As long as that's still in the deck, because the deck's already really thin here. Justin, with a couple of research and so many recon directive, has been able to filter down pretty quickly through the deck. Just eyeballing it, probably less than 20 cards remain. I think with the... Well, we also see an energy drop onto a Dust Noir. We don't have to use Boss's Orders, but we can also just sit with Dust Noir in play and not even use it.
Okay, Bossik będzie,
set up more damage.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more with the way Dragapult plays. Less explosive turns, but more of this posing options on board. And in this occasion, that End Zoroark with exactly 80 damage on works out the perfect numbers for the Phantom Drive. 200 into the active. And now for those 6 damage counters, where are they going to go? I feel like that End Zoroark with just 20 damage on seems like a nice target, but
puts you into that 200 range, which is exactly what you're trying to do here. You know your opponent has access to Monkey Dory, but you've got to force their attachments in that direction.
A, to jest druga
Two
janina.
prizes now for Justin, who picks up a Dragapult as well from the prizes, which is pretty handy. You see Marco now beginning to use trade. Janine Secret Art looking a little bit late to the party. Been fantastic on that previous turn with the heavily damaged Zoroark when it was in the active position.
I love that there. Justin just checking what that card was. A card that you do not see that often in our current
Alarm
format.
bells ringing, yeah.
Yeah, what else have you got in that deck, Marco, that I don't know about?
Dobra, jest
Another
Turo.
situation where Marco
Dobrze
wants to
zagrywany
try
Turo.
and use Professor
Tak,
Toro scenario if
Turo
he can,
zagrywany.
but with so much damage around the board, it's starting to get risky. If you pick up any Zoroark, there's no guarantee that a Zorua would be safe from this stage.
Yeah, and one Professor Turo scenario used at the beginning. If you use the second one, you're then out of options when it comes to recovering damage. The Monkey Dory is a great way to move damage around, but it's only 30, where the Dust Noir and the Dustops on the other side can bring so much more into play. And with Marco being so far behind on prize cards, Justin has a bit of wiggle room when it comes to using those Dust Noirs.
Okej, no to chodzi małpa. Brudna małpa.
Definitely makes the most sense. You can always take a free budgie whenever you would like, but
duszka.
it's not the situation to do it just yet.
No i chyba Turo będzie zagrywany.
It's going to be the Professor Turo scenario. It's actually going to pick up the Monkey
To
Dory
małpę
here.
jednak, okej.
Replay it.
Oh, I do like that.
To Monkey Dory, going down and taking out a Duskull. Taking a prize card as we go.
That's really smart there. I love the way the Professor Turo scenario was used to reset that Monkey Dory. You don't see that very often. And we'll just be retreating here into the damaged Zoroark. And that's the downside of energy switching off, is it now means the access to an attacker has been removed. And so the damaged Zoroark will be promoted. And I'm sure Justin's thinking, hang on a minute, what do you see that I don't? This is scary to be looking down at a board when you feel like you're so far ahead. What's next?
Taki Turo,
It feels
twardy
unintuitive,
reset.
but I think what Marco's trying to do is weave in his Blood Moon Ursaluna as his other attacking option later on in the game. If you can maintain this Monkey Dory and keep your Zoroark around, staying on level prize cards or even going behind this turn, that would allow you to weave in a big basic attacking option. It's hard to deal with for a Dragapult, and also you're trying to force them into a situation.
Czyli ma Countercatchera, czyli tak wysadzamy
that budgie
ducha.
on the bench with just 30 HP would be a target for a Monkey Dory, doing similar to what it did to the Duskull just there, but with just the singular use of the
No, też
Dread
momentami
Brain.
też
And now
Fuentes
Marco
trochę
is
tak
really thinking about that
kombinuje.
end game, opening up the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is the highest damage output at any given moment possible for his deck. But this is so scary with a Dust Noir ready to go and a Dragapult ready to attack and two Drakloops on board that could easily evolve and be attackers too.
There's a lot of temptation on this board for
Stretcher,
Justin as well.
okay.
So many great choices for whether or not to use this Cursed Blast. You could take out the Monkey Dory and just go for one and still just take out the active because it's heavily damaged. As we're
Killer,
nice to bring
okay.
back our own Monkey Dory here by the looks of things. And the Hill, they're going to grab the Luminous Energy straight away. Looks like Justin's eyeing up a
Czyli
strong
Curse
line play
Blast
here.
tego,
Yeah,
będą
Curse
4
Blast there,
prizy,
putting damage into
Countercatcher,
the
Monkey
Zoroark.
Dory,
That's
no
gonna
i
be a
oczywiście
full prize
Justin
swing. Justin's
Niflord
gonna be
przechodzi do
2-0.